In a multi-story building in the evening, someone is surprised by something and asks if they told him about fishing. A worried guy in a business uniform asks if it is tomorrow. The guy sadly admits that he has never fished and has no gear. They tell him that if he doesn't have any, then he should buy some, of course at his own expense, but tomorrow is Sunday. This is Sanada Shiro. He is 24 years old. In front of Sanada sits a man who rudely asks him to repeat himself. He is also wearing a shirt and tie. Sanada asks if he will be paid for overtime. He asks him again. The main character comes out of a tackle shop. He is carrying something in his hands and on his back. He says that this is a disgusting job. No matter how much he works, no one is ever happy, no one encourages, and the salary is just a disgrace. The guy exhales and realizes that he should probably find another job, because it would be cool if he was appreciated at this new job. He sighs again and decides to go to bed early today. Suddenly, the main character finds himself at a loss for something. He stops and smoke billows in front of him. Behind him, there are crumbling stone walls, behind which there is also smoke. The protagonist looks forward and sees in front of him the destroyed walls of the castle, as well as the open gates. The guy looks up in shock and wonders where he is, if this is a castle. He excitedly asks what country he is in and what is going on here. Sanada realizes that he is suffocating and thinks that this is not the kind of thing where a person dies in his sleep from overwork or reincarnation in another world, like in a stupid manga. The protagonist thinks that this can't be, it's not true. He woke up in the morning, met with his boss and colleagues. He sighs and looks forward. Then they got into a boat and started fishing. He managed to catch a flounder. The flounder told him that it was the magic of creation. The guy was surprised that it was talking to him. And suddenly a black hole opened in the sea and sucked him in. He fell into it. The guy falls to his knees and realizes that he knew it all along. He found himself in another world, and this isn't even reincarnation, but simple teleportation. Suddenly he looks ahead and decides to wait because he doesn't know for sure yet. He decides to go forward, examining the walls that are destroyed in places. The main character, with a slight smile, says that it is possible that this is still another country, for example, some Germany, and suddenly he falls into a stupor from the fact that something flashes right in front of his face. It turns out to be some kind of spear that was stuck into a crack between the bricks in the wall, and next to the main character there is a group of armed people in armor. All these people surrounded Sanada, pressing him against the wall. He raises his hands up. They hold him at the ready, placing the tips of their spears in front of him. One of the knights with a sword in his hands points at him and says that martial law has now been declared. He asks Sanada if he is an invader of the royal army. The guy in shock asks again whether it is the royal army or an invader. He says that he does not understand anything. Sanada, perplexed, admits that he is an ordinary employee of a Japanese company. He asks him please not to kill. The knight calmly stands in front of the guy. Then the man in armor smiles wickedly. He tells him that he is a valuable man. Of course they wouldn't kill him right away. He high-fives one of the other knights and says he got it. He then lifts his helmet, revealing it to be a woman who smiles and tells Sanada to relax, as she is just joking, although it depends on whether he satisfies them or not. Suddenly the girl grabs the guy by the hand and tells him that he is going with them. The main character is shocked by this. Suddenly he thinks about something that he had not understood before because of fear, but it sounds like a foreign language, but somehow he can understand it. Only at this moment does the main character realize that all these knights are women. The girls are discussing the fact that they also deserve a reward. The guy understands that he will be able to find a way out. The captain is asked if they will do it if one cell was empty, but the main character was grabbed very tightly and they do not let him go. Sanada tries to break free from this grip. He shakes his hand. The girl looks at him with a displeased face. He understands that he is in pain and looks at the girl in bewilderment. The girl sighs and asks the guy if he just tried to escape. She asks him to take it easy. She squeezes his hand harder, causing him to scream. The girl tells him that they won't do anything bad to him if he does what they say. The guy is shocked and thinks about whether she is really a woman. Otherwise, where would she get such strength from? Then the main character is locked in a cell with one window and a locked door. The girl appears above the guy in just a shirt and tells him what to do. Two other girls are watching and one of them tells the captain that she is next, but the second one objects and calls her names, saying that she is actually next. Both girls end up right in front of Sanada and are discussing how this guy's hair smells so good, just like flowers. they want the same. Sanada realizes that they are talking about shampoo. The captain, smiling, orders him again about what he needs to do. She demands that he not keep her waiting. Later, the guy is asked about what happened. The main character thinks that he remembers that the equipment for kendo smelled strongly. It is a Japanese sport. Her armor is similar to kendo armor, but why does it have such a unique smell? Suddenly, the main character throws up right on the girl. She angrily tells him that he got into trouble. The girls understand that he got the captain dirty. The girls ask him not to do this, but the next moment the girl kicks him right in the stomach, causing him to writhe. The main character lies on the floor and shakes, gasping for breath. One of the girls asks the captain not to break him ahead of time. She says that she wanted it the good way. Suddenly, she grabs him by the cheeks with one hand and furiously asks him if he dared to humiliate a woman. She says that she will beat him until he cries and asks for forgiveness. The girls gathered around a tied-up guy without clothes, and they discuss the fact that his face is like a 7, but his body is great. The protagonist reflects on the fact that they say whatever they want, although in high school he said something similar about one girl during swimming lessons. The guy mentally apologizes to Yoshida now that he himself is in the same situation. He understands how important it was what he said to her then. The girls continue to discuss his physique. The girl asks the guy not to worry, because they will do this with the help of magic until she is satisfied. The guy thinks about what if he returned to his world, then he takes into account the words about magic. He asks if she just said about magic. The girl points her hand with a glowing circle right at the guy. Suddenly, she grabs his head and tells him that it will be fun and he should try too. Suddenly, he feels magic running through his body. The main character understands that he has no choice at all, and whether it is the power of magic, he can only watch and all because that flounder brought him to this world. Suddenly, a group of people runs up and bursts right into the cell. A man with a displeased face asks the girls what they are doing. One of the girls reports that he was wandering around the castle courtyard and they detained him. This is a routine interrogation. She gets angry and asks again about the interrogation. Asking about the patrol, she calls them names, then orders them to take their posts and the girls leave. The guy looks at her in surprise and she tells him to get dressed. The guy is relieved to realize that she doesn't seem to be going to torture him. The girl asks someone to come in. The one who enters turns out to be Princess Christia. She enters silently. The main character is amazed that she is a princess and he notices that her hands are handcuffed. The protagonist ponders what such an important person is doing in prison and is amazed by her uniform. He thinks that she is very beautiful and sophisticated. Her hair shines as if merging with the light. He is sure that she is from a different breed of people, with the typical rich girl vibes. Suddenly, the protagonist is surprised that the girl starts talking, asking how dare they keep her, a member of the royal family, in such a wretched place. Her face is very angry. The main character understands that she is very evil and has a capricious nature. The princess is informed that, on the contrary, it would be impolite to put the warrior princess of Rigalta under house arrest. They must take all precautions. The princess says that the eastern garrison is still holding out and that they should not think that this is the end. When asked if she is still going strong after the fall of the royal capital, the girl angrily states that if only General Houston had not betrayed them. The protagonist is surprised that she is a warrior princess. The girl is informed that there are only 3 days left before her execution. She should ask this man to help her. Perhaps she should find comfort in him. The guy is in shock that he will not be released. The girl sighs and says that things have gone very badly for her. The main character stands next to her in anticipation. The main character tells the girl that she seems to have a difficult situation. The girl gets scared by this and the guy asks her what's wrong with her. He would like to ask her something. After that, the princess looks at him in surprise. The girl tells the guy that he can address her without formalities because she is a princess in captivity, and there is no point in raising the issue of her social status. The main character says that in this case he has a few questions. The girl allows him to ask them and the guy asks where they are now. She says that they are in prison and she calls him stupid. Then the main character stands silently in front of her for a while and the girl awkwardly apologizes. She tells him that they are in Rigalta, the royal capital of Rigalta. She asks him if he was brought here from somewhere else. The protagonist thinks that he was brought, or rather sent here, by a flounder, but he reports that the truth is that he is not from this world. The girl is surprised by this and Sanada introduces himself as 24 years old. He works in a black company, and on the orders of his terrible boss they went fishing. The guy talks about how he got into a fishing boat, struggling with seasickness. He caught a fish that. Suddenly the girl hugs the guy and the main character, shocked by this, asks her about it. The girl suggests to Sanada that he stop, because the poor guy is delirious in reality. He probably had a terrible experience. The girl asks how they dared, because he is 17 years old, he can't be older than her. The main character thinks about whether this is real, a world where magic exists, so he thought that she would believe him. The princess tells him that his clothes, his family must be respectable. It is not surprising that this conflict will affect his psyche. She continues to hug him and tells him to sit like this until he calms down. The protagonist continues to enjoy himself in her arms and reflects on the fact that he thought she was quite hot-tempered, but she turned out to be a very kind person in reality. However, he still doesn't know how to feel about being treated like a child. The girl asks the guy if he's embarrassed. It's pretty cute. The girl with the sweet face asks him to calm down because she will not do anything like that to him. Then the main character takes a lying position and the guy thinks that he doesn't mind. He thinks that she would interrogate him. After this, the princess asks the main character about what happened to him. Sanada thinks about why he is worried. This is not the situation. Now he needs information, not lust. The main character tells the girl that he is calm. The main character asks the girl if there are any men here. He hasn't seen a single one since he arrived in this country. She admits that she thinks they are hiding, because otherwise they might be kidnapped by imperial soldiers just like her. The guy is surprised that there are no male soldiers. The girl tells him that men cannot be soldiers, but he doesn't seem to know that either. She asks Sanada to listen to her. The guy agrees and listens to her carefully. In their country, women serve as soldiers. The same applies to the Lurgod Empire, their enemy. She talks about how men cannot use magic. They are physically inferior to women. Here a man is the weaker sex. The protagonist understands this and is surprised, thinking that he, as a weakling, is afraid that he will not be able to survive in this world. The captain girl angrily says that the interrogation is cancelled. They return to the patrol. The girls behind are thinking about how pathetic the captain looks, but the second girl likes it. The main character is Sanada Shiro. He is 24 years old and works in a black company. Here he is fishing on a day off on the orders of his boss. His boat is in the middle of the water. The guy sighs and thinks that this is stupid. The flounder asks him to help her. Sanada is shocked that she is talking. The main character announces that he is the first to catch a fish, and the fish announces that it will fulfill one of his wishes. The guy looks at his hands and thinks about the desire that he, for example, can become skilled, be able to do all sorts of things. It sounds funny. The fish communicates that, in other words, this is the magic of creation. This is what Sanada Shiro wants. The main character, in shock, asks how she knows his name. He means what kind of magician he is. Suddenly, a black hole appears in the water and the main character falls out of the ship, right into it. He falls and screams. That's how he was transported to another world. The main character remembers the princess's words that men cannot use magic. They are physically inferior to women. Men are the weaker sex. The guy is shocked to realize that he has entered a world that, as it turns out, is dominated by women. The main character asks again and says that the flounder gave him magic and he is a man. She asks him where he is from, but let him not talk about another world. Sanada says that he is from a country called Japan. She says that she has not heard of such a thing. Where is it? The girl apologizes because it's probably too difficult for him. Let him talk about his country. Sanada understands that he is now backward to her. He will give her the most reasonable answer. The protagonist tells the girl that this is an island state surrounded by sea with a population of about 126 million people, an economic power with developed industry, science, and technology. The princess scoffs and asks again about the island country, but with a population 3 times larger than the empire, a funny story like the one about the other world. She starts laughing out loud. She thinks he was playing the fool to cheer her up. The guy tells her that no, she misunderstood. She apologizes. The girl says that there are 3 days left before her execution, and she is happy to spend them with him. The guy understands this, and the princess tells Sanada that he will not be killed, but will be forced to work and presented as a reward to the nobles or sent to the border as a pioneer. Sanada asks the princess if she can use magic. If they use it, then to escape. She is certainly in the top 5 magic users, but not in these handcuffs, obviously. These are special handcuffs that block magic. He can't even use physical enhancement. Now he is no different from a weak man. The guy says that then, if they can remove these handcuffs, then will they be able to escape from pursuit after their escape? It is difficult to say. The princess apologizes, as his current situation is partly due to the fact that they allowed the Empire to invade. She apologizes to him again. The main character waves his hands and says that the only ones to blame are those who captured him, and that fish. He suddenly remembers that the fish told him about the magic of creation. If he can use magic, he can help. What is this process? The girl reports that young people start with deep self-analysis and studying their characteristics. Everyone knows this. The guy thinks about deep self-analysis if he calmly looks at himself. He mentally addresses the flounder and asks how to use magic. Maybe he can shout status open to him, like in a typical manga. Sanada starts talking, and suddenly a table opens with a list of his skills as well as his skill level. The girl is surprised that the guy makes a surprised noise. He is shocked that the panel actually appeared. The main character, in shock, mentally asks if this is the magic of creation, meaning that the flounder did not lie to him. He is also surprised that there is a search function. He is curious if he can make something like panacea, but it seems he can't right now. He also pays attention to the production time. The main character is shocked by the fact that time is 247 years old. He will be long dead when he creates it. The princess anxiously asks Shiro how he feels. The main character exhales happily and tells the princess to look at this, pointing the girl at the board, but the board passes through the girl and she looks questioningly at the guy, asking what she needs to look at. Sanada looks at the girl in confusion and wonders if she can see the panel. He tells the girl that it looks like he can use magic too. The girl looks at him and the main character thinks that she has taken on this pitiful look again. He wants to stop this already. Then the princess hugs the protagonist tightly again, and he understands that this was expected. She asks him to stop talking nonsense with a serious face, because as a man can use magic, she understands what it's like to want to escape from reality, but Sanada must pull himself together. He understands that if this continues, the princess will stop talking to him. She addresses him by name. The princess, with a calm face, asks the protagonist if he has calmed down, because it looks like the guy is becoming uncomfortable. The girl suggests that the guy rest a little. She will lie down now too. The guy agrees and the girl lies down on her back, closing her eyes. The protagonist realizes that she has fallen asleep, standing right in front of her. He waves to her and says goodbye, thinking that he has taken up his act again. He needs to take a look while he has the opportunity. He opens the panel. A light is visible through the barred window. The protagonist looks at the panel and ponders what he has read is the simplest thing he can do. So this is water. The subject is water. The category is food production. It can be produced using oxygen and hydrogen contained in the air. It can also be produced as drinking fresh water. The production time can be reduced to 30 minutes per liter. The protagonist thinks about production time and the possibility of reducing it. He wants to try, puts his hands forward and tries to realize his inner eye. The main character thinks that it is very similar to the feeling of a pulse, breathing, but not quite. He wonders if this is how magic is felt. The guy continues to hold his hands with his eyes closed. By the way, he doesn't even know any spells or other things, so he doesn't know if he can do it instinctively. He activates the magic of creation. Some energy appears around the guy. Then the guy looks at the panel again, where a few seconds have been subtracted from the water production time, and then this time continues to decrease. Behind lies a sleeping princess. The main character understands that the timer has started. There are 21 minutes left. The protagonist thinks that it looks like after activation the production magic happens automatically. The panel has become smaller. He may not participate further. The guy stands and looks down, realizing that his vomit is still there and the smell is getting pretty bad. All he can use to clean up. He sees a bucket in the corner. The main character looks at it and understands that it is not allowed, because it is intended for natural needs. The guy thinks with discomfort that it is too unsanitary here. Although it was he who threw up, if he does not hurry, they can catch some contagious disease. He looks at the panel and thinks about whether there is something other than a panacea, for example some vaccines or antibiotics. He suddenly understands that he can make penicillin. It says that it works for 47 hours should he just eat it. The main character looks at the crossed-out drug production panel and thinks about what the conditions are for unlocking this opportunity. The remaining production time is 16 minutes. The guy understands that when the water is ready, he can make a rag or a mop. The production time of a rag is a whole 6 hours. He understands that without materials it will take a lot of time. He would prefer to use something else. Sanada then turns around and looks at the sleeping princess and decides to take action. There are 8 minutes left until the water is produced. After this, the main character takes off his pants and thinks about what he is doing in such a place. There must be a commotion on the boat now. He disappeared so suddenly. Sanada wonders if this will be considered a marine accident. It was a day off, so it might not be covered by insurance. The main character holds his underwear in his hands and thinks that his parents are probably worried about whether he will be able to return to his world. The guy realizes with disgust that he really has to wipe up his vomit with his own underwear. Suddenly after this, the princess wakes up and looks at the protagonist standing without clothes and asks if he is crying. The protagonist is surprised by this. The main character awkwardly tells the girl that it is not what she thought. The girl raises her hands with handcuffs up. Then suddenly she comes up from behind and hugs the guy, which makes Sanada embarrassed. She calls him cute. A girl asks a guy if he tried to comfort her when death was looming over her, and he understands that this is how she interprets it. The princess tells him that there is no need for this. The main character thinks that he understood everything correctly and he tells her that it is not difficult for him. He just feels sorry for her. The girl is surprised by this. The main character reflects on the fact that he tried to portray a nice guy as best he could, but what was he planning? The girl tells him that he is simply charming. The girl shyly tells Sanada to act because she is not against it. The girl puts her hand under his shirt. The guy is surprised at what is about to happen. The protagonist turns to the princess in surprise and thinks that he never thought that this day would come. The girl looks at Sanada with embarrassment and says that it's a bit tight for her, so could he help her? The guy replies that he would be happy to. He receives a notification that the water production is complete. He needs to choose a place to appear. The main character nervously tries to remove this panel and decides that he will simply pour it out. He shows the place with his hand and the water simply pours out onto the floor. Sanada understands that it means that when making water, some kind of container is required for it, but after that he tries to put his thoughts about magic aside. He is trying to focus on the present moment now and looks at the embarrassed girl, thinking that now she is like a different person. After all this, the girl lies next to the guy and tells him that she liked everything. Let him call her Chris. The guy lies silently. She calmly closes her eyes, hugs her, and says that now she does not regret anything. The guy gets up and looks at the girl, thinking that she is talking to him like a lover. It is impossible not to become attached after that. The main character cannot believe that she will be executed in 3 days. He looks at her sleeping. The guy wonders what would happen if they could just get those handcuffs off. He's sure they could. The main character has been living in prison for the 2nd day. The girl asks the main character to move away a little and he looks at her in bewilderment, but agrees and gets to his feet. The girl then takes a fighting stance and kicks the bed leg, breaking off a piece. She looks at it thoughtfully, taking it in her hands. The protagonist is surprised to think that she can do something like this even with the sealed power. What is she planning? The girl says that perhaps because they spent the night together, she decided not to give up. Sanada asks if this is true. A girl with a serious face shows a piece of the bed and says that she is going to use it to cut her wrist. The protagonist looks at her in shock after these words. The girl explains that she will be able to use magic if she removes the handcuffs. It is likely that she will not be able to use healing magic, but she can cauterize the wound with fire magic and stop the bleeding. So with the first blow, she will try to crush as many bones as possible. Then she needs him to tear off the remaining skin and flesh. The guy is shaking and asking the girl not to rush so much. He will definitely get rid of these handcuffs. He looks at the panel, which says that the production time is almost 2 hours. The main character understands that there are about 2 hours left. He tearfully says that he will help with his magical abilities. The girl understands that he again, as if a man can use magic. The guy holds the girl by the shoulder and begs her to wait another hour and 57 minutes. The girl thinks that he has become completely bad. Chris tells the guy that she agrees and says that in any case they are running tonight, she thinks that let him at least fall asleep. The girl tells Sanada that he has 2 hours and then they act according to her plan. The guy agrees and sighs. The girl tells the main character that 2 hours have already passed, but the guy says that it has yet. Let him wait another 27 minutes. She asks him how he knows the time without hearing the bells. He can tell the time accurately by this watch, points to his wristwatch. The girl looks at it in bewilderment. Suddenly, she places the broken piece of wood on the surface and yells at the guy to finally stop messing around and give in already. Let him hold this sharp thing so that it doesn't move. However, the main character does not give up and asks Chris to wait a little longer. He does not understand what to do, how to make her wait another 27 minutes. The girl screams that this is the only way out. A guy yells at a girl to spend another night with him. She asks him what he's talking about because now is not the time at all. The main character is shaking and tells Chris that he is scared. He can't do it. Let her give him courage. The girl understands this. The princess confidently tells the guy that she will give him this courage, and Sanada understands that his method worked. The girl throws the guy on the floor and asks him if he minds because the bed is broken. The guy embarrassedly says that the stone is cold. Chris tells the guy that she will warm him up. The main character realizes that it really does get warm. Suddenly, he asks her to stop because it will end too quickly. He looks at the timer and realizes that he needs to hold on for another 22 minutes. Then the panel makes a notification sound and the guy lies there breathing heavily. He realizes that it was a good coincidence because everything ended with the timer. Good job. The girl asks him if he is done. He answers positively. Chris says it is time to get ready, but the guy interrupts the girl and asks to see. He puts out his palms, choosing them as the place of appearance. Metal object falls onto the protagonist's outstretched palms. The girl is very surprised by this and asks if it came out of thin air. Sanada thinks that she is stunned. In truth, the protagonist has been working on it since yesterday, using creation magic. He used the tool making skill to cut thin grooves on the surface of the steel. A metal rod disappeared from the window. The guy tells the girl that he made it in order to throw off her handcuffs. What does she think about his magic of creation now? The girl is shocked by this. Suddenly, the girl takes on a serious look, realizing that this can only mean one thing: he is a woman, but the guy denies it because she just checked it herself. There are some rustling sounds in the cell. The main character cuts the girl's handcuffs and says that just a little more, let her try to break them. The girl tries and she manages to separate her hands. The girl looks at her glowing hand in surprise and says that the magic blocking effect has weakened. She calls Sanada a good boy. After this, the girl sends a magical impulse into her hand and the handcuff breaks. Then she points her hand to the side from which the energy emanates. The energy hits right outside the door, after which a cough is heard. The guard lies on the floor and the guy asks if he is sleeping. The girl reports that it was a sleepy fog, so he just passed out for about 6 hours. Then the girl asks the protagonist to move away. He agrees and the girl is going to do something with her foot. After this, she steps on the bed and breaks it in half, which shocks the main character. The girl squeezes a piece of wood and reports that her physical strengthening is working as usual. She tells the guy that they are leaving here. Then the girl's hand is filled with magical energy and she jumps into the air, which leaves the main character in shock. Chris jumps right up to the window and makes one hit, breaking all the remaining bars in the window. The protagonist says that it is incredible. Chris asks Sanada if he is surprised. Not many have such magical power. The girl laughs. The girl is the first to climb out of the window and, standing on the street, offers her hand to the main character, who is surprised by her strength because she pulls him out with one hand. The main character sighs and spreads his arms out to the sides, realizing that he is finally free, and Chris does the same. Sanada follows the girl and looks around the corner right at the guard. He realizes it's too late to think about it, but was it a good idea to follow her? The girl tells him that the building ahead is a chapel. It is guarded by several people on all sides. She says that there is a secret passage underground that will lead them out of the castle. She will deal with them, and he should wait. Suddenly, the girl rushes straight at her opponents and deals with them. Sanada thinks that maybe he should have stayed in prison. However, the main character remembers what the night girls did to him and thinks that it would have been even worse. Chris calmly opens the doors. The main character hurries after her, realizing that he must go with her. they find themselves inside right in front of some statue on a pedestal. Then they open a secret passage in the floor and climb into it. The guy is surprised that the entrance closes. Chris explains that this passage leads from the pedestal of the bronze statue in Monson Park. From there, they will go to the fishing harbor of Philippa. The protagonist goes over the names in his head, but he gets confused. Chris explains that they will buy a boat there and sail to the east. Now he understands. Sanada sighs and realizes that he will find himself at sea again, just like in his world at the last moment. The main character dreams of Chris, and he tells the girl that it is already hot on this sand. Sanada barely gets up, opens her eyes, and says that it is very hot. They are sailing on a wooden boat. The girl confidently stands on the bow of the ship. Now the main character manages to remember everything, namely that they were carried away by the current. The guy looks around and realizes that wherever he looks, there is water everywhere. Because of this, he hates the sea. After escaping from the castle through the underground passage, they reached the fishing harbor where they were spotted several times by Imperial soldiers, but Chris destroyed them each time like a demon. She stood in front of the bodies of the enemies she killed. Then they stole a boat from a fisherman, and at 3 o'clock in the morning they sailed away triumphantly. He mentally apologizes to the fisherman. The wind blows into the sail, and the main character asks the girl if she can also steer a boat. It is the first time he sees a boat with a sail. The girl turns and asks again about steering with a smile, so the current carried them away, and here they are. When she said that they were going to steal the boat, he thought that she could handle it. However, the main character was very much mistaken. Suddenly, he hears a notification sound from the panel. The panel informs that the production of water is complete. Let him indicate the place of appearance. The main character understands that the water is ready and indicates the place of appearance of the chamber pot, where the water is poured. Sanada ponders that seawater can be turned into water in 5 minutes, so they are definitely not at risk of dehydration, and that salt can even be made. Only 2 MP are spent, but the experience gained is small. Thanks to the making of the file and the pot, the category of tools he has pumped up the most so far. He is thinking about whether to try making bread again. It consumes 6 MP and takes 1 hour. When using salt and water, 50 minutes, much faster than in life. And so the MP that is not restored during production will be restored at a rate of 1 MP per minute. If only salt and water are used, he begins to understand what is what. And soon he will reach a new level. He will continue to do things that will be useful to him. The protagonist tells his companion that the water is ready, and the girl thanks him for it. She smiles and says that it looks like they are still alive. Thanks to him, he must be her guardian angel. Sanada imagines himself as an angel and asks what kind of guardian angel he is. The girl says that he is cute. The guy realizes that her words act like nicotine on him. He begins to get used to them. He thinks that maybe he is a cutie. Suddenly, Chris shouts his name. The main character is surprised, and the girl loudly announces that she finally sees the island. The guy reacts quickly and asks where he is. Nothing is visible in the distance, but the girl takes the oars and starts rowing very quickly. Sanada is amazed at how quickly she does it. The guy understands that there is definitely something in the distance. It really is an island. The boat moored to a shore where palm trees grow, as well as dense forest and mountains beyond. The protagonist and Chris are lounging on the sand. The protagonist says that this is a real tropical paradise, and the girl agrees with his words. Suddenly, the girl jumps up, which surprises Sanada. Chris ends up on the level with the food on the palm tree. She then lands with fruits in her hands and tells him that he has his magic of creating things, but getting food is the basis of survival. Sanada realizes that these are still the same absurd physical abilities. The guy holds 2 fruits and says that everything is fine, you need to go to the shade. The girl walks behind him. Chris reports that you need to explore the surrounding area. If there are residents, you can ask where they are, and if it is an uninhabited island, you can expect disgusting monsters. The guy is surprised by what she said about monsters, although what else did he expect? This is another world. Something behind him makes some kind of sound, and the guy looks at some kind of substance. The main character asks in surprise if it is a slime. The girl asks if this is the first time he has seen a slime. The guy admits that he saw it, but only in gachas. The girl asks again, and he explains that only in pictures. She asks if these are pictures with slimes. Sanada asks if they are dangerous. The girl informs that if you get close, it can hiss and cover him with digestive fluid. If you do not wash it off immediately, it will cause tingling and skin irritation. He understands this. Slimes are harmless monsters. They feed on human excrement and garbage. In short, it's better to just not kill him. Sanada agrees with this conclusion. The guy says that he thought that it was possible to go around the entire island if you walk along the shore, but the forest extends all the way to the shore. The girl asks the guy to jump, and he asks her if it is her. Then the girl with the main character on her back jumps very high, and the guy gets scared by this. She asks him to hold on tighter. The protagonist in horror asks if they can't just walk on the ground, and the girl says that it will be faster that way. The guy wants to object, but for some reason he gets very scared and asks his companion to be more careful. The protagonist hits his head on something and falls back. Chris asks him what happened. Did he say anything? Suddenly, the guy grabs the girl tighter, which surprises her, and calls the guy a naughty boy, telling him that it is too early for them to relax. The main character screams and removes his hands, apologizing to her. The girl smiles slyly. Then they are already walking. The main character reports that they just came out of the forest and there is a dense thicket. Chris fills both of her hands with magical energy and tells Sanada not to come near her. The girl then uses a slash and makes attacks with her hands. The guy thinks about whether it is a wind slash. He wonders if this is happening again. Then they find themselves in front of a cliff. The girl jumps over the walls again with the guy on her back. He realizes that she doesn't even use her hands. The main character thinks that her magic is cheating. He understands that they spent half a day going around all these monsters. He runs some kind of stick over something. If you put it all together, it turns out to be about 25 kilometers in circumference, an uninhabited island with no traces of human habitation. A small mountain in the center, less than 200 meters above sea level. No monsters except slimes, abundant vegetation. The girl offers to eat. She is already hungry. The guy asks in this case to look here and points to the food on the sheet of paper. The girl is surprised that it is bread. She asks if he made it with his magic too, which is pretty cool. The guy agrees and says that this is his first time, so he can't vouch for the taste, but he tried. Again, he plays the role of a nice and hardworking guy. The girl is shocked and says that it is very cute. He likes Chris's reaction. She says that once they finish eating, they will go explore the mountain. Sanada agrees to this. They walk along the mountain and the girl says that the cave would be useful to them. They are at a sufficient distance from the river, so it should be convenient in terms of access to water. The main character says that there are only rocks here and nothing resembling a cave. The girl fills her hand with energy and says that then they will have to do it themselves. She hits the mountain with her hand. Then the girl strikes one after another, destroying the mountain. The guy looks at this in shock and says that he is going to the beach for water and food. The girl screams that she understood. The protagonist carries fruits and thinks that it was a stone fist. Her magic is frightening. The girl looks at Sanada with a smile and tells him that he is fast. She also just finished. The main character goes inside what his companion has built and looks at it in shock. Benches and a table appeared in the room. Everything was very even. The girl asks the guy what he will say to this. She thinks that this place will be enough. The guy says that this is more than enough. There are more than 50 square meters. She also made a table, chairs, and even a bed out of stone in such a short time. The girl's cheeks turn red, and the main character understands that Chris is embarrassed by his words. Then the girl sits down and the guy asks her what they plan to do next. She replies that it is what they discussed on the boat. She thinks they were washed up to the southeast, so if they sailed east, land should appear and then they would join the border garrison at Bavanda Castle, although she is not sure. The latest information she has is that the Bavan Citadel forces have dealt a heavy blow to the Imperial Army, forcing them to retreat. They are on alert, but she can say with certainty that the standoff continues. She calmly tells them that behind the strong walls there are fertile fields, as well as supplies that will last for 10 years. If they go there, then nothing will threaten them. The main character understands that if Chris herself says this, it means that everything will definitely be fine. However, the guy thinks that now they need to go and get some leaves for their bed. The main character stands in the doorway to the cave and looks at the girl who walks with a confident gait. Chris turns and says that while she's collecting palm fronds, she'll take a moment to scan the river for animals they might eat. She tells us with a wry smile that in order to stay energetic, they need more than just fruit. The main character says with a smile that he will look for plants from which he will make bags for collecting fruit. So the main character after some time managed to find a vine. He is going to make a bag for harvesting, which can be worn on the shoulder or back. The production time is 8 hours. When the bread is ready, he will receive 6 experience points. After that, he will make a bag for harvesting and a little more before leveling up. The main character is very happy about this. Sanada understands that after this, he will be able to do even more different things. He thinks about what will happen in the end. He thinks about it very much and looks at the sky. The main character tells his companion that he has returned. The girl is already in bed and tells him that they can sleep peacefully here. The guy understands that there is only one bed and that Chris had planned to sleep together from the very beginning, but the guy is happy about it. The girl says that this is a real bed, not like in prison, so she is very proud of it. A guy approaches a girl and wants to discuss something, but the girl abruptly interrupts him. She reports that she was unable to catch anyone. She apologizes for giving hope for dinner. The girl informs that as soon as they leave the island, fights will be inevitable, so they must stay alert. Tomorrow she will definitely. The guy again addresses the girl by name. The main character asks the girl to leave him here. Chris is very surprised by these words. Suddenly, the meaning of his words dawns on the girl, and she asks Sanada what he is saying. The main character says that he is useless in battle. He will only hinder her. Chris is certainly strong, but even with such strength she was captured. If she has to take care of him, then at some point she may lose. If the guy improves his magic, he can make a good boat or even other things that can be useful in battle, but she can't sit and wait for this. The main character promises the girl that he will cope. He will be able to make all the necessary items, so please let her not look back and go to the east and then focus on her kingdom. Suddenly, the girl starts to tremble, pursing her lips. She calls the guy by name and is about to hug him. She grabs him tightly and apologizes in tears. The protagonist, with a calm face, hugs the girl back. The night comes. The main character lies in bed without strength. The girl sits next to him and tells him that he has become very brave. What he did to her surprised her. The guy thinks that it is all thanks to her guidance that his technique has advanced greatly over the past few months. The girl reports that she has never seen a man take the initiative before. She asks if this is too much. Suddenly, the guy receives an audio notification. Chris asks him what's going on. Sanada tells her that he just finished making a collection bag. Suddenly, another notification comes and the guy says that he finally leveled up. That's great news, but he still can't see anything. He reflects on the fact that his MP supply has increased and he will be able to produce the same things that he was not able to do before. But there are no new skills. The girl asks him about what he feels. The guy reports that it looks like the 6 loaves of bread planned for breakfast will turn into 9. The girl is happy that now they will have a normal breakfast. The girl tells the guy that there is no need to rush, although probably in bed mana is restored faster. Then they start laughing about it. Night falls. The main character and Chris are in a cave. The guy says that tomorrow will be a long day. He suggests going to bed and she agrees. The protagonist cuts a branch from the fruit and places it in the full basket behind him, indicating that this should be quite enough. The guy thinks that they don't even know how far this place is from land. He is quite sure that she will have enough water and food for a week, considering that she needs at least 2 liters of water a day. Then she will need 4 jugs. The guy also has one more thing that he learned just by picking fruits that you can't do without a knife. It's hard to pick with bare hands, but he still doesn't have enough MP to make a knife. In this case, a knife made of split stone will do just fine. It makes his life much easier. He thinks that in order to improve the ease of use, he needs to change its class to a tool made of polished stone. The girl turns to the guy. The girl drags the body of a huge beast and tells the guy that she killed it with a magic arrow, but she doesn't know how to cut it up. The guy is surprised at how huge it is and wonders if it's a boar. Chris talks about how she drained his blood, but maybe she chose the wrong hole to do it. The guy thinks that she is a princess, and it is not surprising that she can't do anything. Sanada says that when it comes to fish, he can handle it, but how to remove the skin and cut out the organs from such a huge carcass. The girl asks if she can try it her way. She needs to go to the stream. She raises her hand over the boar's body. The girl then strikes with her hand filled with magic and cuts the boar's body in half. The main character in shock turns to the girl and says that first the skin and organs. The girl understands this and begins to cut up the boar. They stand in front of a pile of huge pieces of meat and think that they do not have enough salt for this. They can preserve it by smoking. A lot of smoke is pouring out of the wooden structure, and the main character and Chris watch it silently. The guy thinks he asked Chris to cut down a fallen tree and they easily made a box out of it. It looks cool. He also asked her to use fire magic. He told her that he was fine and everything would be okay, but it would be hard for him without her. The next morning, the girl is standing in the boat and the main character helps her load all the necessary items. The girl sighs and says that here they are. She asks Sanada if he is okay. Last night he seemed tired. The guy tells her that he is completely fine. Chris talks about how it was her first time with a man on top, but it wasn't bad, he was amazing. The guy asks the girl to stop. This is not what people usually say at such moments. He addresses Chris by name. The main character wishes the girl good luck with a smile. She asks him to take care of himself. She would gladly take him hostage. The guy waves at her and thinks that he's not sure about being taken hostage. Then the boat sails away. The boat appears to be further and further from the shore and then disappears completely over the horizon. The main character watches it go. The guy says that now he will have to get the stone for kindling fires himself, as well as a cauldron, a fishing rod, a mirror, soap, and a razor. He now has a lot of things to do. Continue in the same spirit and quickly increase his level. He is sure that he can. The girl lies on the shore without strength and the main character, in shock, asks Chris if she has returned yet. He asks if it was a shipwreck. The girl denies it and says that she wanted to see him, so she quickly defeated the empire and restored the kingdom and went here that same day. She was a little tired. Sanada is surprised that she did it so quickly. The girl tells him that she has entrusted the kingdom to another person. She offers him to build his own kingdom on this island, just him and her. Chris tells Sanada that she is starving and needs to try some starfish soup. She asks the guy what he would like to start with. The guy touches her and tells her that she is wet, too wet. In fact, the main character touches the mucus with his hand, which makes a characteristic sound. He looks at this in bewilderment and the slime shoots its slime at him. The main character screams from this because it hits him in the face. The main character ends up completely covered in this liquid and he wonders if he fell asleep. Then he is convinced that it was a dream. He sighs. The guy looks at the sky and realizes that Chris is no longer here and he is alone on this huge island. A sound comes from the forest and the main character, in horror, takes hold of his sword, which Chris took from a soldier in the fishing harbor. Next to it is a fire, which Chris also lit. The protagonist looks into the forest and thinks about how scared he is. He must realize the fact that he relied too much on Chris. Fortunately, he is already making flint in case the fire goes out. The guy looks at the door and thinks that he should have made a door for the entrance first. He remembers the boar that Chris killed and understands that if such a beast attacked him, he would not have a chance. It takes flint about 8 hours to create. He does not have the courage to go into the forest at night to collect trees from the forest. And the sword is too heavy for him to swing, but the fact that he has it calms him down and he asks if it will be like this every night. Then the guy hears some sound from the forest again and thinks about what this sound is. He suddenly has an idea. After all this, the morning comes. The guy wakes up from the notification. He stretches and says that it is already noon. He was so scared that he did not sleep until the morning. The main character begins to prepare from tonight. He will be able to sleep peacefully because the spear has completed its creation. Sanada looks at it and thinks that it is beautiful, a great piece of work if you can say so. If the sword is heavy, they could just turn it into a spear. The sword is missing the tip that he used as a material. An amateur like him can't handle such a sword anyway. A light spear would be better for him. Sanada is training to use a new weapon. The main character is going to use it as a cane when he goes into the forest. There is one more unresolved issue. A guy stands in the forest and looks forward. Then he touches a tree and wonders if a growing tree is suitable as a material. He activates magic. Then the protagonist is surprised that it has disappeared, but it falls on him from above. An hour later, the protagonist decides that from now on he will think before turning trees into material. Then the protagonist hears a notification and realizes that she is ready. He makes the doorway the place of appearance. Plywood is put in place of the door. This is a pseudo-door. The main character stands proudly in front of it. The guy opens it and thinks that it is fine, but he should have put it on the other side. The main character walks along the shore with a spear in his hands, eats a banana and looks at the sea, thinking about what else might be useful to him. Maybe he understands something. The main character looks at the sky and suddenly realizes that he hasn't eaten rice for a long time. He decides to look at the panels and realizes that he can make rice, but it requires more than bread. It takes 2 hours to cook. Suddenly, grass is washed ashore by the water and the guy realizes that it is kombu, seaweed for sushi. He thinks that if he doesn't try it, he won't know. He decides that he will try it anyway. He thinks that he can make dashi out of it with magic. It is a Japanese broth. If so, then tonight he will have onigiri and kombu, finally Japanese cuisine. The guy also realizes that he really misses miso soup. It feels like he hasn't eaten it in his entire life. The protagonist thinks that Japan is very far away. 5 days pass. Sanada is still on the island. The guy laughs and says that just a little bit more, just a little bit. He has almost finished what he has been waiting for so long. 3 days after Chris left, he didn't do all sorts of things and finally, his creation magic reaches the 3rd level. The main character is very happy about this and is pleased with himself. Now he was given not only more MP, but also a new category was opened, Golem Production. He will immediately start producing and in 48 hours it will be ready. He will no longer be alone. He asks his friend to go out, calls him a faithful assistant. Stone Golem appears in front of Sanada. This is a type of mass small production. Smoke comes out of the golem. The guy stands there waiting and the golem starts to turn towards him with a stomp. The protagonist thinks that he imagined that he would look much more complicated. The guy looks at him and then they stand together and look over the cliff straight at the sea, standing next to each other. He looks much better than his moe statue. His eyes sometimes glow green and he can lift objects weighing up to 500 kilograms. The guy smiles. The protagonist thinks about what he needs to give a name to. Oiwa sounds like a curse. He also thinks about Ivascha and Stonisha. However, the main character understands that their golem is a man. From today on his name will be Iwao. He asks the golem if this is a normal name. Sanada points to the cave where he lives. Now he is going to show him the whole island. He should go with him. The golem walks with a stomp and the guy thinks that he is silent, but he is glad that he has someone who will listen to him. It is nice. They arrive at the place and Sanada tells them that this is the Crescent Coast, a special place. This is the place where they separated from Chris. It's been about a week since he came here to this world and he's just beginning to understand it. This is not Japan at all. He did some research and now he knows enough about this place. He asks the golem if he is listening to him, but he goes somewhere and the guy looks at it in bewilderment. The golem points his finger into the forest and the guy asks him if he wants to go there, straight into the forest or in the other direction. He asks about the southern side of the island and understands that they can't get there. They can go by boat or some other way, although they don't have one. Then he points to the sea and Sanada realizes that he was just born and he is probably interested in everything. Suddenly, the main character notices something on the horizon and realizes that it is a ship that is moving straight towards them. He wonders if this is a coincidence because they are approaching their island. The ship is getting closer and closer. What kind of mysterious ship is this? Sanada notices a ship on the horizon and thinks it's heading straight for them. The hero hopes that these are good people and orders his friend Iwao to return immediately and defend the cave. The young man decides to stay and watch the ship. He urges his slow friend Iwao, who slowly moves away. Hiding in the bushes, the hero sees a boat being lowered from the ship and understands that they are planning a landing. The hero realizes that everyone in the boat is women. He notes that they are dressed not like soldiers, but rather like fishermen. Sanada is horrified to think that they might be pirates. The pirate has a serious and determined look. She looks at the shore with a slight smile, as if she has something in mind. The captain orders part of the crew to tie up the boat and another to check the river, and she tells the rest to go with her. The mate tells the captain that they are lucky to have found an uncharted island. She agrees that it is the perfect hideout. Sanada is shocked to realize that they are indeed pirates looking for a new hideout. The hero thinks with alarm that now his neighbors will be criminals. The captain orders to go on reconnaissance. He starts to panic, thinking that they will eat all his fruit and now he won't be able to go fishing. The young man realizes that his cave will soon be found and suggests that Iwao set up an ambush on the mountain before the pirates sail away. Deciding to leave, the hero suddenly comes face to face with one of the female pirates. They are both completely shocked by the unexpected meeting, frozen in place. The entire pirate crew is shocked to see a real man in front of them because they thought the island was uninhabited. The pirates surround the hero. The hero panics and warns them not to approach, otherwise the stone golem will go berserk. The pirates are glad that he is a real man. The woman calls the man a real find and orders her team to attack the golem together. The captain delivers a powerful blow. One of the pirates flies to the side, instantly losing consciousness. The captain looks at his crew with displeasure. Her assistant stands nearby with a calm look. She yells furiously at her subordinates. The captain apologizes for frightening him and asks him to calm down, promising not to harm him. She says they will leave as soon as they collect water and meat. The hero thinks that the captain seems like a good person, but he is not so naive as to take her word for it. After all, he is a former employee of a black company. He says that water can be taken from the stream and meat by hunting deer, goats, and wild boars. The captain thanks him and again promises not to touch him. The stone golem Iwao stands in the cave entrance with relief, knowing that they are safe for now. The pirates recover from the fight. One complains of pain, the other asks if she is okay. One of the pirates gets angry at the captain, calling her a hysterical woman who is losing her temper because they just wanted to relax. They discuss how strong their captain is, but wonder why she needs to play pirate, since rumor has it that she is a former naval officer. One of them says with a grin that the guy wasn't that bad. The other laughs that she would have broken his neck. Meanwhile, the hero in the cave feels that he is being discussed. They say that the captain thinks he is better because of his pretty face. One of the pirates wonders if her friend is serious about this and asks who told her this. The friend laughs, hoping that the guy survived, and suggests that the captain only likes weaklings. Suddenly, their assistant Janice appears and reproachfully asks if they are calling themselves weaklings. The pirates jump up in horror when they see Janice and babble in panic that they were just joking. Janice calls them idiots and asks what will happen if the captain hears them. She says she understands their feelings since they finally managed to break away from the fleet, but she thinks the captain acted rudely. The pirates immediately agree with her, nodding that this was exactly how it was. Janice says the captain lacks flexibility, so she has her own secret plan. The hero commands his golem Iwao to use the rock throw attack. The golem slowly lifts the stone, and the hero realizes that its movements are too slow to effectively attack from a distance. He concludes that Iwao is a tank and needs a shield, but sees that creating a shield will take 18 hours and a lot of mana. Sanada decides to put off making the shield because if he needs anything else, he might get into trouble. He decides to create something simpler and makes 4 wooden torches. The young man lights one of the torches and is amazed that it burns much more powerfully than he thought. He orders Iwao to stop the intruders and finds that although the lighting is primitive, it is quite useful. The hero receives a notification that his tool-making skill has reached level 3. The overall magic level is almost 4, and he thinks he would normally be happy. In this situation, he sits in his cave and can't wait for the pirates to finally sail away. Suddenly, he hears a loud sound outside. He looks out the window and sees that there has been an explosion on the shore. Sanada begins to panic, assuming that it might be pirates with a bomb or a cannon, and fears that he will be in trouble. He decides that he is not a clown and needs to at least improve his armor rating a little to protect himself. The hero sees a man, noticing someone outside the cave. The young man shouts, asking who is there. The pirate captain sleeps peacefully. One of the pirates bursts in on her, screaming that they are in big trouble. The captain asks Janice what happened. She looks serious, apologizes, and says that something terrible happened. Strange spots are visible on the hand of one of the pirates. The captain asks in horror what is wrong with them, assuming that it is some kind of disease. There are 4 sick people lying on the shore. The captain is alarmed that things are bad if the cause of the illness is on this island. The captain shouts that they can't just leave them and coldly orders Janice to shut up, saying that if they do, they will die here. Cecilia suggests converting one of the cabins into a hospital room and sealing it. She tells the patient to hold on and that she is in pain. She resolutely turns her back, ordering the patient to climb in, and says that she will carry her to the boat. The sick pirate, feeling guilty, quietly apologizes to her captain. A female pirate attacks the captain. She stabs the captain in the back with a dagger. Cecilia turns around in horror, asking the traitor what she is doing. Suddenly, she is thrown aside by an invisible attack, causing her to cry out in pain. She realizes that it was a wind slash, the only thing that could bypass her magical defense. Janice appears in front of her with a smirk and says her name. She says mockingly that they decided that Cecilia was not fit to be captain. Janice gleefully declares that the captain got it right, and now she's going to die here. But the captain, in a rage, asks if they really think they can defeat her, Cecilia, the explosive flame. She creates a powerful fireball in her hand. The traitors scream in horror that this is her signature technique. Cecilia unleashes the full power of her blast flame, creating a blinding explosion. The explosion raises a cloud of sand. The traders cough and see nothing, having lost sight of the captain. Janice screams in rage at them not to attack because in this confusion they will only hurt each other. When the smoke clears, one of the pirates realizes with annoyance that their captain has escaped. But Janice says they beat her up pretty good and she's going to die soon anyway, so it's best not to get into a fight. She orders them to return to the ship and tell the others that Cecilia and her dogs have contracted a mysterious illness. Janice smirks as she announces herself as the new captain and gives her first order. Her first order is to kill her allies. A stone golem with a torch in his hand looks out of the cave. The hero screams, asking who is there. A wounded pirate girl staggers out of the bushes. Sanada orders her to stop in a menacing voice and asks what she wants. The girl raises her head with difficulty. Cecilia admits that this is presumptuous, but being a pirate, she still asks him for help before falling. Before she could finish speaking, the girl fell to the ground unconscious. The golem notices that the girl is wounded because she is bleeding. The hero understands that this does not look like a trick. Casting aside all doubts and fears, the hero shouts out with determination that none of this matters. He asks Iwao to help him, deciding to take the wounded girl to his cave. In the cave on the bed, the girl writhes in pain, clenching her fists. The hero sees that her wounds on her hip and back are much worse. The girl reluctantly admits that she was betrayed by her own subordinates. The young man panics and realizes that something needs to be done. He sees that bandages will take 35 minutes and he hasn't yet discovered how to manufacture medicine. The girl says that she has no medicine and now she puts all her magic into strengthening, but it does not compare to healing magic. She says that she has more strength than a woman and with luck she can pull through. Sanada sees that her wounds are terrible, but she does not give up. The hero firmly declares that he will help her. Cecilia apologizes for this whole situation. He introduces himself as Shiro, Sanada, and the golem is Iwao. He says that the bleeding on the thigh must be stopped first. Shiro asks her not to move and says that in order to examine the wound, he will have to cut her clothes. Golem hands him the already cut pants. The hero sees in horror that the wound is more than 10 centimeters, but it is not bleeding much. Cecilia explains that this is because of her physical strengthening, otherwise she would have bled to death by now. She asks to bandage her thigh to stop the bleeding. He does the bandaging and says that's all he can do. Sanada is unsure about the quality of the makeshift bandage and thinks that the wound should be checked later. He is worried that she has lost consciousness. He creates another stone golem so that number 1 will guard the house and number 2 will collect food and water. His defense has doubled and his creation magic has reached level 4. He is happy, even though he only got more MP. He looks at the sleeping Cecilia, wondering if it's time for her to wake up already. Sanada thinks Cecilia is good. He can't stand to look at a traumatized man like that, so he decides to shave with his 3-bladed razor. Suddenly he notices that she has woken up. She asks if he was peeping. He panics and tries to justify himself, saying that if she gets upset, her wound might open up. Cecilia blushes and hides her face in the blanket, and Sanada quietly asks if she's okay. Cecilia covers her mouth with her hand in embarrassment. She screams in embarrassment, covering her face with her hands, and asks for forgiveness several times. The girl apologizes for peeping and asks him not to come near her. The hero does not understand what she is talking about. Embarrassed, she says she didn't know he cared about unwanted body hair. The hero, with shaving foam on his face, repeats her strange words in complete bewilderment. It suddenly dawns on him that she meant shaving. He compares it to spying on a girl. He decides to quickly finish shaving, but Cecilia screams again, unable to bear such a sight. She yells at him to stop, saying he shouldn't do that in front of a woman. He thinks it's kind of cute for a pirate. Sanada hands her a glass, saying it's mango juice. She accepts the juice gratefully. He explains that she has not eaten for a long time and the juice is very nutritious. Cecilia says with delight that it is very tasty and feels the power penetrating her body. He adds with a smile that the mango was picked by the second Iwao. The boy asks her if it hurts. She replies that it hurts a little when she raises her hand. He offers to feed her. She refuses in embarrassment, but the young man says that the wounded were not allowed to speak. Cecilia says his name thoughtfully, saying that it is very beautiful. The hero says that he is hearing this for the first time because his name is quite masculine and he doubted that it matches it. He says she's hitting on him. The girl denies it, but Sanada thinks to himself that her reaction is great and that embarrassing her is very easy and funny. She, completely embarrassed, tries to say something incoherently. Sanada sees that she has fallen asleep and assumes that it is because of the juice and his jokes. He thinks that she needs it first. He decides that she won't be able to eat solid food and that he should make her porridge. He also thinks about making a chamber vase. The young man thinks with irony that he has become a nanny and checks his characteristics, which have noticeably increased. He is pleased with the good numbers and thinks that soon there will be a 5th level with new categories such as medicines. Sanada realizes that if he makes another Iwao, his golem creation skill will rise and he will be able to create a different type of golem. He puts off making the golem because food is more important to Cecilia. He wants to go fishing. 6 days have passed since Cecilia found herself in the cave. The hero says it's time to change the bandages. Cecilia replies that the wound has already healed and the pain has completely gone. He sees that there is only a small scar left at the site of the wound, which, according to her, itches a little. The girl happily demonstrates to him that she can move freely, showing her strength. She says with a sincere smile that he helped her a lot and she should thank him somehow. The hero sheepishly says that she doesn't need to thank him. It's enough for him that she promised not to touch or rob him. She replies with a grin that he doesn't have anything valuable anyway, and her principle is not to offend the poor. Cecilia offers to take him anywhere, and even share the hidden money. Sanada muses that he planned to stay here to work on his creation magic, and never even thought of leaving the island. He, embarrassed, asks if she will take him as her husband. Cecilia, shocked, shouts that he is a fool. She explains that it is an entry in the family book, not a physical place. She, all red with embarrassment, asks him if he is serious. The hero apologizes, saying that her reaction is hilarious. She threatens to stab him if he says such things, even if she is poor. He decides that since they are planning to build a boat, she should teach him how to sail it. The girl happily agrees, saying that if he lends her the knife, she will make a boat in a day and they will be even. Sanada worries if she is ready, but the girl replies that with her magic it will be relatively easy. He notices that the pirates are gone. She assumes that they have forgotten about her and left the island. The hero agrees that she is right, but just in case suggests checking the beach. The young man thinks that in order to survive, he must be a cautious and paranoid person. He thinks with a grin that it is madness to fish under the protection of 2 golems and feels like a VIP. Cecilia shouts to him that she found a good log for a boat, which surprises him a little. She easily carries a huge log on her shoulder. Sanada screams in panic that her wound will open up. She reassures him that it's okay and uses magic on the log. She lights the log on fire and then easily cuts it into pieces, saying that this should be enough. Sanada realizes that she burned it to make it easier to cut, and that makes sense to him. He realizes that she can actually build a boat in a day and decides to cook dinner, writing down the recipe. The young man catches a big fish, realizing that it is not yet possible to cook it using creation at his level. He explains that it is a white fish similar to cod, which Chris called nema. Sanada describes the recipe: roll the fillet in flour, fry with garlic in olive oil. He continues, add onion and water, simmer, and before serving add tomatoes and season. Neem soup is ready. He invites her to dinner, calling her darling. She, shocked and embarrassed, screams that they are not married yet. Sanada asks if it tastes good to her. She hums in response, mouth full, continuing to eat. He offers her himself for dessert, which again makes Cecilia very embarrassed. She blushes even more, unable to utter a word, completely confused. The young man had never seen anyone fall over with a bloody nose from excitement. He thinks that the people here are completely different and calls her innocent Cecilia. The hero's creation magic has reached level 5, and medicine production has been added to his list of abilities. He is disappointed that drug production is blocked by low levels, but is pleased with the improvement in bread production. A day later, Cecilia says with a smile that he now knows the basics and can continue. She enthusiastically announces that they are going to sea. The hero can't believe she built the boat in a day. Cecilia says the water is calm and they'll go around the island. He looks at the island with admiration, saying that this is the first time he has seen it so well. Cecilia asks if the island has a name. He replies that he doesn't know as he just crashed there. She suggests naming the island Sanada Island, but he panics and refuses, believing it to be an inappropriate name. He remembers his friend and gives the island the name Monte Chris. Cecilia asks who Chris is. He replies that she is no longer here and had important things to do. She silently understands him. Sanada sadly hopes that everything is okay with her. They approach the rocks on the south side. Cecilia warns him not to go too close until he gets the hang of the ore. Cecilia remarks that it looks like a secret dock, and if the water were calmer, they could hide a boat there. Sanada asks what's wrong. She replies that she thought she saw something like a ladder deep in the cave. He thinks it's something man-made. She offers to check, warning that she'll be pumping. They swim into the cave and the water calms down. Cecilia lights a fire in her hand and points it forward. They see an old man-made staircase. The girl says decisively that they are going there. Cecilia says there are no signs of monsters here, but we need to be on our guard. Sanada grabs her in fear, saying he needs support. She smirks and calls him skittish and says it's okay, and they continue on their way. They reach the top. Shiro wonders where they are and guesses south of the cave. He thinks that if they go south, they will end up here. The young man has never gone so far into the forest. The young man suggests exploring the forest, assuming that there might be fruit trees there. The girl agrees but asks to be on the alert and follow her. He sees something beyond the forest and is surprised to realize that there is something there. The hero looks at the huge structure in surprise, not understanding what it is. In front of them stands a huge, ancient entrance. Shiro doesn't believe that such a building was here and assumes that it is a South American ruin, but then realizes that this is not the case. Cecilia looks at the structure with wild delight and laughter. She screams in delight that it is a dungeon, and she never thought she would find an untouched dungeon in such a place. The girl explains that the dungeons contain many monsters, traps, and most importantly, a huge amount of treasure. The hero asks how she knew it was a dungeon. She, trying to open the gate, replies that it was because of the magic it emitted. He asks her in a panic to wait, begging her not to say that she is going there. The captain replies that it would never occur to her to go alone. She says with a serious look that she needs to do something before that. Shiro assumes that she wants revenge. Cecilia agrees, saying that they will get what they deserve since they have her ship. He thinks that revenge won't make her happy, but if that's what she needs to move on with her life. The hero says that first, to escape the island, you need to build a ship. She agrees that this is true. He offers to make sails and return her to the sea. She asks him again in surprise. The young man thinks that she can build a ship, but she will not be able to make the sails that are necessary for long voyages. Shiro doesn't mind if she finds out about his magic because she is a kind and sincere pirate lady, and I don't think she will do anything to him. The girl asks with a smile if she will be able to return to this island after she has taken revenge. He happily agrees. Cecilia suggests celebrating with mango juice. The girl says that she wants to gather companions and explore this thing as soon as possible because the reward is huge. Sanada questions whether it is worth dying for. She replies that a woman would risk her life for treasure. He thinks it's disrespectful. She says she won't take anyone who tries to do weird things to her. Shiro says he appreciates her concern, but if that's his type of girl, he wouldn't mind if she tried. He says he likes beautiful women, but he wouldn't mind a less energetic lady in her 30s. Cecilia smiles and says that she would be happy if he let her stay here again, and she has no decency. He happily agrees, offering to build a hotel where her company can stay. The girl is delighted with the idea of the hotel, saying that it is a great idea and it sounds great. She promises to pay him well and will look forward to her return. The hero thinks that opening an inn for visitors to the island sounds good. Cecilia notes with annoyance that it took her 4 whole days to build the boat. He is surprised by her displeasure, thinking that 4 days is fast, and is worried about whether the boat will cope with the waves. She reassures him that it is only an inland sea and that there are no strong winds at this time of year. The girl says she never thought she would meet a man who could use magic and asks how he would make the canvas. He says he will do it with magic and immediately creates a huge canvas, surprising her with the quality of the durable fabric. Cecilia screams his name in panic. She is surprised by the huge sail. The girl lies unconscious. Shiro tries to lift her up in a panic, apologizing and shouting her name. She notices that he has made several barrels for water and realizes that she will not be able to repay him for all his help. Shiro thinks about how he was previously limited to making ceramic pots for Chris and is happy that his magic has grown. She reports that she has finished downloading. The young man says that dinner is almost ready and invites her to sit down to eat some boar and turnip soup. They are sitting by the fire and eating soup. She sadly says that she can no longer eat his food. Shiro promises to expand his menu before she returns. Cecilia eagerly says she will wait. He agrees. He wonders if he has embarrassed her too much and decides that he will see her off today with all seriousness. Suddenly, he kisses her on the cheek, leaving her completely amazed. She is shocked, stuttering, asking what he is doing and screaming his name. He smiles and lies that it is a spell for safe travel that is done in Izu. Cecilia, blushing, calls it sweet, saying that with him it's one surprise after another. She shouts with determination and a smile that she will definitely return. He shouts back to her that he will create a place where the soul and body are healed. Cecilia screams that next time she will surprise him, do everything and come back immediately. He screams that he will accept her command. He looks at a flock of seagulls in the sky and mentally asks them to look after her on her journey. The hero looks at the sky, sadly remembering Cecilia and Chris Sama. He hopes that everything will be fine with them. He looks at his stats, noting that his creation magic has risen to level 6, and he now has 309 MP. Shiro decides it's time to make a new golem to liven things up a bit. He's feeling lonely since Cecilia left. The young man decides that he can only do one thing at a time, so for now he will work on the streets. In the pouring rain, his golems begin preparing to build a farm. He himself does not want to work in such weather. He watches his golems work silently in the rain. He thinks they look lonely. Shiro comes to the conclusion that golems have no feelings, and that he is the one who actually feels lonely. He understands that the stream has become muddy, and for now he will have to drink rainwater. The young man thinks about creating a reservoir. Sanada stands in the doorway, listening to the rain, smiling as he thinks it sounds like music. He reflects that there is no entertainment at all on the island and tries to think of something to do. Suddenly, an idea strikes him. He is sure that he can do it by producing golems. He imagines that at a high level he will be able to create mobile golems of any shape, for example, in the form of Cecilia and Chris. Shiro thinks that this is a nice hobby that will help him forget about his loneliness. He can't wait in anticipation. 3 days pass. He finishes a new golem, giving it the name Iwao number 3. Now he feels more confident. His golem production level has increased, and he can now create humanoid stone golems. He is excited about the new opportunity and wants to create such a golem right now, announcing that they have a new family member. A new type of golem, more humanoid, works hard on the field, helping others. Shiro notes that when working in the fields, the days fly by, even though his golems do all the work. Finally, he decides to create a new, special golem, calling it to appear. He looks at the tiny, graceful golem in complete awe, not believing his eyes. The hero notes that the golem is quite agile and looks more like a monkey than a human. Since the golem looks like a stone monkey, he decides to name it Goku. He says that with flexible fingers, Goku will be able to do fine work that Iwao couldn't do. Half a month has passed since Goku's creation. He finishes the sign for his hotel, Monte Cristo Island, Shiro's hotel. He looks proudly at his work and confidently declares that they are now ready for Cecilia's return. The hero looks at his hotel, hoping that it now looks real. He thinks sadly that now he is waiting not only for Chris, but also for Cecilia, and that Chris will probably not return. Shiro gives the golems a day off, but one of them doesn't move. He looks at the manual and realizes that the golem has run out of magic power. It needs fuel, like any machine. The hero places his hand on the flashing circle, and the golem is full of strength again, demonstrating its power. He realizes that it has eaten up 50 MP, and now he will have to periodically replenish their supplies. The young man is looking for a way to replenish MP, but he understands that the MP potion is only for people, and for golems, a magic stone is needed. He is horrified to realize that he cannot create magic stones. Shiro does not understand how to obtain them. If this were a game, he would get them by defeating monsters. But on his island, there are only slimes that purify the water and decompose garbage. After all, they are part of his daily life and even grow with his waste. He feels a strange closeness to them. He laughs, remembering how they swam next to him in the river, and realizes that they have become accustomed to him. Shiro decides that he can't hunt slimes, so the magic stones will have to wait for now. He thinks about animal husbandry, remembering birds and goats and how to catch them. Suddenly, he notices strange birds in the sky, unlike the usual ones. He realizes in horror that these are not birds but pterodactyls flying straight at him. Shiro sees people flying on them and is surprised to realize that there is such a thing in this world. The youth orders Iwao to be on full alert, strengthens the defenses, and suggests that they are looking for a place to land. He hides in the bushes, preparing for the meeting, and worries that they have found his cave, and hopes that they are decent people. A pterodactyl rider tries to calm her pet by telling him to be quiet. She turns to her companion Louise, ordering them to be on guard because they do not know what the forest hides. The captain warns his crew that the wyvern is dangerous while unloading and asks them to remember this. She sees no sign of enemies and decides to head towards the field they saw from above, assuming that the people, if there are any, will be there. Shiro notes that their wild and tough captain is a big contrast to the kind-looking pirate. The hero, hiding in the bushes, watches them and thinks that these three do not seem like bad people. He decides to go out to them and greets them shyly. The strangers look at him in surprise. One of the pterodactyls flies up in fear, causing the hero to fall to the ground. The girls apologize for the unexpected visit. They introduce themselves as a survey team from the Lurgoa Empire. The hero is shocked because the Lurgoa Empire is the hostile side to Chris-sama. The captain introduces herself as Alyssa Milano. He decides that they want to talk, so it's okay, introduces himself as Shiro, and says that he lives here alone. The team is shocked and can't believe that he lives alone on this isolated island. He says he crashed here as a child, but secretly he thinks he can't tell them he escaped from prison with Chris. They are surprised by his new clothes. He lies that pirates and merchant ships sometimes appear here. One of them sympathizes with him, saying that it looks like he had a hard time, since a man on board is considered a bad omen. The captain asks if a tax inspector has been here. He is shocked by such a question. Alyssa explains that this island is the territory of their empire, which means he is her subject and must pay taxes. Another girl reassures him, saying that no one will spend money on the road here because it is not profitable. She replies that it is up to the authorities to decide. He says that even if they come, he still does not want to pay taxes. The girls say that they are tired and haven't eaten since early morning. Shiro is happy and invites them in. He happily shouts to Iwao that they are guests. They are shocked to see the golems. Shiro explains that they are his golems and they go inside. The girls read the sign Hotel Shiro and cannot believe that there is a hotel on the island of Monte Cristo. He invites them in, saying they are the first. One of them, Liana, playfully slaps him and asks if she is his first woman. The captain reprimands her, saying that she hasn't seen a man in a long time. Alyssa adds that it's unpleasant when people look at her son like that. Shiro is surprised when the captain says that in this world, the father raises the children and her husband looks after the son. They drink citrus tea. Liana asks if they can order food and he confirms that they will pay. The captain says they only have water and dried meat, but if his food is better, they agree. He thinks they should be surprised. He stands proudly in his kitchen, thinking that the day has come when it will be used for its intended purpose. The hero happily decides that these are his first clients and wants to make them feel welcome. The hero ponders what to cook for the guests. He decides to warm up yesterday's bread and serve the fish he caught as a side dish to the soup. He wonders with a grin whether a woman will become a sorceress when she turns 30, but immediately corrects himself that they are already magical. After saying thank you for waiting, he serves his guests dinner. White fish fried in butter with garlic and cream of potato soup with fish. The guests are delighted with the food, especially the bread. The captain thanks him, saying that everything looks amazing and her companions eat the treat with gusto. After the first bite, there is silence. The hero anxiously asks if something happened, fearing that they did not like it. Suddenly, the guests unanimously exclaim that the food is very tasty. Liana is delighted to admit that she has never eaten such delicious bread in her life. This reminds the hero of Chris's words, who said the same thing. She said that bread can be compared to food from the royal palace. The girls ask how he baked this bread and whether he has a wheat field, continuing to devour the treat with appetite. He explains that the sailors sold him wheat. The guests are delighted and shout that they will take more if he wants to sell it. Liana, calling him Shiro-chan with a sparkle in her eyes, invites him to marry her. She insists, looking serious, that she's not joking. He waves her off, saying that she probably pesters every guy she meets. She sheepishly admits that yes, it is, but this time it is different. Shiro says he's flattered, but he likes sincere people like Louise-san. The girl becomes embarrassed. Another team member calls the embarrassed girl hostess. The hero does not understand why he was called hostess, and is surprised to realize that they are addressing him specifically. The girls report that they noticed a building resembling ruins to the south of the tavern and ask what it is. They decide to go explore the ruins and tell Shiro-chan to wait for them in the evening. The hero regretfully thinks that he cannot hide this place from them and apologizes to Cecilia that they found out everything. He examines the copper 100 lemon coin they gave him, engraved with the profile of Melissa II. Shiro realizes that the meal cost 500 lemon per person, and this is the first time he has been paid in foreign currency. He decides that since they are staying the night, they should be entertained well. He cancels the production of 3 shields for his Iwao golems, deciding that there are more important things to do. Shiro realizes that he must do something of the highest priority now, despite the 168 MP spent. The young man shouts, giving an urgent task to his golems Iwao and Goku, and announces a general assembly. And orders numbers 1 and 2 to clear the area, and Goku and number 3 to build a stone kamado to heat water. He orders them not to let him down and to show him unprecedented landscapes. The team returns from reconnaissance, shouting that they are back. They excitedly report that they have found the entrance to the dungeon. He greets them with a smile. Before them appears a large open-air stone bath, tended by his golems. The girls ask in amazement if this stone bath has always been here. Sanada confirms with a grin that he did, but secretly thinks that he actually made it for tired customers. Liana shouts with delight that what difference does it make, a bath is a bath. Relaxing in the bath, she says she never thought she would be able to take a bath in such a place. Alyssa recalls that it has been 3 months since she was in a public bathhouse in the imperial capital. The youngest of them notes with delight how pleasant the water smells. Shiro explains that they added not only petals, but also herbs. He thinks Louise is one of those who looks smaller in clothes and asks how they like the water temperature. The captain replies that it is hot but just right and feels the fatigue leave her. She says that it is wonderful. Lina asks Shiro-chan to rub her back with a playful smile. He, embarrassed, quickly leaves, saying that he went to cook to avoid an awkward situation. Shiro thinks that if it weren't for the other two, he would have given in to temptation, but he needs to be careful. The young man breathes a sigh of relief and realizes that everything is fine, no matter how he looks. He realizes that his eyes have been blessed. The young man assumes an imperturbable appearance. He tells himself that his composure has been restored and he needs to make dinner. The hero lies alone in his bed, his eyes wide open, unable to sleep. He thinks that dinner is over, everyone has gone to bed and he is just lying there, but he is going to be completely honest. Shiro admits that he is waiting for someone to break into his room and tries to calm himself down in embarrassment. He hesitates, admitting to himself that he wouldn't refuse 3 girls at once. The young man looks at the sleeping girl, thinking what a cute sleeping face she has. In the morning, he is disappointed that no one has come and comes to the conclusion that they are all too serious. He decides to go wash himself and sees one of the girls who is already washing herself by the stream. Captain Milana wishes him good morning. He greets her back and she comments on the good weather for flying. He asks if they are heading back yet. She confirms, explaining that the message about the dungeon is of the highest priority. She says she can go home before the end of the day because it's hard to be a working mother, and he understands that she's looking forward to meeting her son. Alyssa explains that she needs to make her existence known from time to time, otherwise her son will forget his mother's face. She informs him that the study will be followed by a research team of 100 people, which shocks him. Shiro panics, thinking that he only has room for 4. She reassures him that the soldiers will be staying in their camp. He says he can only cook what he served yesterday. Alyssa replies that it is quite enough to satisfy even the most demanding officers. She proudly says that she is a knight. He is delighted, thinking that dragon riders are the elite from another world. The hero assumes that Lina and Louise are also elite. Alyssa says it's hard for him to talk about it. He doesn't understand what he's talking about and asks in surprise what it is. The hero prepares a sumptuous breakfast for his guests, which consists of scrambled eggs, bread, pickled mushrooms, and sausages. Guests are delighted with the breakfast, which looks simply magnificent. He thinks they have a long journey ahead of them and they should be well fed. Shiro is glad they enjoyed it. After breakfast, the guests ask for more, and he realizes with a smile that he worried for nothing. The captain asks how much they owe for the hotel. One of the girls says that for a night and 2 meals, the price can be from 4,000 to 6,000 lemon. The hero panics and realizes that he doesn't have that much money and asks the captain for a loan, but immediately notices the magic stones. They explain to him that these are magic crystals that are used in the capital as money, serving as a source of energy. He learns that the price of stones depends on their size, 1,500 and 100 lemon for tri, d, and mono, respectively. Shiro says with relief that in that case he doesn't mind accepting payment in magic stones. As soon as it touches the stones, the conditions for producing medicines and magical devices are met. He understands that contact with stones was a necessary condition for opening new industries. Liona indignantly shouts that this is not fair and also wants to pay with magic stones. He admits that he was happy because he saw magic stones for the first time. Liona shyly offers him to take her hand, and he agrees. She says his name tenderly, looking at him with loving eyes. Shiro hands the captain a bag, asking him to take it as a souvenir. Another girl is indignant, why only for the captain? He replies that it is for her whole family and there are mangoes and bananas from this island. The pterodactyl happily eats mangoes and bananas, which makes his rider very happy. The hero adds that he put a beautiful and rare seashell there as a gift for her son. The girl accepts the gift with gratitude, saying that it is a good souvenir. He waves goodbye to them with a smile, saying that this is all. The guy informed Goku and Iwao that they would now be extremely busy. So he decided to create another Goku, an exact copy of the first, capable of acting in parallel, taking on some of the responsibilities and helping to cope with the increased workload. Also, when the research team arrived, they would be short of golem manpower, so Shiro decided to make a few more. Besides, it would be good for him to continue releasing golems one after another, but he also had to consider the need to think about food, since the use of magic would soon be strictly prohibited. The boy's fishing was not going well at all, and he came to the conclusion that perhaps he should try to catch a goat. After all, although he could create milk with magic, there were times, such as this, when circumstances were different. A day later, Shiro approached Iwao and asked that they work together to open a path to the ruins south of here. Goku ordered them to gather fruit. Shiro was sure that the exploration team would appreciate having an easy route to the dungeon without going through the cave, and he had no doubt that they would be grateful for such help. And frankly speaking, he sincerely hoped that the members of the expedition would love and begin to idolize him for such generosity and care shown for the sake of the common cause. After all, on the day of departure, the captain warned him, strongly recommending that he exercise special caution. In addition, the woman emphasized that there were many young girls among the soldiers, assuring that they would certainly pay attention to him and try to win his favor. A similar situation was repeated with Liona, who also expressed sympathy. The young man was genuinely pleased with such attention, aware of the attractiveness of his own person, and delighted at the opportunity to establish friendly relations and attract the sympathies of the charming companions of the journey. He decided that he would be satisfied if the soldiers of the Empire decided to take active action, and he himself would not run away, but would boldly take on them. Alisa pointed out that the guy had too many responsibilities and reminded him that he probably noticed how Liona had secretly watched him in the bathroom the night before. Shiro noted that she had just as many worries herself. The captain believed that this would drive the young ladies crazy and asked to keep his golems always nearby and also to build a wall around the bathroom. But the guy thought he was starting to like being watched and decided to make a peephole in the wall because thoughtful design is an advantage of his buildings. Of 100 girls, given his preferences, he liked 40. He dreamed of being loved by absolutely everyone, and it seemed he had completely forgotten that he had recently narrowly escaped a dangerous situation. Golems number 1 and 2 were determined to carry out the mission entrusted to them in the best possible way. Shiro planted the bulbous roots and soon they sprouted strong shoots, turning into lush green feathers. Then the young man drew a line on the ground with a stick, marking the location of the future women's toilet, and confidently gave the order to the boys to immediately begin digging a pit. The golems immediately set to work, acting quickly and efficiently like a machine designed specifically for such work. Their movements were quick and precise, and the work was carried out flawlessly, allowing it to be completed in the shortest possible time. The subordinates were sincerely happy that they had successfully completed the order, feeling satisfaction from the task completed and pride in their skills. Their faces were lit up with smiles, reflecting a feeling of joy and relief because the mission was completed perfectly and on time. Shiro looked at the magic board and found that after creating the third Goku, his golem production skill had risen to level 3. Delighted by this achievement, he decided to move on to the next important task. The guy went for a horse ride, enjoying the freedom of movement and the opportunity to enjoy nature and fresh air, taking a break from the daily hustle and bustle. He was glad that he could even create horses, greeting Silver warmly, and thanks to that, everything became much easier. A toilet, a well-equipped road, a bathhouse for officers, a wooden log cabin with a smokehouse, he achieved all this on his own. Moreover, the young man made many spices, significantly expanding his culinary arsenal. Preparations for the group's arrival had been in full swing for 10 days now since Captain Milano and the crew had left the island. He was also worried about when the research team would finally arrive, and then he suddenly noticed a wyvern flying in the sky. Shiro saw only one wyvern in the sky and wondered who exactly was riding the winged beast, Captain Milano or Louise. And he thought that he would rather see Louise, so he decided to take cover just in case. Suddenly, this rider was not a familiar girl at all. She landed and began to take off her helmet. It was Liana, who was genuinely happy to see the young man who had come to meet her. She hugged him tightly and admitted that thoughts of him were the only ones she had been living with lately. The girl solemnly announced that he now had an important message straight from the Empire, and effectively threw him a pre-prepared surprise, beaming with a satisfied smile and experiencing genuine joy. She also casually remarked that if the gift wasn't liked, it could be used as a regular rag. Shiro was literally dumbfounded when he realized that the girl was asking him to wear this, which was so thin that it was almost completely transparent. The assistant waved a piece of paper vigorously while the young man relaxed and reclined on a chaise lounge, clearly enjoying the moment of peace and rest. He thought about how Liana had only come to deliver a letter, although more than 2 weeks had passed since then. It seemed that the research team was indeed heading here by sea, but the ship had not yet arrived. So the guy entrusted the daytime watch to his faithful assistant, nicknamed Miracle, knowing that he would cope with the duties perfectly. Over the past period of time, his creation ability has reached the 9th level of mastery. Now he was able to make metal golems of a special type, hounds, which possessed high speed and maneuverability. Goku was busy milking the goat, carefully collecting fresh milk into a prepared container. Goku and Chuda's teamwork, they successfully captured a goat which they affectionately named Yuki. The boys now have a constant source of fresh milk, providing an additional resource for cooking and drinking. Among other things, this meant that Shiro was able to enjoy iced coffee with milk whenever he wanted. He also mastered the art of making ice. Thus, a large, friendly family gradually formed, united by common interests and mutual assistance. So, as of today, the Golem fleet looks like this. 5 copies of the Iwao model, 2 representatives of the Silver series, a pair of Miracle samples, and 6 units of the Goku modification. Shiro believed that there was nothing more pleasant than spending a hot afternoon lazily basking in the shade and sipping aromatic coffee with the addition of ice and condensed milk. He remembered the name of the captain of the research group, Lot Graham, he thought. A young lady from a noble family, about 20 years old, who became an officer thanks to influential relatives, he assumed. He hoped that this girl would be a kind and not strict person. Suddenly he heard a dog barking and wondered if it had found new prey, because he had told them not to hunt. Suddenly the young man realized that the noise was coming from the beach, assuming that the long-awaited ship had docked there. Quickly jumping on his horse, he raced towards the arriving vessel, accompanied by his faithful dog friend. The guy's gaze was directed into the distance, where the outlines of a ship slowly approaching the shore could be seen through the morning fog. Shiro was happy that the guests had finally arrived. There would be a whole crowd of beautiful women there, perhaps even his future lover. His joyful future seemed so close, as if it was waiting for him just over the horizon. The young man hurried to the bathroom, intending to tidy himself up and appear before the guests in the best possible light, demonstrating the well-groomed and neat appearance that is so important in a first impression. Having put on the outfit created with the help of magic, he briefly thought about whether to try on the gift from Liana, but deciding to put it off for later, he got into the carriage and went back. From the large ship, they began to lower boats full of people. While the guy was tidying himself up, he realized that the guests had already reached the shore, and then immediately noticed the familiar armor on them. Without the slightest doubt, Shiro realized that these were Imperial soldiers in front of him, dressed in the characteristic armor and weapons that indicated their belonging to the army of a great power. The next moment, a chilling fear gripped him as his memory suddenly resurrected the nightmarish memories of his prison days, the brutal interrogations and abuse he had suffered at the hands of these men. His heart began to pound wildly, his mind froze in panic, and the images of his tormentors appeared before his eyes again. He explained to Silver that he felt fine, just a little nauseous, suggesting that the event had shaken him up badly. It would be better if Chris showed up and calmed him down. Remembering Liona's story, Shiro recalled that after Chris arrived at the Citadel, she took command of the army, and apparently the Empire was experiencing serious difficulties. He was upset by the realization that he would now have to entertain Imperial soldiers, and it seemed that these were not the same people who had fought against the princess. He had an internal conflict of feelings, full of contradictions and ambiguities. One of the soldiers stepped carefully onto the wooden deck of the pier. Her steps were accompanied by a quiet creaking of the boards, creating an atmosphere of anticipation and intrigue. Upon seeing the girl, the young man immediately appreciated her impressive height and fit figure, creating the image of a reliable and strong leader. He assumed that in front of him was either an experienced officer or Lot Graham herself. He said that guests are welcome on the island of Monte Cristo. Introducing himself as a local resident named Shiro Sanada, the guy knew perfectly well that the girl was about 20 years old, although her appearance gave away that she was 30. The girl warmly thanked him for his attention and warm welcome. Behind her stood another extremely attractive girl, radiating charm and attraction, forcing everyone to pay attention to her with her gentle appearance and graceful movements. Shiro realized that a petite girl about 150 centimeters tall had suddenly appeared behind him, and he admitted that calling her a bun was wrong, although her figure was quite round and appetizing. He thought she was delightfully plump but quite slender, guessing that she was Graham-sama's escort, looking more like a peace-loving civilian than a military person. The tall lady, recognizing her interlocutor as Shiro himself, confirmed that she had received a report from Milidona. She introduced herself by stating that the little girl was the captain of the research team, Lot Graham-sama, and politely asked that she be addressed with due respect. The young man froze in place, feeling the ground slipping away from under his feet. Shock rolled through his body, his heart began to beat faster, his eyes widened in surprise. It seemed as if the whole world had turned upside down and reality had lost its usual outlines. A soft girl's voice introduced itself as Diana Lane, the captain's aide-de-camp. She informed him that the commander was tired from the long journey and requested permission to rest at a local inn. Only now did the guy realize how wrong he was. He admitted that he was happy to meet her in person. His face lit up with sincere warmth, showing his openness and goodwill. Every time he looked at her, the girl blushed noticeably. Graham confirmed that she was also glad to meet him, and turned away. Shiro realized that the captain, contrary to expectations, did not at all demonstrate arrogance towards ordinary residents, but on the contrary was modest and delicate, trying to avoid unnecessary attention and behave with restraint. The carriage moved smoothly towards the hotel, swaying comfortably on its soft springs, filling the air with a pleasant atmosphere of calm and comfort. As the carriage drove, Diana turned to the captain and reported that the report mentioned golems, but no one could have imagined that a local boy would provide a suitable place for a camp, and assumed that the mission would be relatively easy. The girl expressed agreement with the adjutant's opinion. Shiro wondered if she was simply unused to interacting with men or if she felt awkward. But given her high position, it was likely that she didn't want to go to this remote island at all. However, he found her behavior to be pleasant and sweet, so he let the situation slide. Arriving at their destination, the young man noticed that it was hot outside and suggested that the soldiers take advantage of this to cool off and wash off the accumulated sweat. The girls were puzzled as to how the proposed cooling method worked. The guy guessed that apparently wet towels were not in use in the Lurgoa Empire. The captain, touching her face with a wet cloth, felt a pleasant cooling. Diana got the gist of the method and approved, saying that the sensation was quite pleasant. Graham added that it seemed as if the sweat evaporated faster. To Shiro, it was like the head of the General Affairs Department, Mr. Suzuki, wiping himself with a damp towel. He invited the girls to try some refreshments, offering iced coffee and various syrups, adding that there was no need to be shy. The captain immediately took advantage of the offer, taking a large sip of the drink. The young man asked if his guest wanted more, receiving an affirmative yep and a compliment on the taste of the drink. He then noted with surprise that he rarely heard her speak beyond monosyllabic answers and assumed that gastronomic pleasures were her weakness. However, he understood that he had to observe moderation so as not to accidentally overfeed the girl. Diana asked how he got ice alone and where the cool towels came from. The guy answered that it had previously been brought by sailors visiting the island, and he kept supplies in the cellar. Indeed, there was a cellar here, and the ice was kept in a special double barrel. The adjutant asked to warn her if an additional batch of ice was needed, promising to make the necessary amount using ice magic. Shiro expressed his gratitude and asked if he could ask for help later when he had some free time, receiving a clear confirmation. In addition, the officer made a favorable impression on him, and the overall development of events was encouraging. All the hard work and careful preparations paid off. His magical creation skills skyrocketed to level 10, opening up new possibilities and prospects for him. Shiro is now able to create a bird-type wooden golem, primarily for reconnaissance. The golem will be able to spy on prey and deliver letters like a carrier pigeon. Deciding to name his creation Cuckoo, he began creating the new design. Of the listed options, weapons production is the ability to create weapons that exist in his previous world. Firearms, chemical, nuclear, and biological. The repair ability allows you to recreate any object, be it a broken plate or an exquisite watch, or even restore a car that has turned into a pile of scrap metal. Both abilities require a significant expenditure of mana, meaning Shiro is unlikely to be able to create or restore everything he wants. Apparently, he prefers a peaceful and measured life, although even with access to repair, he must carefully and economically use the available resources. The soldier did not hide her delight, amazed by the sight of a handsome man who turned out to be an inhabitant of this remote corner of the world. She could not believe that such a perfect specimen of masculinity lived and worked on a tiny island, like a hidden pearl. Diana sternly ordered her subordinates not to disturb Shiro, explaining that he was a valuable ally, and asked them to make sure that the others took the order seriously. The soldier added that there would be no obstacles if the young man himself agreed to the interaction. The adjutant added that love would not hurt anyone, but if it interfered with the performance of official duties, the culprits would be punished. Then she clarified whether this suited Lot herself, to which the captain confirmed that she was fine with it. Having heard words of approval from her superiors, the first girl was delighted with the captain's order, and the second asked her not to seek special privileges. Looking at them, Graham felt sadly aware that she was a complete stranger in this sensitive dialogue about romantic attachment. Lost in her own thoughts, the girl looked out the window, immersing herself in melancholic contemplation of the endless expanses of heaven. And the captain realized that the problem was not at all a lack of interest in men. It is also true that at the balls she occasionally has to attend, there is not a single gentleman willing to ask her to dance, and the reason for this is her short stature. Moreover, when she finds herself in the presence of a man, her brain seems to stop functioning. The girl asked Yahoo if she would prefer an activity like horseback riding. Yahoo replied that she found the gentleman tender, so perhaps they would simply discuss music and other topics. The captain watched these conversations, slowly sipping her coffee, and she understood that these were typical topics of discussion for popular ladies, while she didn't understand anything like that. At least when it comes to hobbies, Graham will be able to tell a little about his passion, creating model sailboats. Her imagination painted a graceful ship cutting through the waves of the open ocean, plowing through the sea with majestic confidence and grace, causing delight and inspiration at just one glance at the picture of heroic sailing. The girl reflected that reproducing the beauty of sea voyages in miniature is a surprisingly refined hobby, but for some reason it remains little known among members of the opposite sex. But she realized that sooner or later she would still end up in a marriage of convenience, but soon realized that even this might not happen, and then she would be alone forever. Suddenly, she was distracted by worried voices asking her what to do next. Diana explained in detail that the detachment had decided to stay at this hospitable inn, settling in for the night, and asked Lot if she would join the others, wanting to make sure that the commander agreed with the chosen stopping place. The captain is convinced that a separate house for accommodating large groups is much more convenient and practical than the cramped deck of a ship or the precariousness of camping tents, where it is impossible to fully relax and gain strength. She suddenly realized that she had forgotten the boy's name and added that she did not suffer from an inability to communicate or hatred of the opposite sex. On the contrary, Graham suggested that perhaps events would occur that could bring positive emotions and impressions. Straightening up abruptly, the girl shouted loudly that she too intended to stay here, straightening her shoulders. The decision was made firmly and finally, no uncertainty or hesitation, only a pure intention to follow her own choice and interests. Meanwhile, events unfold in the house, where grand events are being prepared to receive high-ranking guests. Shiro officially announced that the honored guests, the captain and Lane, as well as 6 loyal assistants, would receive separate housing in a spacious house equipped with all the amenities and luxuries necessary for a comfortable stay. He explained that dinner would take place at exactly 6 o'clock in the evening, and that the Goku Golem team would first inspect each room, making sure that there were comfortable beds. Iwao's Golem team will be busy preparing the bath just before dinner. Shiro himself will be heading out to gather fresh flowers and medicinal herbs for a relaxing bath, and he has ordered the miracle group to follow him, helping to gather natural ingredients. Looking around at those gathered, the young man noticed how different the guests were. Some were openly looking at him with interest, like a child who had seen an exotic animal for the first time. Others were behaving quietly and politely, and still others resembled playful animals who did not observe subordination. Shiro realized that such a spectacle was unpleasant to watch, but he tolerated what was happening, believing that everyone's behavior was individual and free. The main thing is that they behave within the bounds of decency, no one shows aggression or mockery, and the eccentric group of weirdos makes up only a small part of the total mass of quite adequate and well-mannered guests. The young man reported that the bath was ready. The guy anxiously inquired about the captain's whereabouts, worried about her well-being. Diana suggested that if he really wanted to find out the truth, he should look where the girl was now. Receiving silence in response, he opened the door and carefully entered the room. Lot Graham slept soundly on a wide bed, drowning in a fluffy pillow and snow-white sheets. Shiro's heart sank when he realized that the captain was obviously very tired after the long journey and had now fallen into a deep sleep, complete oblivion and peace. Her face had acquired a childishly naive expression, having lost the seriousness of everyday life, becoming soft and open. A soft noise instantly tore the girl from the embrace of sleep. Sharply raising her head, she stared with wide-open eyes, not understanding what had happened and where the disturbing sound was coming from. Feeling guilty for the intrusion, the young man quickly apologized, explaining that he had knocked first but had not received an answer. He then added that the bath was already waiting for her and offered to take her there. Shiro came across a small wooden model of an old sailing ship standing on the nightstand next to the bed. The girl's surprise was obvious. Her face was distorted by a fleeting fear, her lips parted as if she was afraid to admit her secret passion. He then turned to Lot Graham, noting that for a moment her face expressed surprise but quickly changed to calm. After a short pause, he shared that he admired the model, considering her the embodiment of the romance of long voyages and the beautiful history of navigation. Shiro realized that there was no reaction this time and assumed that the girl did not want him to see it, so he apologized and added that it was the first time he saw something like this and that was why he got carried away. She asked if he was interested. The boy confirmed that he did, as he had never been on a large sailing ship before and knew that men were not allowed on board. The captain understood and considered it a disgrace that such morals existed in society. The boy believed that this was true, but if he were on a ship, he would probably get seasick. A storm is scary, and he might not be able to stand the rolling, but he likes to look at ships. Graham confirmed that she likes it too. The guy continued that in this sense, models are great. You can enjoy romance right in your room, even tastefully displaying them as interior decoration. The captain agreed with this statement. Shiro wondered if he was talking too much because the girl seemed indifferent all the time and probably now thinks that he is stupid. The young man apologized for his infatuation and offered to take her to the bathroom, politely trying to smooth over the awkwardness that had arisen. Graham agreed, making it clear that she held no grudge, and together they headed there. The girls were well aware that, of course, everything they had heard was true, and the bath also turned out to be a wonderful place to rest, giving comfort and relaxation after the eventful events of the day. They noticed the man's protruding leg and giggled merrily, genuinely enjoying such a funny sight, while the man himself was perplexed and embarrassedly tried to understand the reason for such a violent reaction of the soldiers. Diana was also in great confusion, trying to find the right words but only helplessly opened her mouth like a fish thrown ashore, Her cheeks were filled with a blush, betraying the confusion of feelings in front of such an unexpected turn of events. She strongly advised against stimulating the staff, but she herself involuntarily became the object of careful study with a gaze sliding from the tips of her toes to her hairline, causing her mixed feelings of confusion. The young man sincerely believed that this girl possessed a very special beauty that distinguished her from all other representatives of the fair sex, enchanting with her unique sophistication and natural charm. While the others were drooling over his leg, he realized that in this world it was unacceptable for men to show off their calves, and he apologized and rolled up his pant leg. The girls quickly explained that they were the only women there and that they would have serious problems if the others noticed such liberties. Then the guy immediately blushed and immediately apologized for his inappropriate bare leg. The soldiers were embarrassed, and the captain hid under the water. Graham began to visibly tremble from the excitement that had gripped her. Her heart was pounding wildly, her hands were shaking slightly, her breathing quickened, her eyes widened with anxiety and uncertainty. Then her adjutant noticed that Lot was too nervous and lost consciousness. Shiro suddenly realized that it was his fault, probably because he rolled up his pants and stuck out his tongue. In any case, he believed that she needed to be pulled out of the water quickly and cooled down. The girls asked the owner not to bother her even more because of her wet clothes. The boy quickly ran away, shouting that he was going to change his clothes. One of the soldiers thought that he was either autistic or something like that. Diana doubted that he did it intentionally and did not believe that someone would consciously commit such a shameless act. She thought he was naive because he lived on an isolated island, so it could be inevitable, and asked the captain if she was okay. The girl replied that everything was fine, just a little surprised. Graham had never seen a man's leg so close before, white and sparsely haired, and he stuck his tongue out at her. And she barely had time to utter these words when she again felt weak, staggered, and again fell helplessly into a deep faint, frightening those around her with her sudden state. The soldiers were chatting animatedly at the table, heatedly discussing some important topic, gesturing with their hands. One of them announced that preparatory work would begin tomorrow. The captain agreed, ordering that the area be studied and defenses prepared. Shiro reflected on the fact that he had served them goat meat grilled on skewers for dinner so that they could have something to eat during the meeting. Goat meat is a staple in the empire, and apparently it is also served as sashimi. He had heard that a certain part of the meat was especially tasty, but he didn't have the courage to cut it, and his pants were drying, so he put on a simple sheet. Yahoo read out that the size of the dungeon was as stated, and it wouldn't take long to prepare. The young man guessed that the soldiers would first probably put up protective barriers around the entrance, ensuring safety, and only then would they carefully proceed to open the passage itself, observing extreme caution. The captain asked how long it would take to dig the ditch. She was told that they had 50 earth mages and 46 water mages, so the job would take 2 days. The captain agreed and ordered the job to be completed within 2 days, asking if there were any questions. Shiro realized that they were going to use magic to build a moat which would help them get rid of the monsters that were rushing out of the dungeon. He also thought that the calm Graham was actually very determined and stern when she got down to work, although being a shorestek was not bad in itself. He thought they had had a bit of an awkward moment in the bathroom, but he hoped they would be much closer now and asked if he wanted to get her another cup of coffee. Graham immediately declared that she would have another cup, turning away with a slight, embarrassed smile. The young man suddenly felt that some invisible force was keeping them at a distance, as if imposing a ban on getting closer, despite the outward closeness of the situation. Graham-sama shared food with him as gratitude for the stay: wheat flour 10 kg, butter 1 kg, dry corn 5 kg, eggs 20 pieces, chickens 6 pieces. It was very generous, and he felt he should give her something in return. Remembering that the captain liked sweets, the young man offered to bake a cake, but remembered the models of sailing ships and decided to do something cool, hoping that she would be pleased. The commander woke up and her adjutant was getting ready, tying her hair. The soldiers gathered for breakfast in the spacious hall of the house, noisily chatting with each other, exchanging impressions and plans for the coming day, creating an atmosphere of warmth and friendliness. Shiro noticed that some soldiers start the day in uniform while others don't, and while the uniform is the same for all privates and officers, their personalities are different. Lane-san is definitely one of the serious ones. He imagined the figure of a girl in front of him as a surprise. The adjutant asked what had happened to the master, for his eyes were darting about. The boy, slapping his cheeks, replied that he was simply glad to see the island so lively after so long. The captain ate pancakes. The young man, looking at her, thought that she was so cute, like a little hamster, and said that he still had some seeds, but the commander said that she did not want them. He asked Graham personally that since they were building a moat around the dungeon today, he was interested in seeing how it was done and asked permission to watch the process. The girl asked him in surprise why he needed it, but the guy said that he was really interested, but a questioning expression remained on her face. Shiro thought she was looking at him like he was some kind of strange animal and wondered if men in this world weren't interested in such things. Graham called him strange. And then, when they set off, he sincerely wished them a safe and sound return home, mentally accompanying each with a kind word of support and care. The boy joyfully shouted that he would visit them as soon as he finished cleaning, to which the captain, smiling, approved the proposal, adding a note of lightness and cheerful anticipation to the general atmosphere of the morning. Now he decided that it was time for them to get to work too, and, glowing with energy, he gave out orders. Number 1 would clean up breakfast, numbers 2 and 3 would clean and make the beds, numbers 4 and 5 would clean the bathroom, and number 6 would be assigned to clean the toilet. And finally, the young man will prepare pudding for today's dessert, and the gift for the captain is ready. Pudding is a simple thing, easy to prepare for a large company, although it is difficult to achieve the right temperature. If you add vanilla beans, rum, or orange liqueur, it will be even tastier. He wondered if it would be possible to create vanilla with magic. He wanted to eat vanilla ice cream and decided to ask the officers to make ice. He planned to stay in the bathroom until the pudding was ready and ordered Iwao to prepare the dish. The boy lay in a bathtub with lavender essential oil made with magic. He wondered why morning baths were so pleasant, and he enjoyed the beautiful aroma of lavender. He felt like his level of femininity had increased since the guy came to this world, and he thought that it was also an effect of teleportation. Or rather, Shiro subconsciously adopts the image of the desired man in this world and acts accordingly. He told his subordinate that when the pudding is ready, let it cool down and then take it to the cellar to preserve its shape, and was about to visit their workplace. He also thought that if he were in Japan now, he would go to work. At first, he was curious about how everything would turn out, but now, having found himself in this world, he felt complete. Shiro couldn't explain the reasons exactly, but he felt an extraordinary comfort and harmony inside himself, perhaps simply having gotten used to the new environment and accepted it as his native habitat, becoming a part of this unusual world. While the soldiers walked to their workplace, the captain walked thoughtfully, immersed in thoughts about him. She found him homely, he was extremely handsome, and she wondered if such men really existed. The girl knew that he was a good cook, was not shy about cleaning and washing. Usually such men are distinguished by modesty and coziness, but Shiro is not like that. He also does not look like a businessman, abrupt and intrusive. Yet he was interested in model sailing ships. Graham suggested that perhaps she would find it easier to talk if she had such a man as a partner. Even if they couldn't marry because of their different social status, he could become her lover, and she imagined locking him in the basement and not letting him out. They would spend their days together, discussing and building models of caravels, galleys, galleons, enjoying the food he cooked. Her adjutant saw that the captain also wanted to fight in the dungeon, but she did not understand what was being discussed. Diana noted that Graham doesn't smile that often, and she was pleased to see that she was full of motivation. The captain instantly forced herself to be serious and get into work mode, and suddenly realized that she had left the map of the island at the hotel. Graham apologized, adding that she had forgotten something, and asked the adjutant to command on her behalf. Diana said she would send someone to fetch her. But the commander categorically refused, since there were secret documents in her room. More importantly, along with the documents, there were travel companions in her bag love novels. She announced that everything was fine and she would go herself and return immediately. At this time, Shiro was calmly enjoying the bath procedure, relaxingly soaking his body and immersing himself in pleasant thoughts. The cold water after the bath was refreshing, and he thanked Iwao for helping him. He was in a good mood, so he just decided to go to Peru like that. The wind blowing from the forest passed through his body, giving him an invigorating feeling. The young man walked with a slight sway, completely relaxed and at ease, as if every movement brought him pleasure. He suddenly came face to face with Graham, feeling a slight shock from the unexpected meeting. The girl stared at him with wide eyes, bewilderment reflected on her face, creating a unique picture of genuine surprise. The guy immediately apologized and said he was terribly sorry because he thought everyone had left. Graham replied that it was her fault because she had forgotten something. She quickly apologized and ran away. Shiro noticed her bright red, embarrassed face and hoped that the girl would not faint from excitement again. The captain ran quickly into her room and immediately vividly recalled the recent events, trying to capture them as accurately as possible while the memories remained bright and clear. And having finally calmed down, she settled down comfortably, allowing her body to relax and gradually release the accumulated tension. Graham then realized that the soldiers should have already started working and decided to air out the room to destroy any possible evidence. But she decided that she really should bring the documents and hurry back. Suddenly, Shiro came to her and she told him to come in. He apologized for the incident and came here to express his gratitude for the food the captain had brought yesterday. The girl replied that it was not necessary, but the young man added that he had done it for her. Inside the box was a real treasure, miniature figures of each soldier, made with incredible precision and attention to detail, as if bringing the images of their comrades to life. Graham was surprised to see her own statue among the figures. Shiro explained that he had thought of placing them on one of her sailboat models. The girl asked in surprise why he had created them yesterday. The guy replied that he had sculpted her figure the night before and the others had been prepared in advance. She asked what material he used and was told it was clay. Then she asked him about paints and he said he used pigments. Then he added that he had made his own figurine, but a man on board a ship was probably not the best idea. He also asked her if she thought it might look rather strange and even a little creepy. The captain replied that she had nothing against it, and he was delighted, adding that the size of the figurine exactly corresponded to the scale of the model of the sailboat. Shiro apologized for taking up so much of her time and realized she was in a hurry, asking if she had gotten what she needed. The boys galloped back, sitting astride a fast horse, the wind blowing through their hair. Graham understood that she couldn't ride behind, imagining what her subordinates would say about her. But inside the girl herself there was a desire to be closer, to feel the warmth of the man's strong arms, to hold on to him, trusting her heart and dreaming of allowing herself weakness, at least for a short time, to forget about everything and indulge in feelings. Shiro carefully wrapped his strong arms around her slender waist, gently pulling her towards him. The young man was glad that he had done this, and Operation Writing was a success. He had taken care of security measures in advance, but was forced to turn to Silver's first mate for help, since the second mate was mysteriously absent, remaining somewhere far beyond the reachable zone. Pressing the girl to himself, he felt how her graceful body pleasantly touched him, giving birth to warm feelings of comfort and harmony, filling his heart with quiet joy and inner confidence. The guy thought that it was not worth pressing too closely, fearing to violate the captain's personal space. Meanwhile, Graham dreamily imagined how wonderful it would be to feel his arms stronger, feeling a strong shoulder next to her and a man's protection, capable of protecting her from any difficulties. The young man suddenly puzzled her with a question that sounded so unexpected that the girl involuntarily became wary, trying to figure out the meaning of his intentions. He said that he asked her to put his figurine on the model ship, asking if this was normal and taboo, even if it was just a model. Graham thought about it. The captain responded firmly and decisively, emphasizing that this was her own ship, her world, where only her rules apply, and therefore there could be no restrictions or prohibited actions here. The young man had already managed to see from afar the majestic ruins, towering among the thickets of wild bushes like a ghostly memory of a glorious past, attracting the gaze with the mysterious atmosphere of antiquity. The soldiers worked hard, diligently digging a deep ditch, covered in dust and sweat, fighting fatigue for the common goal of strengthening the fortress's defenses. They were surprised to see the boys rushing towards them, quickly closing the distance, making the soldiers' hearts beat faster from a vague premonition of upcoming news or changes. Graham sharply shouted the command to continue working, with a decisive voice showing that there was no time to delay. Every moment was important. Every second was precious to complete an important task on time. Shiro realized that their trip with the captain was not planned in advance. The girl deftly jumped off her horse and explained that she simply asked to accompany her. The guy thought that their connection was so obvious that one look was enough to understand the depth of feelings between them. He was tormented by the incomprehension of why she stubbornly continued to justify herself, denying the obvious. He also saw soldiers using magical abilities to speed up the process of digging a deep ditch, using spells and elemental energy, making physical labor much easier and increasing work efficiency. The young man timidly approached the captain, asking if it was permissible to approach the worksite. She kindly allowed him to approach, but strongly recommended that he exercise maximum caution, carefully monitoring the workers' movements and the surrounding environment. One girl activated the magic circles and the ground instantly flew up. Shiro found this impressive, and the other woman noted that this was just the beginning and decided to demonstrate her capabilities. The earth rose smoothly into the air, causing the young man to applaud with delight, but the second soldier hissed disapprovingly, advising the first to remain modest and not to demonstrate excessive self-confidence. The woman created a huge rift in the ground, and the young man called her skill magnificent, while the rest of the participants in the work went berserk, watching in anger at the demonstration of the most powerful magic. The girls immediately entered into competition, demonstrating their skill level to each other, competing in speed and force of impact on the ground, and Shiro shouted that it was amazing. Diana added that they had sped up considerably thanks to the owner, and the captain agreed with her. Shiro realized that they were showing off their abilities to a member of the opposite sex, just like they did in his previous world. He also thought that the soldiers deserved a reward and decided to plan a snack for 100 people. Then he mounted his horse and added that he would return soon, surprising Graham. The young man instructed Iwao to put a large pot on the fire, then explained that water, sugar, salt, and syrup would be added and the mixture would be brought to a boil. Citrus essential oil would serve as a subtle seasoning. As soon as the liquid changes color and the bubbles begin to grow, remove the pan from the heat. Put another pan with cold water and cool the first pan in cold water. Once the mass is cool enough to touch with your hands, knead it with your hands, shape it into a cylindrical shape, divide it into pieces, and it's ready. Shiro shouted that he was back, brought them some salty candies, and heard earlier that it was good to take sodium supplements while working, and suggested that the captain try one. The girl added that it was delicious and smelled like lemon. The young man explained that he flavored them with citrus fruits. Graham thanked him for his concern. The boy decided to go and distribute sweets to the soldiers, who happily accepted the treat and thanked him heartily. Having finished distributing the treats, he went to look for the rest of the squad, wanting to make sure that no one was left behind. One lady he knew happened to be nearby and, seeing him return, broke into a wide smile, happy to see him. Shiro explained that these were salty candies and that eating one on a hot day would give her energy. The soldier thanked him and decided to take one, but the boy noticed that her hands were dirty. He cheerfully and good-naturedly invited the girl to open her mouth and pronounce the cherished word, AM, hinting at a game and at the same time offering a convenient way to taste the treat. He asked with interest if she liked the treat, receiving a confident affirmative answer, after which the rest of the girls were completely shocked. Cheerfully encouraging them, the young man announced that there would be enough treats for everyone and began carefully putting small candies into each person's mouth, generously distributing a charge of positivity and joy. All the soldiers lined up, patiently waiting their turn to be among the lucky ones who would receive a sweet treat handed directly into their open mouths. Shiro realized that he had already dealt everything, but then he discovered that there was still quite a bit left and suggested having a second round. Diana told the owner that they appreciated his attention, but that was enough, as the soldiers were too focused on him and neglecting their work. The young man asked if candy was such a rarity in the Empire. The adjutant replied that candy was not a rarity. But she added that the ritual itself, when a man feeds a woman by hand, is a rare event because it is something special, worthy of the pages of novels. Shiro said he was very sorry. He grew up on the island and knew nothing, although in fact he knew everything. Diana knew he had only good intentions, but the young man realized that he had only slowed down the work. Deciding to act wisely, Shiro decided to leave the remaining treats to be distributed later once the work was completed, in order to avoid unnecessary interruptions and maintain the soldiers' fighting spirit. He asked to continue the work, convincingly promising that as soon as the digging of the ditch was completed, he would receive an even greater quantity of delicious sweets that would energize and lift his spirits. The girls willingly accepted the terms of the agreement, enthusiastically resuming their intensive activity, united by a common desire to complete the work mission and wait for a well-deserved reward, motivated by optimism and hope for a quick reward. Shiro hoped that this approach would compensate for the lost time, and the captain completely shared his opinion. The guy decided to offer Graham another candy, but she was noticeably embarrassed. But after some time, having gathered her strength, the girl hesitantly extended her hand, almost afraid to accept the gift, experiencing an internal conflict between embarrassment and the desire to enjoy the unusual experience. Shiro sincerely admired her touching shyness, finding in it a special charm and appeal that revealed new facets of her character. The soldiers quickly directed streams of water into the deep ditch, filling it with fresh moisture, creating a powerful protective barrier that provided the fortress with additional protection from enemies. The young man felt deep satisfaction when he saw the finished ditch and the girls enjoying the sweets, feeling the joy of the successful completion of the project and his own participation in the common cause. Iwao's team was helping build the towers, and Shiro decided that it was time for him to cook dinner, so he returned to the inn. Iwao's team finished helping and they received thanks for their help. The captain turned to the cook with an interested question, anticipating a gastronomic pleasure, wanting to know the details of the evening menu. The boy realized that this was the first time Graham had initiated a conversation on her own, and replied that the main dish was sea bream tempura. The girl had no idea what the term tempura meant. He explained that tempura is food dipped in batter and deep fried, and is especially delicious when fresh. When the guy went to the tavern, one of the ladies openly complained that she would like to take him home with her. Others also began to noisily express their agreement, declaring that they understood her perfectly. He was handsome in appearance, a wonderful cook, and this was incredibly attractive. Graham glared angrily, irritated by the open discussion of the subject of her interest. But they were afraid that he might cheat because such men are in great demand. Another lady suggested declaring him a public husband for the duration of the official visit, and the captain was visibly nervous. Diana added that she had heard something from Milano Dono that her subordinate had tried to marry him but had been rejected. Another soldier realized that they were talking about Liana, a girl who was constantly surrounded by male attention. And it was obviously her because she said it was only the first round. Graham thought Shiro might seem like that, but she didn't think he would be unfaithful. She was looking for a way to take him home with her, and jokingly thought that if she were a writer like Alyssa Milano would just fly with him on a wyvern. Laughing at her own fantasies, the girl caught herself thinking that sometimes she lets her imagination run wild, coming up with ridiculous scenarios that seem funny and naive but bring joy and relief. Shiro knew he had established a relationship with the people of the Empire. No one could have imagined that he was connected to the warrior Princess Regalta. The young man thought with interest about the fate of Chris-sama, warmly recalling the bright moments of their journey together, filling himself with bright memories and hopes for a meeting with his dear friend. The soldiers, huddled in a tight group, looked greedily at the prepared food, anticipating satiety and rest after a long day of work, rewarded with delicious food and the opportunity to restore strength. Shiro informed those present that it was sea bream tempura, specifically warning that the dish was hot, so care should be taken to avoid unpleasant consequences. The girls were literally swooning with delight, tasting for the first time an unusually delicious dish that opened up new horizons of culinary sensations, enhancing the overall festive mood of the evening. They noted that the tempura was crispy on the outside and soft on the inside, and suggested that sea bream tempura might be the most delicious thing in the world. Shiro wondered if this was tokugawa, ieyasu, similar to a tanuki. The women ate hard, sweating from the effort. It was an amusing picture. He enjoyed watching the girls gobble up his cooking with appetite, pretending that it was very tasty. He decided to make tempura again if he could catch shrimp or squid. This time he recommended eating them with salt and maybe making bonito flakes and making tensutu. Diana officially informed the owner that she would have an important meeting with him after dinner. The guy was completely bewildered, not understanding the essence of what was happening at all. He was informed that he was also invited to attend the meeting. The adjutant had a request for him because when they stormed the dungeon, she asked to borrow his stone golems. The boy asked that when they said stone, they meant Iwao, but definitely not Goku. The girl confirmed that this was the correct assumption because the large iron shield standing outside belonged to Iwao. The guy asked if they really wanted Iwao to be in the vanguard. Diana replied that they were trying to minimize losses as much as possible, although for him it was a risk of losing the golems. She also asked if he could be counted on. Shiro understood that Iwao could be recreated, but he doubted it, and that it was wrong to talk about human life. So he replied that he would take the magic stones for the golems and a separate reward for himself. The captain agreed, and as a reward presented 10,000 lemon in cash, magic stones worth 5,000 lemon, and 3 kilograms of frozen beef. The young man was shocked that he was offered so much and said that he could not take so much. Graham added that, on the contrary, they were asking for too much and she wanted him to accept it without objection. Shiro decided to agree if she insisted, and frankly, he was happier with beef than with money and magic stones. He already had dried bonito flakes in production, soy sauce and sugar. There were also eggs, onions and rice, and from alcohol red wine which Liana had flown in with. Simply put, a young man can cook beef and wonder how long it has been since he ate such meat, and it must definitely be a large portion. After thinking for a while, the young man finally decided that he would definitely accept 3 kilograms of choice beef, wonderful magic crystals, and a substantial sum of money, realizing that such gifts would be an excellent investment of resources and a significant addition to his reserves. The golems came to life, quickly joining in the work, driven by mechanical energy and clear instructions, effectively performing assigned tasks, contributing to the rapid achievement of the intended goals. The army consisted of 6 stone golems equipped with huge shields, 8 elite offensive magic soldiers, and 4 towers, each containing 3 warriors. A huge number of ordinary soldiers took up positions along the edge of the defensive ditch, forming a tight formation, ready to meet any threat. Giving clear and concise commands, Diana ordered an immediate start to the operation to capture the dungeon, mobilizing troops and preparing resources for a decisive offensive aimed at successfully completing the main strategic task. The soldiers began the difficult task of opening the massive gates, exerting considerable physical effort. The young warriors peered tensely into the depths of the tunnels, instinctively expecting a hidden threat lurking in the darkness, ready to pounce on the attackers. For now, the only companion of the brave warriors was the disturbing silence, deafening the ear and inspiring fear and doubt. Feeling a brief sense of relief, Shiro sighed quietly, freeing his chest from the weight of fear and anxiety, imperceptibly enjoying the moment of calm that allowed him to catch his breath and collect his thoughts. Suddenly, from the depths of the cave, the cold, terrifying gaze of an invisible creature flashed, illuminated by an ominous gleam, signaling an imminent threat emerging from the darkness of the dungeon. The enemy turned out to be huge monsters that quickly rushed into the attack, sweeping away all obstacles in their path, demonstrating destructive power and aggressiveness. The next moment, an unexpected event occurred. The monsters threw back Golem number 2 with a powerful blow, tearing the huge iron shield from his hands. Shiro knew that Iwao was incapable of lifting things weighing over 100 kilograms, while the monsters continued to aggressively advance forward. Meanwhile, the monsters, like enraged wolves, continued to rapidly advance forward, uttering warlike cries and threats, provoking the defenders to take active action. The commanding voice of the commander that followed ordered the group of soldiers to go on the offensive, resolutely meeting the danger head-on, demonstrating courage and professionalism in conditions of extreme danger. Magical attacks, collected into a single stream of destructive force, fell like an avalanche of light and energy on the ranks of opponents, breaking through defenses and smashing the monolithic wall of resistance, turning the battle into a theater of real magical battles. The monsters instantly turned to ashes, symbolically securing the victory over the first attackers, proving the effectiveness of the strategy and the power of the weapons used by the army of defenders. Shiro was truly shocked to discover that his huge iron shields, which had seemed almost invulnerable, were damaged. Diana respectfully asked the owner to immediately get the golems into working order, deploy them along the perimeter of the battlefield, and make them move according to the battle plan. The young man, shuddering at his own reaction, clutched the captain's hand convulsively, instantly causing a shocked expression on the face of the adjutant, who was watching the scene with undisguised surprise and alarm. He awkwardly apologized for losing control of his legs, standing awkwardly beneath his trembling knees, unable to maintain a normal upright position due to the stress and strain of battle. Graham immediately grabbed his sleeve, as if calming him down. The girl, smiling shyly, asked if everything was okay with him. The young man wondered why her voice was also shaking. The guy explained that he needed to lean on something stable to maintain his balance. Two young women confidently took him under the elbows, supporting him securely and providing a comfortable position that facilitated the restoration of physical strength and mental balance. Shiro, suddenly filled with double the courage, immediately gave the order for Iwao to return to the ranks, strengthening the morale of the army and setting an example of personal courage and determination. The soldiers reported that there were no signs of danger and suggested going to defend the interior. Diana asked the owner to let the golems inside, and they would follow them. Shiro was surprised that he was coming too, and the adjutant explained that he was the only one who could give them orders. Graham took his hand tenderly, quietly whispering that there was no need to worry because they were close by and nothing threatened his safety, creating an atmosphere of calm and trust that helped restore his mental balance. The army moved strategically into the depths of the dungeon, gradually exploring the lower levels, climbing the steps of the stairs, carefully examining every corner. Monsters that looked like large lizards suddenly appeared from behind the doors, but the army's quick reaction and precision strikes allowed them to be defeated in a matter of seconds, securing the area and ensuring safe passage. Shiro, seized with horror, screamed as vile monsters appeared out of nowhere, jumping on the participants of the expedition, turning the exploration into a real war for survival, full of dangers and deadly risks. Graham emphasized that so far the group had only encountered relatively weak monsters. The boy was shocked by this news. The captain added that the monsters would become stronger as they moved deeper into the dungeon. Diana called the golems down the stairs in a firm voice, using their powerful limbs and stability to ensure the main group's advancement and the protection of the weaker members. In a calm and inviting voice, Graham invited the young man to relax, assuring him that he was under the protection of a strong team. She added that in fact she and Diana had a unique magical ability that stood out even among the elite warriors, and he would be safe if he stayed between them. Shiro decided that it was indeed safer that way and agreed to stay. He understood that Graham had promised to protect him, but the air was low in oxygen and the atmosphere was filled with a strange smell. It was some kind of gas or that same miasma. The young man reported to the captain that he felt the limit of his strength and soon lost consciousness. The girl immediately called Cheryl to come to the sick man. The captain asked her subordinate to cure him. Shiro thought that these were just his dreams, but in his head there lived a stereotype for the image of a healer. These are huge eyes shining like stars, a beautiful figure that attracts glances, and a gentle character that can melt any heart. It would be ideal for him if she took pity on him and decided to heal his soul. But reality is cruel, and that girl abruptly cut short his dream, rudely asking him to pull himself together and stop daydreaming. And she added that if she died, no one else would be able to control the golems. The young man considered this statement heartless. But at the same time, he understood that she was a kind person who would always come to the rescue. Cheryl said that it would get easier now, and her heartbeat seemed to be a little faster. Then the girl used Healing Hand, a restorative magic that increases a person's self-regeneration to the maximum. She asked him not to worry because Shiro would immediately feel better. Graham asked her dismissively if it was really necessary to touch the patient. The healer replied that it was, as research had proven that magic was more effective when applied directly to the skin. The captain understood and apologized, and the young man felt that the nausea was really going away, but the girl still continued to touch him. He was shocked by this and thanked her because he really did feel better now. Cheryl added that she was not done yet and he was not completely healed yet, and they were at a critical stage now. The captain considered her subordinate a very competent healer, but the guy understood that this was not competence and that she was just having fun. 3 minutes later, Shiro happily informed the girl that thanks to her help, he had become much better and felt much more cheerful and energetic. Cheryl was genuinely pleased to hear such kind words of gratitude. The soldiers began to slowly emerge from the dungeon, looking around cautiously. The owner was surprised that it was already evening. Diana added that they had managed to take control of the first floor with almost no significant losses, and they owed this to their cooperation. Cyril replied that it was Ivano's team that did all the hard work and thanked them for their excellent work. The young man suddenly remembered that he had forgotten because he had to cook dinner. Graham asked him not to worry. She added that dinner had already been prepared by their cook and he should eat as well. Shiro agreed, saying that he wouldn't refuse and thought that it would be nice not to have to cook for himself, but cooking suited him better than crawling through dungeons. On the table were bread, cheese, grilled pork, boiled potatoes, and beans with lots of butter on top. While the others laughed, the owner thought the food was filling, but the taste was not the same. The red wine was very sweet, and he assumed that sugar had been added for preservation. The pork and potatoes were salty enough, so they went well together. But then, after drinking the wine, the young man laughed loudly, causing shock to the others. Laughing, the guy shouted loudly that he was surrounded by these beautiful women and was perfectly aware that he was the only guy here. On top of that, he explored the dungeon for the first time and found 3 treasures: a golden ring, a golden bracelet, and an ancient magic book. One of the soldiers offered to drink to this, and the captain was visibly worried. Shiro told her that everything was fine and he knew how to control himself because where he came from, they call it like 2 fingers on the asphalt, and there is nothing special about it. Graham did not understand what asphalt was. Diana told the owner that she was counting on his help tomorrow and asked if he could, meaning that she shouldn't drink so much. The young man grabbed her hand and added that if she asked, he would throw himself into fire, water, and even a dungeon. With a wild look, he shouted that Shiro Sanada would burst into anything. The girls asked if this meant that his favorite girl was the adjutant. He didn't understand what they were talking about and was loudly indignant, claiming that he was not like that at all. Then the young man added that he was seriously not like that, and Lane-san was not the only one he liked. He really liked Graham-sama too. He shouted that he liked the adjutant and how juicy her melons were. The girl did not understand what kind of melons they were, but he liked the captain because she was very sweet. She was glad that he called her sweet. The young man also liked Cheryl-san, who used healing magic as a pretext to touch him. And he added that she didn't really touch him, but rather greedily needed his body, but he decided to forgive her and hug her. She called him an angel, and in his memories, Chris said that he must be her guardian angel. The young man immediately burst into tears, and Graham worriedly asked what had happened. Shiro then drained the huge mug of wine in one gulp and asked the captain not to stop him, as he had one special reason to continue drinking. The girl asked him who is the special person in his heart, who he is thinking about right now when he says such words, and asked him to share a secret to show his true feeling. The young man continued to tell that he was confused when he came into this world, and she was the special one who guided him and gave him her love. Graham understood the word love and asked where this special woman was now. The young man sobbed and said that he would never see Chris-sama again. Shiro asked the captain if it was okay if he cried a little. The girl replied that it was completely normal and that he could allow himself to shed as many tears as he wanted. Continuing to sob, the young man sank into the captain's arms, feeling her warm hands gently stroking his hair, soothing and comforting him. Exhaling deeply, the boy felt how fatigue enveloped his consciousness with a soft blanket of calm. Slowly closing his eyes, he sank into a sweet sleep, forgetting about all the experiences of the past day. Diana knew that this man had a past, but it seemed that he had lost his wife or lover. Graham agreed and was interested in what kind of person Chris-sama was. The military woman thought it was a common name, and she, too, wondered what kind of woman she was. The captain knew they couldn't leave him like that anyway and decided to take him to bed. The adjutant turned to her, hoping she knew she shouldn't do anything to him when he was drunk. Graham screamed that she was stupid and added that she would never do such a mean thing. Diana, justifying herself, explained that she did not think that she would do such a thing, but taking it to her alone could cause false rumors. She knew perfectly well that she was not the type to do such a thing, but she said it just in case. The captain thought it was a good idea and assumed that the assistant was right, and in that case she offered to carry it together with everyone except Cheryl. Graham carefully picked up Shiro in her arms, causing surprise among the squad. One of the soldiers, hearing the phrase "carried together," thought that they would take him by the arms and legs. Then they asked if the captain was tired of carrying him. Opening the door and going inside, they realized that this was his room. The squad thought the room was too full of his scent, and the bed looked like it was made for sleeping alone, and they thought they could all fit in there. Graham told them to move, and the guy began to open his eyes, almost not realizing where he was. They told him that it was his bed. He thought that it was time for him to sleep as there was a lot of work tomorrow, and kissed the captain. Everyone was shocked by what was happening, frozen in place and looking at the scene in amazement. Graham was shocked and Shiro said goodnight to Chris-sama. While she was trying to comprehend what had happened, the guy fell asleep. Diana said that it was time for them to leave, adding that they shouldn't linger in his room for too long, and then turned her attention to Lot-sama. Graham asked to inform the entire unit that giving him alcohol was strictly forbidden, and those who disobeyed would be severely punished. Adjutant understood the order and thought it was for the best. The captain then ordered the golems to protect Shiro while he slept. Waking up early in the morning, he immediately felt an unpleasant pulsation in his temples. The headache grew, becoming like a real nightmare. It seemed that every moment was a deafening blow, causing nausea and dizziness. The boy asked Goku to bring him a cup of water and took out a painkiller made with creation magic. Shiro thought that no one had used this remedy like this before, assumed that it would help with a hangover, and apparently was going to test its effect himself. But soon he threw the pill in his mouth and washed it down with a glass of water. But then he was suddenly glad that the pain went away in just a few seconds, and it was even strange for him to imagine how effective this remedy was. Then the guy decided to wash himself in the cool river water. The headache was gone, but he still felt nauseous. He knew his levels were still too low to create stomach medicine. He also wanted to take a shower. Then Shiro decided to definitely put the shower on production, and suddenly Graham appeared from behind the bushes. He wished her good morning, and there was no trace of a hangover on his face. The girl turned away and wished him good morning too, and then washed herself in the river. And then she quickly ran away. The young man noticed that she was trying to avoid him. Diana wished him good morning and asked if anything was wrong. She received the answer that not really. She considered it a good sign that he would be commanding Iwao's squad today as well. The girl was glad that he was ready to throw himself into fire, water, and even into a dungeon for her. The adjutant couldn't believe that such a man would say something like that to her. She considered herself lucky and added that if she were 10 years younger, she would seriously consider tying the knot. The guy vaguely remembered saying something like that. The lady wondered about what he had said last night. Diana wondered why the owner didn't remember anything and thought he had been through a lot. She added that Chris seemed to be his late wife. These words sent a chill down his spine. Shiro wondered if he had spilled the beans about the Princess of Regalta and the enemy of the Empire, and was worried if everything would be okay now. He wondered why his interlocutor had decided that he had a wife and a deceased one at that. Diana asked that if something was bothering him, he could share it with her and she would support him. The guy realized that it seemed like they were feeling sorry for him, and he hadn't said that Chris was the Princess of Regalta, and asked her if he had done something while drunk. The adjutant replied that he had done something wrong and kissed Graham, mistaking her for his late wife. The guy convulsively grabbed his head with his hands and fell to his knees, and then desperately began to beat the ground, struggling with the panic that had gripped him. He didn't know what he was doing, and now it was clear why she was avoiding him. It seemed he had to apologize to her, and if she gave him a chance, maybe they could spare him their advances for a while. He just hoped the other soldiers didn't know about it. However, he was eventually approached 3 times that day, with the message that it seemed like everyone else was completely indifferent to his fictitious drama. But he just couldn't come up with a good explanation to refute it, and decided to leave it as is, hoping that everything would be fine. Meanwhile, Iwao's team slowly continued on their way into the dungeon. Shiro approached Graham and added that it was not entirely on point, but he had a small favor to ask of her. He wanted to ask Wonder Number 1 to join them. He was interested in learning the combat power of the miracle. With Iwao, everything is already clear, so it is better to test it in a real battle. The captain agreed. And she added that there would be no problem if there was one monster. However, when a major battle began, it was obliged to retreat, since they could not risk the golems except for Iwao's squad, who was protecting them. The young man accepted her order, thanked her, and asked Number 1 to do his best and try, and Number 2 would be on escort duty. Slowly moving forward, the squad entered the dark depths of a mysterious dungeon. Diana informed that they had gained control of the first underground floor, so they would continue to explore the labyrinth. Shiro thought that this was some kind of physical work and ordered Iwao to continue walking. The underground labyrinth turned out to be very similar to the underground shopping mall in the center of his city. Shiro saw that they encountered monsters inside rooms and just in the middle of the corridors, but so far they only encountered groups, so it was not Miracle's turn yet. Diana asked how he felt. and the young man answered that he seemed fine and thought he was used to it. But he added that if they started fighting, he would be too scared to move on. The adjutant thought it was natural, since men couldn't use magic. The boy agreed, and in the meantime, miracle number 3 was in production. Diana thanked her subordinate for the report and asked the owner to send a message. He ordered the bird-type wooden golem Cuckoo to deliver this document to the forces above the earth, and he set off on his journey. Shiro understood that they had spent a lot of time investigating this place. Diana explained that they were conducting a thorough investigation and that safety was their top priority, and Lot-sama intended to minimize casualties as much as possible. And although at first glance she may seem unsociable, she is a kind person who values her subordinates. The owner realized that this is why the morale of the squad is high. The adjutant ordered the troops to stand in place and be ready at any moment. Graham asked him to go. The young man was surprised that she spoke and felt something like a tension in this coldness because they thought he was a widower. He added that now they should concentrate on their work. Shiro then ordered Iwao to prepare for an attack. As soon as the door opened, move forward with shields at the ready. Opening the door, the room inside was empty, when suddenly he noticed a lying cockatrice. Shiro initially thought it was a colorful ostrich. Graham added that there was only one monster, and if he wanted to test it, now was the time. The guy realized this and ordered miracle number 1 to move forward. The young man watched the golem's figure leave, his heart worried about him. The soldiers knew that they were both fast and neither could land a blow, but suddenly the cockatrice's movements became slower and they shouted that Miracle would be able to win. The golem dealt a powerful blow to the enemy's neck. The enemy was instantly defeated. Shiro was happy that his creation was able to win and asked the captain's opinion. Graham thought that it was not bad and it could be said that he was equivalent to 3 soldiers. The young man knew that officers were stronger than ordinary soldiers. The girl explained that there were individual differences, but they could deal with 3 to 5 ordinary soldiers alone. The young man was glad that Miracle could be stronger than an ordinary officer, and that was surprising. Shiro knew that while he had 2 miracles, if 2 officers attacked him, he would have no chance. And he decided to accept it, because the captain keeps the troops under control and everything is fine, but not so much that he completely trusts them. Among them, there are some strange ones, and he decided to promote the golems. According to his status, he needed to create 3 more to increase the level of golem production. The young man knew that if he added 2 more to the 3 currently being produced, it would take at least 5 days. If he continued making golems, he wouldn't be able to make anything else. At least he could use repair. It took him 10 seconds to restore the heavily damaged plate, no scratches, no cracks. Although it took 76 MP and the production cost was only 24 MP. Even the traces of use disappeared, which means magic affects time, and if so, then the MP consumption is understandable. Shiro understood that he could repair objects as long as he used creation magic, and he could repair things even if they weren't created with it. Now he was wondering what to do with it. Suddenly the boy noticed that Miracle was limping, and he thought that it might be a metal golem, but he was covered in small scratches from that fight and was limping a little on one leg. And he realized that someone like his creator might not have noticed it. Deciding to act prudently, Shiro decided to repair the metal golem later, after the team returned. Looking at the magic consumption for repairs, he was amazed. To repair the golem, you need to spend 720 units of energy. The guy expected the repairs to be expensive, but he didn't think it would be that expensive. The Iwas also looked damaged and creaked. Graham pinned the defeated monster's feather behind her ear as decoration, and then she informed the owner that the cockatrice meat had been brought into the kitchen. Shiro thanked her and asked number 1 to wait. He muttered that he had to make 2 more golems, but considering the state of Miracle and Iwao, it would be difficult. Returning to the kitchen, he saw an impressive sight. The massive carcass of a fresh cockatrice took up almost half the room. The young man did not know if the meat was edible and thought it tasted like chicken and decided to start cutting up the carcass. In addition, it was obvious that the feathers were sold at a high price as decoration. However, they had already been plucked. He heard that it had become popular among the fashionistas of the capital to use cockatrice feathers as decorations for hats and ordered the meat to be taken to the basement, and then he would ask them to freeze it with magic. Now the young man decided to cut the meat into large slices, marinate it for half an hour in a mixture of soy sauce, sake, and grated ginger, then add potato starch and mix thoroughly, and then fry in oil. Dinner was ready and included cockatrice carriage and vegetable soup with cockatrice broth. The girls wondered if this was the same tempura thing that was there recently, and when they tried it, they were amazed at the taste. They thought the soup was delicious, it warmed their souls, and they could taste the chicken broth in it. Shiro realized that the cockatrice gave a richer broth than chicken, and when combined with the umami from the vegetables, it made for a great soup. And then I decided to make ramen with cockatrice broth. The broth is quite strong on its own, so the soy sauce should go well with it. And then the boy decided to stop dreaming about shashu, but he was sure that fried cockatrice meat with onions would complement it perfectly. One of the soldiers noticed a strange smile on his face and wondered what he was thinking about. Shiro replied that he was thinking about a new dish and added that he would not give it to her when it was ready. Diana turned to him about the next day's task, and the young man became noticeably embarrassed. The boy asked not to include him in their reconnaissance plans because he checked Iwao, and it seemed they were not in the best shape as they were a little slower in raising and lowering their arms. The adjutant considered this a problem. The captain believed that he was right because everything had really been going well until now, only thanks to the owner, and this was a miracle. But an even greater miracle was that a simple man had descended into the dungeon. The soldiers agreed that this was a fact, and Shiro asked to forgive him because he was simply not made for battle. Graham refuted his statement and thanked him for his cooperation. Diana apologized for putting too much pressure on him. The guy asked not to worry about it, and the commander wanted to express gratitude on behalf of the entire squad. She stated that they do whatever he wants and decided to start taking active action. The soldiers began to actively build something, fulfilling the guy's request. Shiro thought it looked great, so they would have a chance to take a shower. Graham was glad that he was happy and noted that they had taken a bath before, suggesting that he try it too. He asked if she was sure. The golems prepared water for the master. One of the spherical golems heated the water while two others mixed it with cold water and poured it. Once the water was ready, the protagonist Shiro stood under the stream of water, thinking that the water pressure was just right and praising himself that he had another attraction in the form of an adjustable luxury shower while soaping his hair. The guy stood underwater and thought that he could make a water heater with the help of tool making, but now he was busy with other things and tried not to worry about it. Shiro went out to the sea and started fishing with his guard dogs. I think he spends every day like this now. The guy was already walking back to the house, thinking that a week had passed since he stopped going to the dungeon. Suddenly, knights came out to meet the heroes, carrying bags with a chest, asking how things were going with him. The knights waved at the boy. Shiro told them that they had done a good job and thought in confusion, looking at their battered armor from the fierce battle. The knights went ahead, saying goodbye to him, to which the guy only reproached him for his good work and introduced him to Cheryl's head, which was lying on the table from fatigue. Shiro began to remember how he told the girl that she had done a great job, to which Cheryl responded in agreement. Cheryl said that the number of wounded had increased and the healer could barely keep up with them. Shiro mumbled that Iwao's vanguard had disappeared and that was the reason for the lack of help, to which the interlocutor agreed. Shiro chuckled and replied that this was common practice and not the kind of work they did under the protection of men. The girl continued to say that no one had died and most wounds could be healed with magic, so there was nothing to worry about. The guy remembered his guard dogs and their acquaintance with the night girls. The girls wondered if this was another miracle, while the dog barked in response. Shiro replied that he had already been there when he woke up and thought that he couldn't tell them that he had created them with magic. Captain Graham asked where he could have come from, to which the boy suggested that they could have come from the mountain, and the other girl was surprised by this suggestion. Later, the boy recalled how he had created another fifth miracle. Shiro noted that he had been able to increase the production of golems as he had planned, and now he could create a new type. The guy summoned a sign with the parameters of a new mermaid-type 6-tier golem being produced, which would be manufactured within 49 hours. The main character was happy and couldn't wait for the appearance of a new kind of golem, and replied that now was the time for the cute little mermaid. 2 days later, the boy was able to create a new golem with a fish tail. The boy looked at the golem while it was twitching its tail. Shiro assessed it, saying that it was indeed half a fish and the upper part was human, but the whole body was green. The boy said that it looked more like a newt than a mermaid and still found it charming. The horse golem and the spherical one carried the newt to the sea and threw him into the ocean. Shiro told the newt that from today on his name was Saima and gave him a trident. The main character remembered how he recently tried to use a trident and dove into the water with it, after which a soldier found him, and it turned into a real mess. The guy ordered Saima to swim and catch some seafood for a side dish in the evening, after which Shiro had 5 sea lobsters on his table. The guy couldn't believe such a catch and decided to make a lobster gratin. The hero started to fiddle around at the stove, frying the meat with onions in oil. They say that the shells will make an excellent broth. A girl came into the kitchen to the smell of food. Graham opened her eyes and, smiling, replied that she had returned and had come for the delicious smell. Shiro greeted the girl and replied that they were having lobster dinner today. The girl said that she loved them. While the girl was watching the golems, the guy thought that their conversation was similar to that of a married couple and suggested that perhaps in a week she would stop being cold to him. Graham asked what the golems were cooking, to which the guy replied that the base was ready and they were making lobster paste now. The hero handed the girl a spoon with pasta and asked if she wanted to try it, to which the girl looked around and opened her mouth with a desire to taste the pasta. Graham lived and answered that it was very tasty, but that the guy handed her a bottle and offered to drink white wine. The girl choked. Graham flatly refused and told the owner that he was not allowed to drink. The guy confusedly agreed with her and bowed sharply, asking for forgiveness for that day. The girl answered him that it was an accident and asked him not to worry about it. Graham looked away in embarrassment and replied that she didn't care anymore. The guy thought that the girl looked cute, to which she asked why he was looking at her like that, and in response, the guy just waved it off. The girl, putting her hand on her chest, asked if the guy was happy that she was now starting to talk to him. Shiro smiled and replied that when they first arrived on the island, Lane did all the talking, so now he was happy. Graham was confused and looked away. The girl thought about it and realized that she had really always tried to avoid eye contact with the owner. Graham responded confused that she wasn't very good at talking to men, although she had always wanted to overcome that barrier. Shiro pointed out that if she was talking to him now, it could mean that the girl had gotten used to him. Graham agreed and happily replied that she could talk to him now, and she liked it. The guy smiled at the girl and shouted in his soul that he was very happy now. The golem pulled a heated baking tray out of the oven, and the guy put the lobster with white sauce and pasta in the dish, and then began to sprinkle with cheese. Shiro told the girl that after that it was necessary to bake it in the oven and the dish would be ready. Graham grinned and said that the guy cooked well, asking if his father taught him this. The guy replied that his parents owned a restaurant and he learned to cook from both of them. The girl looked at the guy in surprise, wondering if he was telling the truth. The owner informed the girl that the bath was ready and offered to go in, asking if she wanted her back scrubbed. Graham was indignant. The girl asked him not to say that again because he had introduced a completely different business into his establishment. The young man apologized and brushed it off by saying that he was just joking. The owner said goodbye to the girl and wished her to enjoy the bath. The guy thought about Graham's honesty, which knows no bounds, and he wondered what Chris would say to his proposal. The hero began to imagine how he would luxuriate in the bathroom with the girl. The guy thought about how he hugged Chris and smiled. Shiro assumed that the girl had used it as a washcloth for bathing and imagined this picture. The guy was sure that everything would be exactly as he thought. The hero walked back to the kitchen and thought that Graham's attentiveness was pleasant, as was her aggressiveness. The hero remembered his previous world, where guys who were a little pushy were popular with girls. The hero remembered the girls and thought that the time spent with Chris was interesting and fun, but remembering Graham, he thought that he could fall in love with her. The guy smiled, raising his hand to his chin, and wondered what would happen if he were a Skinner or a local husband. But suddenly, he came to his senses. The guy realized that Graham would never bother him at his post. The hero looked at the sky and reasoned that he saw no need to strain himself. To lead a carefree, slow life and help people storming the dungeon was not so bad, because for him at the moment, the priority was given to expanding the tavern and not love and romance. The guy used magic to grow new plants from the golem. Graham sat at the table with his eyes closed, smiling peacefully. The hero watched the girl and decided that she was tired. The guy started shaking and saying that half a month had passed since the arrival of the research team and there were no serious losses. But the exploration from the dungeon was clearly not going well. Today they came across a large door at the back of the first floor, and on the other side there were a large number of monsters, but he heard that they were all working report and defeated them. The girl, not understanding the owner's words, asked who he was talking to. The girl added that today they dealt with more than 100 insects. The young man imagined an insect in his head and shouted, asking to spare him the details because he did not want to hear it. The girl was massaging her shoulder and asking for forgiveness, saying that he was also afraid of them, that she was also afraid of them and did not really get along with them. Shiro came up behind the girl and grabbed her shoulder, saying that she was tired and needed a break from time to time. The guy started to knead the girl's shoulders, to which you responded, and the guy asked her to relax her shoulders, adding that everything was fine. Graham was embarrassed and replied that it was nice, and the guy thought about how nice and soft her body was and smiled. Shiro replied that the girl's shoulders were quite hard, and he would massage her collarbones to drain the lymph, to which the girl agreed. The hero warmed up the girl's body and said that over the last half-month she had not taken a single day off and asked why not rest, because he was sure that soldiers also get tired. Graham sheepishly agreed with the young man while he was doing the massage and thought about how he felt the softness with his fingers and enjoyed the process of applying the massage. Lane burst into the room and told the owner that they were out of red sauce. The dark-haired girl looked at the owner and her captain. Lane was embarrassed and waved it off, saying something about meat. Graham was smearing her hands and embarrassedly saying that it wasn't what she might have thought. Shiro mentally replied that it was exactly what Lane thought. Lane looked away, trembling. The young man, smiling, replied that he was simply giving her a massage and had not done anything that could upset the captain. Lane understood the guy, to which he replied that he would also give her a massage. The girl sheepishly agreed but tried not to show that she was happy. The hero, smiling, asked what had happened. Lane fussed and I answered that she had brought the red boar meat that they had gotten in the dungeon. Red boar is a monster that lives in dungeons. Its meat tastes like pigs and boars. The owner thanked the girl and wondered what to cook for himself. The young man thought that he was sincerely grateful that the edible monster existed, because otherwise all the animals on the island would have been eaten by the research team. The boy asked the golem to take the meat to the basement and handed him the basket. The guy approached the commander and drew her attention to himself while she was thinking about the red boar dish. The young man replied that there was a back and calf massage next. Graham was embarrassed. Shiro suggested that they go to the end and replied that he had prepared dinner and time was not a problem for them, and also offered to use the bed in his room. The girl wanted to brush it off, but the guy added that it was a medical procedure. Graham asked Diana if it was true, to which she responded with consent. The guy praised himself for being able to persuade the girls and promised himself that he would give Lane a thorough massage. While the young man was offering to enter his room, he decided that he would cancel the Miracle No. 6, which was in production, and create something else. The night passed, the next day came. The guy enjoyed the rain. The young man thought that even if the morning was dreary, he was glad to think that the body oil would be finished today, while the little golems were pulling out the weeds. The guy thought that he now had a lot of golems, including 6 spherical Iwao, 8 small Goku, 5 Chudo dogs, 2 Siatfer horses, 1 cuckoo duck, and 1 fish-like Saima. The hero did not want to stop there and remembered his other objects, such as the magic lantern, the lamp, and the stove. The guy was most interested in the production of magical devices in this world where there is no electricity. Household magical devices, nurtured by magical power or magical stones, became an item of daily necessity. The young man thought about what to choose, a hand mixer or a blender, and came to his senses. The guy said that he was a little lost in his thoughts and everything was ready. I add that he hoped for the girls to return soon. Graham sighed as she walked down the corridor and thought about yesterday's massage. I think it was very good. The girl remembered how the previous evening and continued to do the massage. Shiro replied that as he thought the girl was like a stone, but today he was going to relax her body completely. He lifted the girl and kneaded her spine. The girl was in pain, but at the same time she enjoyed the mashed bones. The main character offered the girl a break and replied that Lane would be next. Graham looked ahead, embarrassed. Lost in thought, the girl decided to see how things were going with Diana, because she was quite quiet. Diana Lane fell asleep with a happy face, to which the girl was surprised that she even drooled. The girls, returning, exchanged glances, thinking about their own things. Later, a raspberry pudding with red boar bone gelatin was displayed on the table. The night girls tasted the pudding and admired its taste. Shiro asked Graham and Lane for a minute and asked how they were doing after the massage. Graham replied that she had woken up refreshed this morning because of him. Lane replied that she had felt so good that she had fallen asleep. The guy put his hand to his mouth and whispered to keep it a secret from the others while handing the girls the bottle. He replied that today he had something more special for them. Massage oil regulates the flow of body fluids and cleanses the skin, has the effect of herbal aromas, and enhances the relaxing effect. The girls began to ask, embarrassed, what kind of bottle it was and what kind of special services these were. The young man happily replied that he was thinking of giving them a massage with this oil. The girls were embarrassed. The girls began to imagine what a massage with oil was like. The girls began to deny it when the guy replied, so that you can be sure that there is nothing indecent in this medical procedure, because the aroma is a medicinal herb has a relaxing effect that relieves their fatigue. The girls' faces became serious and they began to answer that it was certainly a pleasant and effective smell and they liked it. The guy answered that he would wait for them in his room after dinner, suggesting to start later. The young man said that this would be the right treatment. I asked if they understand. Graham, although not understanding, answered that everything is clear to her. The main character said goodbye to them, thinking that this was a special time to help those who really liked him both physically and mentally relax, and so that he too could have fun. The guy began to laugh and get embarrassed thinking about how events could develop. Shiro represented the number 6 miracle, apologizing and saying that his sacrifice made his life better and promised that he would bring him to this world next time. Graham, already in her room, walked and happened, muttering something under her breath. The girl did not understand when she should expect dinner and thought that if she was impatient, went too early, it would be bad, but this also meant that she should not make him wait. The girl was embarrassed and did not understand what kind of massage she would receive today. From the inside, she felt heat and tingling but denied her thoughts. They say that this is just a medical procedure. Graham realized that if he was going to use the oil, she would have to undress and shouted that she couldn't go while unpacking her suitcase with things. The girl began to throw her things around with the thought that there was no problem with a man seeing her naked, but the fact that she would be in worn underwear was a completely different matter and forced herself to think. In front of the girl were 3 sets of underwear, new ones made of pure white cotton with a strawberry print and light blue and white stripes. She asked herself which of them were the most attractive and beautiful. The girl didn't like the 2 old options, and she chose the 3rd new option, considering it the best. Graham looked in the mirror and realized that they were too tight, but there was nothing more she could do. The girl remembered the owner and his kindness. I think this option should work. Graham, entering the guy's room, met Diana and asked if she was ready, to which the girl agreed. I answered that there was no need to prepare. Graham was surprised by such frivolity. Diana, who never neglected preparation, because she should have understood that they would have to undress in front of Shiro. The young man met the girls, holding a towel in his left hand and greeting them, adding his words of gratitude for coming. Shiro said they would start with Graham and asked Lane to change too, offering to leave her clothes in the basket. The girls obeyed him and began to undress. Diana was wearing a lace lingerie set. Graham stuttered, saying that she couldn't believe that a girl like her would hire her. Diana replied that with age comes wisdom and she was ready for any circumstances. The main character wished the girls to relax their souls and bodies and have fun. Graham agreed and shyly crawled towards the bed when the guy asked her to do so. The girl lay down and closed her eyes. The guy didn't expect the girl to lie face up and didn't understand what to do. The main character understood that he was to blame for the current situation, and if she was comfortable, he did not want to embarrass her, planning to improvise. Shiro, with a smile on his face, poured oil over his hands and said that he was going to start a massage. The guy began to rub the oil over the girl's body, asking if it hurt. Graham panicked and answered the opposite, saying that she was pleased. The guy smiled silently and enjoyed the view from above. Shiro thought, imagining the women of this world who had no complaints about open breasts and put them on display. The guy knew that there were many such girls on the island, which was hot, but for him it was torture that he would like to stop. The guy's hands hung over the girl, and he decided to enjoy every second. Shiro said that he felt like the girl's muscles were tense and he wanted to go lower, asking to warn him if the girl had a place she didn't want to be touched. Graham agreed and told the guy to act at his own discretion. The main character was delighted, promising to put his whole soul into this matter. The guy turned the girl over and continued massaging her legs. Graham was embarrassed and grabbed her red face. Having finished, the boy sat down on a chair, and while the golem was bringing him water, the young man tiredly said that he was finished. Both girls fell asleep on the hero's bed next to each other. While the guy was quenching his thirst, Lane woke up and asked Graham to wake up, adding that the massage was over. The commander jumped up and, blushing, exchanged glances with the owner. The guy, smiling, told her that she seemed to have had a comfortable rest during the procedure and asked how she felt. The girl tried to put words together but fussed, which did not work. Looking away, Graham replied that she was fine. The guy thought the girl looked cute. Lane sighed and replied that she felt good yesterday, but today she thought she would melt and asked to repeat the procedure when she had the chance. The girl added that they would keep it from the soldiers, but she felt uneasy. Shiro replied that everything was fine and agreed to repeat it when they felt tired again. Graham began to dress, buttoning the button on her shirt, and was embarrassed. The hero understood that he was losing them, but he was sure that this was not all and held the glass in his hands, keeping the same expression on his face. The guy decided it was time and called the golem named Goku to him. Goku was holding a tray with 2 glasses, and the guy offered the girls to drink cocktails. Shiro took the glass in his hands and answered that it was rum mixed with pine juice and syrup. Graham wanted to say something to the guy when he interrupted her and answered that it contained rum oil and asked not to worry. The girls tried the drinks and responded positively to them. The girls drank a second and third glass after that. Shiro was delighted, deciding that the girls liked the drink and decided to offer cocktails on the secret menu, making a shaker later. The girls, having exchanged a few words and glances, were already blushing. The girls went to their room. The guy watched them go. Shiro was upset that his plan didn't work and drank the drink with tears in his eyes. Looking at the night starry sky, the guy stood next to the golem and realized that he simply did not have enough courage to take the first steps and sighed sadly. The sun was high while the main character was sailing on a boat on the sea and met Simo. The hero greeted his creation and said that today they were going out to sea, raising his fist to the sky and shouting enthusiastically to the wind. The guy turned his attention to the shore and saw Graham and Lane on the beach and greeted them. The guy offered to join him, asking if they had a day off today. Later, a group of 3 people sailed on a boat with the wind, with the help of a mermaid golem that served as a motor for the vessel. The girls were surprised by the speed of the boat. Lane told the hero that she couldn't believe that he was using a golem as an engine, comparing their boat to a high-speed vessel. The guy thought about it and remembered that the maximum speed of Saima is 64 kilometers per hour and realized that if he created more golems like this, he would be able to cover greater distances with their help. Meanwhile, Graham was enjoying the air and, closing her eyes, turned her face into the wind. The guy interrupted the girl's enjoyment and asked how far the island was from the nearest land. The girl answered that the closest region to them was Bavanda in the east, but this territory belonged to Regalta. The hero remembered that this was the place where the girl fought. Graham continued to say that it was less than 280 kilometers away, and from the reports, the situation there was terrible because the battlefield is a terrible thing. The girl stopped and asked the guy if he really wanted to get to those lands on this boat. The guy replied that the golems could deliver the boat there, to which the girl said that if the weather was favorable, then it could become real. Shiro asked, upset, if it was dangerous. The girl agreed and said that a man traveling alone was absurd. Graham said she could prepare the documents as his grant, but all the ports of Bavanda were blocked and there hadn't been much unrest in the royal capital of Reglant lately. The boy thought about the capital and decided that it had become safer there since Khan had escaped from there, although it looked destroyed. The boy asked about the documents. Shiro asked if she would confirm his identity if she became his grant. The girl, smiling, agreed and replied that the island became imperial territory as soon as the empire discovered it, and since the guy lived on it, he was an imperial subject. Graham added that if she reported that Shiro was a dungeon explorer, then the question of his identification would only be temporary and perhaps the guy would become a representative of the island, that is, the leader. The guy did not believe the girl's words and was surprised. Shiro thought about it and realized that he was not the only inhabitant on the island and the chief was just a position. The girl thought about it and reminded him that the position was paid, but asked the guy not to expect big money. The protagonist had a feeling that they would exploit him for pennies, but he was glad to receive at least some guarantees in a world where he had nowhere to go. Smiling, Shiro asked to take care of the paperwork. The guys were sailing on the sea and Lane asked where they were, to which the guy replied that it was a special place for fishing. Shiro replied that they could catch a lot of lobsters and abalones here, and suggested that the girls try it while they looked at the ocean and were amazed. Lane agreed and started taking off her clothes. Graham just sweated and took off her shirt in embarrassment. The guy looked at the girls and sincerely hoped that by taking the girls they would be able to enjoy the island. The guy, without thinking, said that they were beautiful, and the girls suddenly became embarrassed, asking him to repeat what he said about them. Shiro smiled, remained silent, and stood with one foot on the side of the boat, having previously changed into homemade swimming trunks. When the girls saw the guy, they panicked and couldn't put words together. Lane asked about the guy's clothes, and he answered that you can't fish with clothes on, and jumped into the sea. The girls watched the splashes from the young man. Lane, smiling peacefully, lifted her commander above the sea and dropped him into the sea with a splash. Graham, finding herself underwater, puffed out her cheeks and closed her eyes, pressing her hands to herself. The girl opened her eyes slightly and looked forward. The girl saw Shiro swimming underwater in front of her. Graham swam up to him. Later, the three of them collected various sea curiosities and enjoyed their time at sea. Climbing back onto the boat, Shiro told the girls how much they had caught. Turning to the shore, the guy saw a crowd of sunbathing girls, knights without armor, on the beach. The guy understood that although the view was amazing, it was a pity to waste time just lying around. The young man came to his senses while Graham was looking at him, and the guy ran away, shouting that without that very same beach day cannot be a beach day, promising that he will come back soon. Returning to the island, the guy rushed to the kitchen with a saucepan and water. The guy spoke his actions, saying that he needed to boil water and sugar to make syrup, then ordered Goku to look for and bring fruit, assuring that he would need a lot of it, and Iwao's team would carry barrels of water to the beach. The boy also remembered about condensed milk with sugar and goat's milk, hoping that the syrup would boil soon. Shiro ordered the golems to cut the fruit into small pieces while they carried baskets filled with food. After everyone had prepared, the boy rode back to the beach on a cart filled with food. The young man began to put up the poles for the canopy along with the golems, and the girls approached him asking the owner what he was doing and if he needed help. The other girls set up a tent, tying it to boulders, while another asked if the contents of the barrel needed to be frozen by pointing her finger at it. Using magic, the girl froze a square of water and sugar, and the golems grated it. The guy put syrup, fruit, and condensed milk on crushed ice, and the ice cream from the dungeon island was ready. The girls were surprised by the new food, saying that it looked delicious. Having tried the new wonder, the girls complained of a headache but were delighted with the taste, saying that they did not even know that it was possible to eat such ice. The guy, happy for them, assumed that ice was not held in high esteem in their empire. One of the girls shouted that everyone should not come up at once and stand in line, which caused a crowd of people wanting to try ice cream to appear near the tent. Other girls who weren't relaxing on the beach heard the owner handing out something and wanted to try some shredded ice too. The line kept growing. The boy noticed that all the soldiers on the island were at the tent and hoped that no one would skip the line while the knights were talking around. The boy decided that since everyone was here, it would be nice to arrange something for them to enjoy their day off together. The girl with dark shoulder-length hair raised her chopsticks and announced that everyone had enjoyed the shaved ice and that they had a new program to entertain themselves with. The girls screamed about the Shirasanada Cup and the beach flag tournament and assured that the winner would have the right to have the owner apply special tanning oil to them. The guy was embarrassed by this proposal and sat silently to the side. The guy understood why Lane and Ram didn't participate, because their physical body enhancement wouldn't give a chance to other knights. Meanwhile, one of the girls, Cheryl, used recovery magic, which made the others scold her. To stimulate the intestines of the stronger participants and cause them a slight stomach ache, so the girl was disqualified. The girl cried from such a result because she just wanted to win a prize. The crowd of girls took off at the count and rushed past the guy like a typhoon. The boy stood silently as the wind and sand blew his hair away. The young man was amazed that although they were ordinary soldiers, they had amazing strength, comparing them to superheroes, when one of the girls tore out the flag, raising it up, proving her victory. The guy felt sorry for the girls who were trying to take first place and decided that the prize would go to the first three winners, because it would be more interesting for him. Already in the evening at the hotel, the guy approached Graham and asked if the weekend was sluggish for her. The girl was silent and sipped juice while the guy leaned over, calling the girl. Shiro said that the girl looked a little depressed and came closer. Sitting down, the guy offered to have a drink together so that she would not be so lonely, while the girl tried to object to something. Graham said something about oil and drank the glass in one gulp. The guy was surprised while the girl tried to cough. Shiro patted the commander on the back. The girl lay down on her hands, leaning her elbows on the table, and sadly said that she envied the soldiers. The young man sighed, smiling, took the girl by the hand and dragged her to his room. Graham asked the guy where they were going. The guy, taking the bottle, replied that today he would give her a massage, which would be a special session just for her. The girl was embarrassed and agreed. Two golems carried boulders while the young man supervised the process. The protagonist thought about the fact that today they were laying the foundation for the soldiers' waiting area, because war was not his strong point, but the settings would gladly help, and this could bring several magic stones into his pocket. The guy looked at the tower and remembered that 25 days had passed since the research group arrived to him, and the young man understood that soon Graham with the knights would sail away. The young man continued to lead the process while Graham assisted him. The gates to the dungeons opened, and the knights came out of them. The girls greeted the owner and thanked him for the help he brought in the construction. The knights were indignant that there were too many monsters in the dungeon and very narrow corridors. The main character noted that the exploration in the dungeon was not going very smoothly. From the crowd of girls, the guy noticed a familiar head and called Graham to him. The guy waved at the girl with both hands, to which she waved back. Shiro replied that they hadn't worked well today, to which Graham responded with gratitude. Lane warned that she was going to return to the hotel. The young man answered the girl that it looked like they would finish the foundation today, since all that was left was to dig a ditch and head towards the coast. Graham agreed with a smile and was happy. The guy was glad that the girl was no longer nervous around him, but she understood that in less than a week she would return to the capital of the empire. The couple walked through the forest, returning to the hotel, and the guy decided to ask what happened with the dungeons. The girl sighed, upset, and answered that it was overcrowded with monsters, and therefore the research was not going as well as they would like, but nevertheless in the morning they managed to create a safe zone. Graham said that they had set up a barrier in the large room on the west side of the first underground floor so that they could prevent monsters from entering. The barrier consisted of pillars about 4 meters high and about 50 centimeters thick placed in the 4 corners of the room to create a defense. The boy remembered that these were the pillars that the knights showed him before they put him inside the dungeon. The girl replied that she was glad because they had managed to install them before leaving. The young man asked if they would leave in 5 days, to which the girl agreed. The guy reminded that the food was almost gone. If next time they sent forces of such a scale again, he would not be able to accept them because they would not be able to survive on fruits and edible monsters alone. The girl said that she planned to report to the authorities that this island should be open to the general public. The guy, not understanding, asked her again what she was talking about. Graham added that she was thinking of handing over the management from the government to the Adventurers Guild and let them do the research. The protagonist thought that since there were so many monsters, she was going to ask the adventurer to have ex-dungeon experts research it, since it was natural that the magic stones that could be obtained from monsters were the power source for weapons. The hero asked if this meant that a steady supply of magic stones was more important than treasure. The girl smiled and noted that the guy was very smart. Shiro thought that the praise didn't make him very happy, because in the previous world his grades were average, although he heard that men in this world were not even allowed to go to school and their literacy level was low. The boy was deep in thought, thinking that since men weren't taught arithmetic and things like that, it followed that men couldn't read money or were considered inferior to women. Graham was waving her hands in panic, trying to justify that she hadn't laughed at him and that she actually thought he was smart. The boy didn't think she was lying to him, but the environment you were born into determined a person, and that was also true for him. The main character looked at the girl and understood that even in this world, where a woman means something completely different than him, he still looks at the commander in accordance with Japanese values. Smiling, the guy replied that he was not particularly smart, from which the guy added to her face that he was also depraved, to which Graham was indignant. Hera looked at the girl and saw a flushed lady who did not understand what was happening. The young man answered that he was a little different from the men she had met before. The girl agreed and answered that she had such a feeling. Shiro decided to confess that he came to them from another world. The girl was dumbfounded and looked straight at the guy, asking what he was talking about, after which an awkward silence ensued. The protagonist understood that it was hard to believe, but he answered that it was true. The girl agreed with him while the guy thought about the fact that the girl did not believe him, but he was not against it, he just wanted to say it. With his arms outstretched, the guy decided to confess all his secret thoughts, which left the girl shocked. The guy started sweating and didn't understand what he was saying, although he felt guilty for his thoughts. The hero dropped to his knees. The young man assured that he would not touch them again and would not make them worry, asking for forgiveness for his previous actions. The girl called the guy, and why did he flinch? The girl asked if he wanted her to agree to something. The girl's eyes lit up when she asked him if he would mind being treated the same way. The guy agreed, confused. Graham blushed and began to fidget while the guy looked at her. The hero did not believe his eyes because he did not believe what was happening. The guy understood that this world is different, therefore men and women are also different, and decided that all is well that ends well. After the class, she came back without saying anything. Shiro said goodbye to the girl, hoping to see her at dinner while she was going into the house. The protagonist recalled what was happening in the forest and remembered how the girl's voice trembled. The young man tried to distract himself by saying that he needed to prepare dinner and called out to Goku, asking if he had finished eating. The main character prepared a cold cucumber and yogurt soup with vegetable and mayonnaise sandwiches, warning everyone that lunch was ready. The girls began their meal by praising the owner's food, but were upset that in a few days they would have to return back. One of the girls said that if they send a second group of researchers, she has to be there because there are not many healers willing to go there, so she will definitely be taken. The other girls laughed, said that Cheryl fell in love. The healer agreed with them. The girl replied that she felt much happier here. While the guy was carrying the towel, he was eavesdropping on the girls' conversation. Shiro thought that there was a war going on and these people could be sent to the front lines at any time, and exploring the dungeon must be heaven for them now, it seemed. Lane raised her glass and wanted to make a toast. The girl said that now they should rejoice. The girls raised their glasses and responded with a toast. Everyone shouted in unison about the southern paradise, while the guy stood to the side and watched the drinking ladies. Graham took a sip of alcohol and exhaled. Later in the evening, the golems washed each other. The boy who washed the miracle answered the others that he wanted them to be clean. The boy was glad that the creation of the brushes was very simple, because he used coconuts as a material and also installed lanterns on the road bath. The main character opened the table with characteristics and was happy about the increase in his level. The guy said that after that he made 2 more mermaid golems and the third was on the way. Hopefully he could make a speedboat. The miracle suddenly jumped up and jumped forward while his owner asked what was going on. The boy asked if there was anyone there, to which a girl's voice responded. Shiro recognized Graham and asked to come in, assuring that he was dressed. The girl in the night dress stood in front of him while the guy asked what happened, because it was so late. The girl stood at the doorway and looked at the guy, placing one of her hands on the door frame. Graham replied that she couldn't sleep, decided to take a walk, and heard noise from the bathroom. The girl looked away and replied that she was waiting for him to come out, after which she shook her head from side to side. Graham said she wanted to talk to him. The couple decided to take a walk, and the boy thought that there were so many stars that he could not distinguish a constellation, or did not even know what stars existed in this world. Shiro replied that where he comes from you can't see so many stars. Graham asked Citro, pointing to the star, if he was from those places. The guy thought about it, because it could be possible that the Earth and this planet exist in the same universe, or they are the same universe, just different galaxies, which is why the guy could not answer the girl's question exactly. The young man answered that he did not know and asked if she believed his words, to which the girl agreed because she wanted to believe him. The girl smiled and looked at the guy, saying that it made sense to her. Smiling, the guy asked if this could mean that he was not just a man for her. The girl replied that thanks to him she could communicate so simply. Graham added that she had never talked to a man before and walked next to him like she did now. The guy looked at her and asked if she was a shy person, and he thought that she needed to be more confident. The girl remained silent to his remark and then asked what he thought of her because she was not tall. The young man replied that where he came from short girls were considered pretty and attracted a lot of attention, but here, apparently, everything was different, he asked. Graham agreed with him and said that short women were very unpopular there. The girl sighed and decided to admit that she still found it difficult to get close to women. Graham herself did not understand what she was talking about, but the guy did not answer her that sometimes this happens, to which the girl simply agreed. The girl replied that she had a feeling as if he was the person who could understand all her loneliness. The young man decided that she must have been through a lot. Shiro told her not to pay attention to other people personally. He finds her very charming both outside and inside. The girl was embarrassed by such words. There was silence. The young man became embarrassed and thoughtful. Shiro was thinking about how the girl was waiting for him outside to make the first move, and the night was very romantic, which is why the guy couldn't resist and grabbed the girl's hand, thinking what a coward she was. The boy led her into the thicket of the forest, and together they came to the gate. The girl realized that they were near the dungeon and asked the guy, to which he replied that they were alone here and the sea breeze was pleasant. Shiro reminded her that it was beautiful here and that it felt like they were falling into the night sky, to which the girl agreed. The young man looked at the girl and did not understand what her consent meant because she should have hugged him already, but the girl left him no choice and he decided to act on his own. Shiro approached her in confusion. The guy hung over the girl, to which she called out to him, looking straight into his eyes. Shiro kissed Graham and grabbed the girl's hand. With his own hands, the guy forced Graham to hug him and hugged him back. The guy was mentally telling the girl that everything was okay and he would not reject her while they were kissing. The couple continued kissing against the backdrop of the night sea breeze. The kiss broke, but the girl asked to do it again. Afterwards, they kissed again and looked at each other shyly, while the guy thought, wanting the girl to act on her own. The girl blushed and sweated even more, which the guy noticed and was surprised. Shiro didn't know that she was even more yes to me than he thought because she froze again, which forced the main character to take the initiative. The guy offered the girl some good memories with him. The girl asked the guy again what he was talking about. Shiro suggested having sex, which made the girl's eyes grow bigger, and she herself was surprised and confused. The girl blushed even more while the guy thought about how a man in this world might not take such an initiative, and replied that he was just asking her because he wanted to. He reminded her that when she asked him in the forest, he answered that his answer to the question was sincere feelings now. The girl remained silent in response, to which the guy asked her if she was afraid, but she replied that she was not afraid. The guy said that after this, nothing cardinal changes in a person, the illusion about the opposite sex simply disappears. The girl clarified what illusions he was talking about, to which he replied that Graham was too complicated because they were not familiar with the opposite sex. Shiro gave a thumbs up and said that she would be able to better understand the relationship between a man and a woman, to which the girl hugged him tighter. The guy replied that it would not be his first time and that he might not be the most ideal partner. The young man had never taken a single step towards this before, but he believed that perhaps the psyche of women in this world was similar to the psyche of men from his world. The girl suddenly called out to the guy. Graham responded in a panic that she had absolutely no experience and whether the guy was sure about her. Shiro replied that it didn't matter to him and that he wasn't the type to sleep with anyone, to which the girl replied that she already knew that. The guy replied that he would fulfill all her requests within reason, to which the girl agreed. Graham asked what they should do now. Sipo started talking on her head, thinking how silky her hair was. The guy suggested starting, to which the girl agreed. Morning came and the boy woke up in his room from the sound of his watch. Shiro looked at the time and it was 5 o'clock in the morning. The guy, yawning, thought that he had been able to sleep for 3 hours and decided that the previous night had been madness. The main character remembered the girl's face last night. The girl was on top and the guy was tired and all disheveled. He replied that he was already on the verge of death. Graham asked not to make such a face, after which they changed positions. The guy believed that the girl's endurance in this world was also different, although it was difficult for him to compare because before this he only had one. The guy walked tiredly towards the bathroom, wanting to wash up. On the way he met Graham and the hero wished the girl a good morning. The girl buttoned her shirt and was surprised by the morning meeting. The girl said hesitantly to the guy with her hand. Shiro replied that the whole platoon would figure it out and asked to calm down. Graham resigned herself and agreed. Shiro asked if she was going to visit the bathroom too, but she replied that she just wanted to clear her sleepy head while avoiding his gaze. The guy thought that in some sense the body had already been cleansed. Afterwards, the young man said goodbye, saying something about going to the bathroom. After that, the guy turned around and looked at the girl. Shiro decided that even after that he was still hungry and smiled. Shiro looked tiredly at the sky with his mouth open, lost in his thoughts. The guy thought he needed sleep because all his energy had been drained, and he thought even a shower wouldn't help. Cheryl noticed the owner swaying back and forth and asked what was wrong. The girl used restoration magic on the guy. Cheryl asked the boy if he liked the recovery magic, to which he replied that he felt better. Shiro thought about how water was pouring into his body, and his head became clearer and his body became lighter. After finishing the magic, the boy jumped and glowed. They say that he feels just great. Shiro, running away, said that he would go wash the dishes since he had so much strength. The girl was a little confused and said goodbye to the guy. While the guy was walking back, a system notification window appeared. Shiro shouted with his golem that Saima was finished and he would go to the beach, assuring that the rest would be left to them. The guy with 2 golem dogs and a bird walked towards the sea, intending to take a day off but refrained, surprised by the magic. On the beach, the sun was shining and the weather was getting hotter. The guy thought about the fact that summer had already started and was planning to make sunglasses. The Sims swam to the guy and he decided it was time to start the tests. The young man got into the boat and, thanks to the golems, began to swim. The protagonist was surprised and praised his golems. The guy thought about what would be better, a carriage or a dog sled. Afterwards, the young man ordered the mermaids to swim to the cave at the entrance to the dungeon and asked the flying golem to tell the team Miracle to come to the exit from the stairs on the cliff by land. The young man swam to the cave and asked the mermaids to bring the boat back. The guy climbed up the ladder to the surface and shouted that he was there. Shiro saw Team Miracle and thought that if this route was faster, he would need a bigger boat to transport the other golems. As the boy was walking back, he saw the girl with the cart and told her that she had done a good job and asked if it was treasure. The knight replied that it was just trash and said that they had stumbled upon a pack of skeletons, asked if the guy had heard anything about them. The protagonist replied that these were the corpses of former soldiers, knights, and similar creatures that had turned into monsters. The girl replied that this was their equipment. The knight replied that sometimes there were balls and armors decorated with gold or precious stones, to which the boy said that this time it seemed like he was unlucky. The girl agreed with him and said that it was just a pile of trash that had fallen apart, swinging an old sword. Shiro thought that maybe it had once been a great sword, but now it was just a piece of iron, so it would be good for material, for making tools, and asked to take it. The knight asked why, but then added that it was unlikely that anyone would object to something so wretched being taken away, and handed the sword to the boy. Shiro took the sword and walked back, trembling, not thinking that it would be so heavy. The boy decided that with so much iron he would not have to worry about materials for a while, but the sword was very dirty. Shiro assumed that the sword fits into his hands. He became curious about what kind of sword it was, and with the repair he could roughly understand what kind of thing it was before. Using magic, he learned that this sword was the Exocious Ball that previously belonged to a 6th-rank angel according to legend, and the blade contained holy magic that was able to drive away all evil spirits. The guy was surprised by this find and decided to ask Graham about it. Today's dessert for dinner is cream brulee and iced coffee. The caramel was roasted by Helen, who is known for her subtle magical manipulations, and with the help of magic, she was able to create a dessert at a minimum fire power. Graham was the first to try it. The girl seemed to melt. They said it was very tasty, and the guy said that if she wanted another portion, there was an extra one. The girl shyly replied that she wanted to, but that the guy thought she was cute. Shiro remembered that he wanted to ask her about the 6th-level angel. The girl replied that it was a guardian angel, behind whom stood the Order of Holy Knights and who bestowed his blessing on those who resisted evil. Graham added that many powerful light-based spells are used to enlist the power of this angel, among them the Thorny Light of Heaven, which can only be used by the High Clergy or Flower Knights, adding that their spell is capable of sending hundreds of undead into oblivion with one blow. The guy thought about the 6th rank in angels and asked if this angel could have a sword or something like that. The girl, stirring the caramel, clarified what he meant. Graham remembered that in all religious paintings the angel holds his sword in his right hand, and it is said that this sword destroys the evil given by the Archangel Labai. The boy thought about the facts and excitedly asked about the fact that this sword is now in the human realm. Graham noted that the boy knows and the legend says that the sword belonged to the Holy Knight Umberto, but she said that it was just a fairy tale. Shiro asked what if this sword was found. The girl replied that it would be a huge event because it is one of the sacred balls which has great power. Suddenly, a crowd of female knights lined up around the boy, asking him what happened. Shiro did not understand where the crowd came from. Under the pretext, the boy asked Graham to discuss the payment later. When everyone left, the guy started talking about the fee. He lied and apologized, saying that he wanted to talk about something completely different. Meanwhile, the golems were clearing the tables after a crowd of girls were dining. The protagonist took out his sword and said that the truth was that he wanted to talk about the ball. The girl asked about the rusty sword in the guy's hands, to which he replied that the sword belonged to an angel. The girl looked at the guy with an empty look. Shiro perked up at the sight of such eyes and thought that he hadn't seen such a look from Graham for a long time, as if she was looking at a fool, which made the guy blush. The main character asked if she believed him, to which she replied that even if he said it, it was a little strange. The guy with a smirk on his face began to talk about whether he had told about his abilities during yesterday's conversation and that he had learned about the sword precisely with the help of magic, moving closer to Graham's face. The girl was embarrassed and the guy replied that he could fix it with his magic if she gave him 32 hours. Graham replied that she believed him and asked him to try, but asked why he wanted to do that. The girl did not understand if this was really a sword belonging to an angel, then why did he tell her about it? The young man replied that this sword would not prevent him from being a terrible fighter, although he could not sell it, but while he was on this island, he did not need it. The boy said that he thought that the sword could be useful to the girl if she gave it to the Empire. He was sure that she would be credited for it. The girl agreed, but wanted to object. Shiro told the girl that he was still among the trash that one of the soldiers was dragging. The girl chuckled and replied that he was very honest. The guy agreed and said that he would repair it now. Start using your magic, the sword shone. Afterwards, the sword rose into the air and disappeared along with the light. The girl was surprised and replied that the sword had disappeared. The boy warned that it was magic. Graham trembled and said incredulously that she believed. Shiro thought that a man who could use magic was too unusual for her. The boy bowed and said that in 32 hours she would understand everything, to which the girl asked where the sword was now. The boy himself could not answer this question because he did not know, because like magic, the creature, he could make it appear where he wanted and the sword could be anywhere within a radius of 10 meters within his sight. The young man answered that as soon as the repairs were finished, he would go where she wanted, but not to the dungeon. The boy did not want to go there. Graham asked to pretend that she found him right there. The girl sighed and still could not believe the angel's sword. The guy laughed, to which the girl replied that until she saw it, she would not be able to believe it and apologized. Graham replied that they would leave the repairs to the guy, to which he agreed and the girl wished her good night. The guy got a little angry and asked what she was doing in the evening and warned that if she came, he would wait for her in his room. The girl sheepishly agreed, but the guy told her that they would not stay up late anymore because she had to go to the dungeon tomorrow. Graham apologized for last night. The girl, blushing, declared that she could not control herself, to which the guy, smiling, reproached her for her impudence and nobility. The girl apologized to the owner again, but he asked her not to call him that anymore. The main character thought about the fact that there were 4 days left before Graham's departure, and the angel's sword could be an ideal gift for a temporary lover. 2 days later, the guy received a notification that the angel's sword had been repaired and was asked to indicate the location of its appearance. Meanwhile, the main character was shaving and was happy that the repair was finished. The guy came to Graham's house and said that the sword was repaired, to which the girl asked him to come in. The young man went inside and noticed that her luggage was neat and tidy and that she was leaving the day after tomorrow. Shiro stretched out his arms and the space around him sparkled. A shining sword appeared in front of the couple. Graham was very surprised that it was really an angel's sword. The boys looked at the sword and the boy felt a strange magical power coming from it. Graham asked if she could really take it because she wanted to report it to the Empire. The boy smiled and told her to do whatever she wanted. The girl hugged the young man and sincerely thanked him. Graham took Cyro's hand and asked him to swim with her to Lursanshin, saying that she would take care of everything. The young man reminded her that they had talked about this many times in the last few days, but she could not break the rules as a commander. The protagonist declared that he did not want to be either a stowaway or a skin-skinned person, and that he would not be able to achieve happiness by pushing away his legal spouse, and asked to love the man who would become her husband. Graham looked down, saying she didn't want to be another man, and trembled. The girl burst into tears and replied that then she would stay here with him. The guy squeezed her tighter in the cat's embrace, pounding his chest with her little fists. Shiro replied that she would be punished for not fulfilling her duties, and she knew it very well, but the girl remained silent and trembled. The guy added to his words that the days spent with her were an irreplaceable treasure for him and happy memories were the most precious thing a person has. The young man closed his eyes and replied that he was happy to meet her, but the girl remained silent. Graham broke the hug and wiped her face, replied that it was rude of her and apologized. The guy, smiling, suggested going to have breakfast, promised to make her favorite hot sandwiches. The girl continued to cry, holding back her tears, but smiled at this proposal. The sun was shining and the sea was calm. The guy was sitting on the shore wearing sunglasses. The young man was fishing with his guard dogs and was thinking that after repairing the angel's ball he had almost no strength left and it would take about 20 hours to restore it. The guy knew he would soon break up with the girl and felt a hole appear in his heart. 3 of his mermaid golems swam out to the shore to the guy. The main character thought about the emerald green sea, the blue sky, the sadly serene world, and that was precisely what was most beautiful. A liner arrived and a crowd gathered at the pier. The night girls thanked the guy for shelter, and one of the girls, Layla, hugged the owner. The other girls were indignant, asking to be next for a hug, while Lane watched and smiled at the event. The guy walked up to the girl with dark hair, a head taller than him, with a smile and hugged her, which surprised the girl. Lane smiled and thanked the owner for everything. The young man looked at her and asked them to take care of themselves. Graham stood with her back to the owner and was silent. The young man looked at her and remembered that the real farewell was last night, but it was difficult for him to describe what he felt now, when he thought that this could be the last time they saw each other, and he called out to the girl. Graham turned around and smiled, covering her eyes with sunglasses. The girl agreed and said goodbye, promising to meet, to which the guy nodded positively. The girl was sailing away on a boat to the liner while the guy from the pier was waving both hands at them. Graham smiled and waved back at Shiro, saying goodbye to him. The girl was asked by her captain why she was wearing glasses, to which one of them noted that the sun had been very strong lately. But Graham herself did not answer the question and continued to smile silently. Shiro smiled and looked after the girls and thought about Graham, thinking that she acted much more decisively, but he was sure that she was very tense because of this. Last night Graham was with Shiro and cried loudly while the boy wiped her tears with his finger. Shiro reminded her that she was crying again without removing his hand from her cheek, which made her thank the guy. But as soon as she remembered and talked about the fact that she would have to say goodbye to the guy tomorrow, she made her cry and new tears appeared on the girl's cheeks. The guy told her that she cried so much that her eyes turned red and the girl sobbed again from tears. Shiro answered that it was impossible to show such an owl face to subordinates, and the girl herself knows this very well. Remembering, the guy put sunglasses on the girl, which greatly surprised Graham. The girl replied that it should work and apologized for all this to the guy who was sitting opposite her. Shiro took off her glasses and began to speak. The guy answered her that now she could cry as much as she wanted, which made the girl smile sadly and cry, looking at Shiro. Shiro and all his golems gathered at the shore to say goodbye to the knights. The guy himself didn't notice how a tear rolled down his cheek, and he felt very sad. Shiro went back and sat outside looking at the sky and thought that suddenly his life had become empty inside. The guy couldn't imagine what would happen next, but he thought that a messenger would come to him again on a wyvern, because Graham said that someone from Milano's team would come, and the guy was interested in which of the girls he would meet again. Shiro called the notification window and thought about how he made the 4th Saima and the golem production increased again. But there was a golem that the guy blocked. The young man saw that there was a flint golem of the earth type and the 1st level, which helped with rats and other vermin that destroyed crops because it could penetrate narrow places and cope well with secret theft. The guy noted that this meant that there was a golem made of flint. Before this, the guy used Goku and Miracle to destroy the rats in the fields, but they didn't do much, so he thinks to create about 5 earth golems and call the first one Wiggles. The guy smiled and looked up at the sky again. Sighing, Shiro admitted to himself that he felt like an empty shell right now and hoped that they wouldn't take too long to get ready. Meanwhile, in the port city of Malaya, a girl in a cloak and hood walked along the narrow alleys among the houses. The girl walked silently and thought about the path from captain to seeker of revenge, because she could not give up the thought that she should stay on that island. The girl opened her hood a little, thought for a moment, and said Shiro's name, remembering the main character. Covering her face again, the girl thought that she had managed to reach this city safely and that she had to thank Shiro and his magic, although she would have been happy to stay there. The girl's gaze changed to an even more angry one and she decided that she had to settle the score. The girl thought about Janice. Meanwhile, another girl was walking along similar roads and was hurrying until she lost her breath. The girl in village clothes and with bags in her hands was bustling about, thinking that Janice would be angry if she didn't hurry. The girl in the cloak in the center of Miltea, on an indentation in the form of an engraving of a gargoyle, looked down on the city and its inhabitants. The girl managed to catch a glimpse of a passerby who looked like a man with tails, with the thought in her head that she had finally been caught. The girl rose from her observation point and thought that this city was the base of their pirate crew, but to the public they were a merchant ship, and she knew that the traders would come here to service the ship and recruit crew members. But the girl noticed that they were in no hurry and were trying to hunt guys. The girl in the cloak was sure that they thought she was dead while Bouten was recruiting passersby. The girl began to remember what happened on the ship where she was stabbed in the back, and with anger in a hoarse voice, gritting her teeth, she called the name Bouten. The girl looked angrily at the passerby. They say that she is second on her blacklist after Jenny, unable to tear her eyes away from her. The girl watched as Bouten swaggered along with the cute and timid prostitute. She decided that they were going to the warehouse area to avoid paying for the room and considered the girl a miser. Bouten sat down on the box with a thud and stretched her right leg forward. The guy didn't understand what they wanted from him, and the girl with an evil smile on her face ordered the guy to take off her shoe. The guy asked again what the girl was talking about, and after that she screamed for him to follow the order. The guy followed the order and took off his boot, after which he saw the commander's stinking foot. The guy asked what she wanted from him, to which the girl agreed and ordered her to lick her foot, cleaning it until it shined, and sighed, enjoying what was happening. The girl in the cloak watched this and grimaced in disgust. The guy wanted to object to the girl and offer an alternative, but she interrupted him, asking what he wanted to tell her that he would not follow the order. The cute guy got nervous and said that this was not quite what he meant when suddenly the girl's foot hit him between the legs. The girl in the raincoat continued to watch, thinking that nothing had changed. While that girl was screaming that she was paying, and he was doing what she ordered and continued to beat him, promising that she would make him lick her entire body. The one watching from the side did not know what to do, because if she went out now, the girl would take the guy hostage, because she knew what kind of character the girl had, and she did not want to drag a man into this with whom she had nothing in common. Having made up her mind, the girl jumped forward towards them, thinking that whatever will be, will be. Meanwhile, the boy was tearfully licking between his toes while Bouten praised him and, blushing, assured him that he had talent for this. Suddenly, a girl in a cloak hung over Bouten like a shadow and grabbed her enemy by the head, squeezing it with her palm and apologizing for interrupting her fun. Bouten did not have time to come to her senses as she suddenly became nervous. Unable to turn her head, Bouten screamed at her captor that she was an officer of the pirates Janus and screamed in pain. The girl in the cloak replied that someone like her could not possibly be an officer of Janus. Bouten asked if she needed money, and if so, she had it and she was ready to pay. The girl replied that it was a good idea and reached into the back pocket of Bouton's jacket and threw the bag of money to the boy who was already backing away. The girl ordered him to take the money and go home, to which the boy obeyed her and ran away in panic. The woman asked what they were going to do to her. The dark figure looming over her said that, stupid as she was, she might have recognized that voice and asked if she would. The woman tried to remember. Realizing, she trembled and stuttered that it couldn't be, and then shouted out a question asking if it was the captain. The girl threw off her hood and hissed angrily that she was right in her guess. The woman opened her mouth in horror and asked him to wait in a trembling voice. Her face was wet with fear. She screamed that it wasn't her who did it, but the hand was still digging into her hair. Tightening her grip, the girl asked if it was true that it wasn't her, if someone else had betrayed her. The woman screamed that it wasn't that Janus had made them do it. The captain gasped and said it didn't matter now and asked where Janus was. As she was being shaken, the woman tried to think of the best way to respond. She asked if she would be spared if she told. The captain was silent for a moment, but then replied that she would think about it. The woman said they were staying at the Three Blackbirds, a newly opened restaurant, that the owner of the restaurant was Janus's lover, and that they were going to play cards that day, so all the officers were drunk. The woman laughed, saying she just wanted to find a man. The captain told her to shut up and asked where the hotel was. She replied that the inn was in Longland Alley and, giggling nervously, asked if she would be forgiven now that she had told everything. The fingers twirled on the head of the woman, who did not understand anything. The main character answered her, squeezing her hair, that she had already said that she would think about it, and then she angrily said that it turned out that she was already dead to her. The woman could only shout out a question about what it meant and start asking for it to stop. The main character squeezed her head and a deafening explosion occurred. From a strong gust of flame, her cloak became ruffled. The fire in the heroine's hand went out, leaving only smoke. She looked down and said that she had crossed out another name. The girl turned around and walked away. The woman remains lying on the ground. The main character appeared at the building. She wondered if it was the same restaurant, Three Blackbirds, and the thought flashed through her mind that it did not look like the establishment was open today. The girl peered through the gap between the half-opened windows and saw a group sitting at a table, led by a black-haired woman. They were playing cards. The woman solemnly threw the cards on the table, saying that they were 7, and grinned. Someone shouted loudly that the captain was on another level today. Everyone laughed. The main character frowned when she heard the woman called captain. She called a man named Roy and told him to bring them another bottle of rum. The man asked if they needed another one. The main character, looking at him, asked herself if he was Janice's lover and thought he was quite cute, thinking that his face was nice, but he looked unhappy. Roy apologized to Janice and said that the bottle he gave them earlier was the last one. Janice frowned and asked if he was trying to make her look bad in front of her subordinates. Roy answered hesitantly that the liquor store was closed at that hour. Janice said it was the lover's duty to sort it out and asked if that was true. The young man replied that he would see what could be done and hurried away. The subordinate said that the captain should not be surprised if he ran away from her. She replied that the subordinate did not understand anything, that you have to be tough with a man. She added that the main thing is to put him in his place from the very beginning, both in everyday life and in other personal matters. The subordinate noticed that the captain was amazing. She grinned and said that she could tell him something. The main character looked at her distorted face and became angry when she said her name. Janice smirked and asked if her subordinates wanted to know what a well-mannered man was like. While everyone inside the building was laughing, the main character jumped onto the roof and hid. She reflected that after Janice's lover left, there were only 4 people left inside. They were Janice herself, Futch, Anna, and Hillary. The girl thought that Janice was being careful, so there might be traps. She thought about what would happen if she attacked suddenly using explosive magic, but she gave up on the idea because they could easily sense it. She put her hand in her pocket and pulled out a magical artifact, saying that perhaps she had better use it in this situation. The heroine reflected that this was her loot from the merchant ship, that ancient lost gravity magic was sealed in this artifact, that legends say that it is so strong that it can crush anything. Having changed her position, the girl realized that she was now right below them and thought that the artifact would activate in 3 seconds. It was worth giving it only a small amount of power so that she would not be noticed. She stood up and activated the magical artifact, thinking that she didn't have any last words, but she had some thoughts. The girl, while the wind fluttered her cloak, thought that, in the end, she felt that people without love cannot achieve happiness. Her mind was filled with the faces of those she was going to take revenge on, and she was thinking about how it seemed to her that Janice and the others, by living according to their desires, were refusing to be happy themselves. The heroine jumped off the roof. Her head was filled with thoughts that she had taken revenge, and after taking revenge, her life as a pirate and avenger had come to an end. Her cloak was thrown off and carried away by the wind. The heroine thought that she had already decided what her new way of life would be. She walked out of the alley thinking about becoming an adventurer and diving into the dungeon on Monte Cristo Island. The heroine thought that maybe this wasn't a very correct life, but at least this time she wouldn't be a criminal. She assumed that she would make a name for herself, save money, and perhaps start a normal family. The girl remembered the smiling young man, and a smile adorned her face. Meanwhile, the artifact was activated and began to expand, enveloping the building. It grew to enormous proportions. The girl walked forward without looking back. There was an explosion. A crowd of people gathered outside the restaurant, watching as part of the building collapsed in an instant, leaving a huge hole in the ground in its place. The girl went out to the embankment. Roy ran down the alley, breathing heavily. The young man thought that he had finally bought the rum, that he had forced the shop to open, and that he had been given a rather unpleasant reception. He had hardly had time to catch his breath. Sweat was pouring down his face. He thought it was nothing compared to what Janice could do. He hung his head down, wondering how long he had been with her. Roy remembered how they met, and she extended her hand to him with a smile. He thought about Janice saving him when he was in a difficult situation because of his mother's debt, but then he decided that saying she saved him would be too loud because his fate had not changed much after meeting her. The boy remembered reaching out his hand in return, feeling relieved. He thought he was glad he did, because being the beautiful Janice's man had seemed so much better than what had originally been in store for him. Roy thought back to his past with Janice, thinking that she was very easily angered if she was even slightly displeased. She would kick him or throw something at him. Roy reflected that she often scolded him with all her severity, but he always somehow tolerated it. The thought was going around in his head that despite everything, after the beatings or when he did something that brought Janice pleasure, she was very kind to him. He ran, thinking that he had nowhere else to go anyway, and he had to try his best not to anger her. Roy reached the destroyed building and dropped the bag from his hands in surprise. The man shouted a question about what had happened. The young man replied that he did not know because he had just returned and asked himself what had happened. The sound of an explosion was heard again at the scene. The house was on fire. People were screaming, asking if it was because of the lamp. Someone demanded to gather women who could use water magic. The remains of the building burned down. Everyone watched silently as it happened. Roy was confused as to whether it was magic or something that caused this and wondered if there was anything left. He headed towards the building thinking that he had to save what he could before it collapsed. The young man thought that the building could collapse at any moment, that Janice had a lot of silver coins, so he could save at least that. He stepped on something and screamed. The young man thought that the people who suffered from the explosion were simply unrecognizable. The young man looked around and wondered out loud where his coins were, whether they could have melted. Suddenly someone called out to him in a hoarse voice. He asked if it was Janice. He saw Janice trapped in the rubble and called out to her. The young man came up to her and began to tremble. She asked him what he was doing and told him to call the healer quickly. Roy replied that the doctor would not come unless payment was made in advance. Janice said that she had her wallet handy. He opened his wallet and thought that there were not only silver coins but also gold coins. Janice asked him to hurry up and told him to run. Roy nodded and moved. The young man ran down the alley. He thought it wouldn't be far to the healer's house if he turned left at the corner of Piazza Lupanto. He was sure she didn't like going door to door at that hour, but for the 7 silver coins on her table she would definitely agree. Roy ran further and further, barely breathing. He stopped to catch his breath and thought he was almost there, because the square came into view. His head was filled with thoughts that Janice would be angry if he didn't hurry, that she would swear again. But then it dawned on Roy. He wondered if Janice would hit him after what had happened to her. The boy remembered what she looked like. He thought about how she was covered in blood and was burned, and it looked like she had broken bones. Roy thought she didn't look like her usual self, not arrogant and ruthless, but weak, as if she was ready to die at any moment. He wondered if she would have had the strength, if she would have been able to raise her broken arm against him, if she would have been able to subject him to the usual terrible punishments and verbal abuse. The young man clutched the wallet in his hands and looked at the fork in front of him. He reasoned that on the left was the healer's house and on the right was the unknown. Roy was confused because he had a choice that was previously unavailable to him. The hand pressed the purse to his chest. He thought that he did not know what awaited him on the right. His face lit up as he thought that this was like a gift from God, the greatest opportunity of his life. He rushed forward. Roy chose to go right. The island looked small through the clouds. The young man stood and looked at the sea, thinking that 3 weeks had already passed since Graham and her squad left the island. He sighed, thinking he was past the sentimental stage, but he still missed them. He dreamed of talking to someone, even Lyanna. He thought that Graham would request that the dungeon be open to the general public, so it wouldn't be long before adventurers gathered in large numbers. The young man crossed his arms over his chest and said that in that case he should be ready to receive them. He smiled, thinking that he wanted to look good in case there was a nice girl among them, and maybe he would even have a serious relationship with her. The hero turned around and said that they needed to start remodeling the cave, that he was sure that the guests would appreciate something more stylish and luxurious. The mechanical dogs followed him. He raised his hand and shouted that they were aiming for a tropical resort style. The dogs barked in agreement and readiness. The young man glanced at the status window and thought about his current progress. He said that he had been baking bread for the Graham squad nonstop. The hero checked the status window, saying that he had raised his level to the maximum. He added that by adding bonuses from food production level and creation magic, he can make bread in just 44 seconds, whereas it once took him an hour. The young man bit into the bread, saying that the improvement in quality made it even tastier than before, and that he could now become a respected baker wherever he went. The taste was wonderful. He added that the production of medicine had risen to the 4th level, so he could now make alcohol, that he immediately made sake, so that in the evening he thought of having a snack of white fish kabujime, washed down with cold sake. The young man cried out that it was with these thoughts that they had sailed to a place a little far from the shore, that he wanted to catch something big. He added that he could have simply entrusted it to Saima if he wanted to catch fish. Enjoying his time on the boat, he said it was his hobby. The young man closed his eyes, saying that that very incident with fishing on the day of his transfer to this world was his first fishing experience, that he could not believe that he had become addicted to it, and it was quite ironic. The hero thought out loud that fishing was a good way to kill time, and time passed very slowly on this island. He remembered the books that Graham and the officers had read and left behind. They had been useful, and the young man was almost done with them. Little by little, he was beginning to get acquainted with the culture and faith of this world in terms of different genres. The hero was thinking about how he had found some adult novels, but he wasn't very fond of them, perhaps because the genders were reversed, and that these novels were all about men serving women. The young man said out loud that he thought that this was a fantasy in this world, and wondered out loud whether the officers had dreamed of this. The hero lay on the boat thinking that there was no catch, that he would later ask Saima that he could add a roof to the boat or convert it into a catamaran, that he could strengthen it to transport golems. He had many ideas. Suddenly someone turned to him and asked him to wake up. The young man was puzzled. An unknown man with a bandaged face stood in front of him. The hero asked who it was, taking off his glasses. He wondered if someone had managed to sail to the island. The stranger said that they had not seen each other for a long time and she missed him. The young man asked again who she was, thinking that it seemed to him that he had heard her voice somewhere before. The hero wondered why the woman would hide her face. The woman asked if he really didn't remember her and said that she was offended. She sighed and added that she was an acquaintance of his precious lover. The young man wondered who she was talking about, Graham or Chris. The woman grabbed her face and began to laugh frighteningly. She began to abruptly pull off the bandage and screamed that it seemed like he really didn't recognize her, but they would fix that. The bandage was removed and her burnt face appeared before the young man. The hero was frightened. Janice told him she couldn't find a healer good enough and asked him to look more closely. She turned her face to the other side and added that he should look at her instead of the side with the burns. The young man was tense as he looked at her. He thought that he had seen this extremely pale skin before, and he immediately cried out, realizing who the woman was. The hero said in a trembling voice that she was with Cecilia. The woman, grinning, shouted that his guess was correct, giving her name and adding that she was her vice-captain. The frightened young man asked why she had come to the island. The woman smiled. She said she was there to see him, which was obvious. Janice demanded to know where she got those scars. The hero was completely horrified, thinking that he absolutely did not want to ask about this because the girl left the island to take revenge on them. He still asked if this was Cecilia's doing. Janice spread her arms out and screamed that he had hit the nail on the head, that there was no one who could use gravity magic, that Cecilia must have used their secret sphere. The woman added that Cecilia had screwed up because she was still alive despite the girl thinking otherwise. Janice licked her lips and said it was her turn. She said that she would not harm her right away, but would first make her and everyone around her suffer. Janice said she would start with him. In a trembling voice laced with fear, the boy asked why she had chosen him. Janice replied that she had done some investigating and that Cecilia had been drinking and chatting about her feelings for the hero, and everyone had heard it. The woman shouted that she liked his face and it gave her a feeling of satisfaction. She asked him not to worry and added that she would have a good time before getting rid of him. Janice said that after they had their fun, she would send it to Cecilia with a note saying thanks for the treat. The hero summoned the Sims and ordered them to eliminate her. The Sims with tridents jumped out of the water and attacked the woman. She calmly dodged their attacks and attacked back. The Sims fell apart and fell back into the water. The woman noted that the attack was quite powerful. She grinned and asked if that was all the hero was capable of. The duck golem was set on fire. The golem fell into the water. Janice said she had to be careful and asked if that was true, if those were all golems. The hero was tied to a pole. Janice asked him what he was going to do now. The boy was at a loss, not knowing what to do. None of the Sims responded to his call. He thought about how this moment was like a reproduction of his first day in this world, asked himself why he had to hit him in the stomach. The hero thought about the fact that it was difficult to verify in the nightmare that was happening in reality. The young man thought that the quiet days on the island had probably made him lose his guard, that it had been a self-deception to think that the island was safe. Janice told him that she could just beat him until he cried and begged for mercy, but she found another solution to the situation. The hero thought that everything she said was disgusting. The woman said that he had beautiful skin and that it would be a loss for her to remove him. There were always other ways to deal with him. The young man could not find words and remained disappointedly silent. She asked what he thought of her, whether she was beautiful to him. The young man replied that Cecilia was more beautiful than she. The woman chuckled and cast a spell. The hero realized with annoyance that even this moment was repeating itself. Jana said she would quickly retrain him and teach him how to beg for mercy. The hero thought about starting to count sheep in his mind without emotion. He thought about counting the clouds in the sky, but he couldn't contain his fear and tension. Jana said that just when she thought he had given up, that sweet expression appeared that she wouldn't start until he resisted her. The hero realized that nothing would work and he needed to think of an escape. The woman licked the blade and held it to the young man, saying that she would eliminate him if she did not like him. The hero glanced sideways at the knife and noticed a small chip on it. An idea came to him. He figured out what to do. A system window appeared with the knife's characteristics. It took 4 seconds to repair it. The young man mentally activated the repair spell. The knife in Janice's hand glowed. The repair began. At the same moment, the blade disappeared from her hand. She was shocked by what was happening. Janice screamed and asked what was going on. The system window announced that the knife had been successfully repaired and that she needed to specify the location where it should appear. The hero thought about stabbing her in the chest but decided against it. The knife pierced her leg and Janice screamed. The young man thought that the next object of repair was the leather strip that bound him. The strip disappeared in an instant and the hero freed his hands. He jumped to his feet and Janice asked him how he did it. The system window notified the hero that the repair target short sword required 8 seconds to repair. The sword immediately disappeared from the woman's hands after activating the skill. She was completely angry. Janice cursed and swung her hand, from which explosion magic began to emerge. The hero thought that he would not have time to do anything, that he had to eliminate her when there was a chance, that his life turned out to be rather short. Suddenly, Janice was covered by a huge explosive ball. The hero covered himself with his hands and looked at what was happening in shock. The force of the explosion threw Janice overboard the boat and she fell into the water. The hero chuckled nervously and asked himself what had just happened. He looked up in the direction from which the blow had come. A human figure was hanging in the air. It was a girl with a suitcase in her hands holding onto a floating umbrella. The young man asked himself who she was. The hero looked at the girl, not knowing what to say. He started to speak but immediately screamed, realizing that he was now without clothes. The girl looked at him emotionlessly and he asked, pulling on his clothes, if she had saved him. The girl nodded. The young man thanked her with a smile and introduced himself. The rescuer landed, her feet touching the boat. The girl gave her name. Her name was Sierra. He looked at her face. Her eyes were brown but almost red and her skin was pale. Shiro wondered what was wrong with her because she looked completely lifeless. The young man noticed her ears and wondered in his head if she was human. The burnt Janice was floating in the water, smoke coming from her. Shiro asked the girl about Janice's condition. She replied that the woman was dead. The young man, confused, replied that he understood everything. He asked her how she ended up on the island. She said she was traveling. Shiro asked if she was traveling alone. Sierra said yes, she was just looking around. He thought it was interesting, a girl traveling alone in the sky. Shiro said he ran an inn on the island, adding that he wanted to invite her as thanks for her help if she didn't mind. The girl nodded. The hero wondered that although she was holding an umbrella, she was wearing a heavy dress under a black cloak and whether she was hot. They arrived at the island. Shiro ordered the Sims to go after the small ship they had left at sea, saying that in addition, numbers 1 and 2 as well as the cuckoo were to be sunk nearby. After he finished giving the order, he looked towards Sierra, who was still in the boat. The girl had put her hand in the water and was splashing it. Shiro climbed onto the mechanical horse and said that the inn was in the interior of the island and they would ride on this one. The girl soared up and flew to him, landing on the horse in front. The hero was amazed by her behavior. The boy wondered if she minded that he was wearing almost no clothes. Shiro asked if she was hungry. Sierra replied that she was. The hero said that then they would eat right now and asked what she liked to eat. Sierra calmly replied that she loved blood. Shiro was shocked by her answer and was speechless. He wondered if he had misheard, if she had really just said that she preferred blood as food. That simply couldn't be true. Shiro didn't want to believe what she had said. The girl said that she liked Group B. Shiro asked with a shout if there was a blood type system in this world. Sierra replied that humans don't know about such things, only vampires have such information. Shiro began to think that, having put together the anxiety she had caused him and what she was telling him now, there was only one conclusion left. The boy asked if she was a vampire. The girl replied that she was. The hero tensed, thinking that she really was a vampire, that anyone would have realized by now that whoever she was, the girl had saved his life. The problem was only what was coming next. He felt threatened. Shiro hesitantly asked if she liked to suck blood or something like that, and then tried to dodge the question by saying he was joking. The girl darkened and replied that she didn't like that. Shiro grinned in surprise. The girl added that she hated the feeling of her flesh being torn, that it was disgusting to her. She said she doesn't like being bitten, cut, or having her head blown off with wind magic. Shiro asked how she drinks blood then. Sierra replied that she drinks from a mug whenever possible. The boy said that meant she was a vampire who was kind to humans. He breathed a sigh of relief. Sierra stated that this was not the case and that she would eliminate people without hesitation. Shiro became tense and nervous again. He did not understand her at all. The girl said that cutting was not her preference. She liked frying or freezing more and clenched her hand into a fist. Shiro was horrified by her words. He asked her doubtfully if she wanted to kill him. Sierra asked why she would do that. The boy replied that she could do it to drink his blood. Sierra said with frustration that it was easy enough to eliminate someone, but it was physically impossible for her to squeeze out blood after that. The hero thought that everyone has their own problems in life. The girl said that it was the first time she had seen a man who was able to use magic, and that she found it interesting. Shiro wondered if she had seen him use repair, that it could be considered a victory if she was interested in him and had no intention of getting rid of him. The young man thought that he had to do everything possible to satisfy her. They reached the entrance to the hotel. Sierra sat at the table waiting while Shiro took a shower. The young man sighed, thinking that he needed to cleanse himself first. He wondered if Janice had any illnesses. He wondered what he should give Sierra, coming to the conclusion that she wanted blood. The young man thought that he was afraid of pain, but he had to do something. He wondered if it was possible to make blood with the help of creation magic. He opened the system window and realized that this was possible with the help of the medicine section, which allowed the creation of blood as a medicine for transfusion. Shiro mused out loud that he couldn't keep her waiting for too long, suggesting that he make just 50 milliliters and serve it as an aperitif, and then cook some dish using the blood. He looked into the room, apologizing for the wait. Sierra settled on the couch and looked at him with a calm face. Shiro extended his hand, saying that the dish was ready, and asked her to sit at the table. The girl flew up and landed on a chair. The boy said that we should start. He placed the glass with the drink on the table. Sierra's eyes widened in surprise. She couldn't believe it. The girl leaned down, peering into the contents of the glass. Shiro apologized and said that it was unexpected for him, so he did not have time to prepare, adding that the drink contained her favorite Group B. She asked if it was his blood. The boy replied that he had created the blood with magic and explained that he could use creation magic. The girl sniffed the glass. Shiro said that it was indeed blood and it was not poisoned, so there was no reason to worry. The girl tried the drink and sighed with relief. A blush came across her face and she said it was delightful. Shiro bowed, saying that he had caught the elusive negative RH factor for her today, adding that he was joking. Sierra laughed. The girl said that it was so long ago and put the glass to her lips. She drank it all down to the last drop, licking the remains off the walls. Shiro was shocked. He thought that she suddenly became so obscene, although before that she behaved completely differently. The girl turned to him. Sierra held out her glass and asked for a refill. He apologized, saying it would take about 40 minutes to make the same amount. Sierra said she understood. The girl added that it was quite natural that the delicacy took time to prepare, and it was all due to her insatiable appetite. Shiro thought she looked different and said he would make her another cup if she waited until she ate. The girl stretched and said she didn't mind if he said so. The boy reflected on how she had been filled with life the moment she drank the blood. Sierra said she was looking forward to the meal, and then she remembered something. She pointed to her open suitcase. The girl asked him to open it, asking if there was a blue bag inside. Shiro saw it immediately and noticed that it was the size of a bag of rice. The young man untied the rope on it and opened it. Seeing the number of coins inside, he gasped. Sierra said she had decided that her stay on the island would last about a month, adding that the boy could take as much money as he wanted. Shiro wondered if the girl was rich. On the table there was a dish consisting of blood sausage and pickled paprika. Shiro said that for a night with 2 meals they charge 5,000 lemons and drinks were not included. The girl said that there was no need to go into details and he could charge as much as he needed. The young man said that he would then take 150,000 lemons and they would settle the difference later. The girl replied that he could do as he wished. She said that the food was really delicious. Shiro thanked her, saying that he made it by hand, without magic. Sierra said that the only thing missing was alcohol with such a dish and asked if there was any. The hero was confused. He looked at the girl and wondered how old she looked, whether he would be jailed for this. Shiro asked if she was sure she could drink alcohol. He said that children drinking alcohol was not a good thing. Sierra was surprised. She asked which children he was talking about. She laughed, wondering out loud if she was really a teenager. Sierra said confidently that she was older than him, that she was 42 years old, the right age for a vampire. Shiro was taken aback by her statement. The girl asked if she was older than him, gauging his reaction, and added that he looked 50 vampire years old. Shiro thought that people of her type looked younger. Shiro looked at the vampire sitting proudly on the stool and wondered if she was really 42 years old. She looked like a teenager. The young man said that she could drink alcohol without any problems then if she was already an adult, adding that they had wine, beer, sake, rum, and much more. The girl cried out, asking what sake was, explaining that she had never heard of it. Shiro replied that the drink was from his homeland and was made from rice without any alcohol or sugar. Sierra said that the description sounded interesting and asked him to bring the drink. The young man turned to the golem named Goku and asked him to bring a jar of sake from the cellar. The golem nodded. Sierra watched as the creature walked away from the room. The girl said that Shiro had a lackey. The boy asked what a lackey was. The name seemed inappropriate to him. He said that Goku was a golem that he made. The boy asked what she meant by lackey. Sierra opened her mouth, beginning to explain what the title meant in vampire society. The girl said that they gift their blood to outstanding people and endow them with part of their power, forcing them to serve them in exchange, turning them into their assistants. Rain imagined how it could be. Sierra added that in order for all this to happen, a person would need to be bitten. Shiro gasped, imagining how he might be bitten. The young man thought about the girl not being able to bite people. Realizing that she could not have lackeys because of such a handicap, he began to ask about it. The girl agreed and said with annoyance that she did not have a single footman. The room fell into a heavy silence. Sierra, having revealed her secret, was upset and Shiro did not know how to support her. At that moment, a golem named Goku entered the room with a bottle. Shiro picked up the bottle and cup and cried out that it was at times like these that one needed to drink some sake to perk up, adding that one should not let the glasses rest. Sierra tried sake. A drop of the drink rolled down the edge of her lips. The girl said that this taste was new to her and it was great. Shiro chuckled and thanked her for the compliment, saying that he was pleased to hear it. The girl, chewing, said that the drink went very well with blood sausage, and then asked what would happen if you tried mixing sake with blood. Shiro was hesitant but replied that there was still some blood at the bottom of the glass. The young man asked the girl if she was sure she wanted to mix blood and sake. She said it was okay and asked him to just pour the drink. As the glass filled to the brim, the girl licked her lips, saying that it looked good. Shiro thought that what was happening looked very strange. Sierra tasted the drink and proudly said that, as she thought, it was safe to drink. The young man thought that this drink could be made into a vampire cocktail called Bloody Sierra. While he was pouring sake into the glass again, the girl said that she would like to make Shiro her lackey. The young man sat down on a bench and replied that he would refuse to become a footman, but would do everything possible to fulfill her wishes while she was in this hotel, fearfully thinking that she might turn him if something happened. Sierra smirked and asked if he was serious about making her wishes come true. She stood up, a frightening aura emanating from her. Shiro asked what she was going to do. The young man trembled with fear, wondering if his refusal had really angered her so much with his refusal to become a footman. The girl plopped her head down on his lap. Shiro could only raise his hands in confusion. Sierra asked if he had just said that he would fulfill her desires, adding that today she wanted to indulge herself by lying on a man's lap. The girl added that girls have such days several times a year. She touched his chin, and Shiro thought that she was 42 years old. Sierra said she wanted him to spoil her like a little sister today. Shiro thought about how the younger sisters weren't exactly his area of expertise, but on the other hand, it might be nice. He told the girl that he would fulfill her fantasy. Her eyes widened when she noticed Shiro beaming. Sierra smiled and raised her hands up, saying that she never thought she would find such a paradise at the end of a long journey, that it didn't seem true. She picked up the bottle, stood up, and asked if the young man would join her. Shiro replied that he agreed, as long as he drank just a little. He asked her if it was true that she had been to many places. Sierra answered in the affirmative. She told him that she had been traveling the world for the last 7 years or so. The hero asked her to tell him some stories, explaining that he knew nothing about this world. The girl asked what he meant by saying he knew nothing about this world. The boy said that he did, and explained that he had been transported here from another world using some sort of summoning magic. She stared at him in amazement, her mouth wide open. Shiro thought that he saw that strange look again after those words, but he had already gotten used to it. The hero told the girls that no one believed him, but it was true. Sierra scratched her nose and chuckled. He told her that pretty girls shouldn't pick their noses and that he didn't mind if she didn't believe him. Shiro returned to his request again, asking if she had any interesting stories from her travels. She pouted and asked him what he thought of the story about how she met a rare creature, adding that it happened in a small eastern country called Holland. Sierra, trying to scare him, said that he might not believe her or not trust her, but she had encountered a werewolf. Shiro was taken aback by what she had told him about a normal werewolf. He was neither frightened nor surprised by her story. The young man asked if that was all she wanted to tell him. The girl shouted in frustration, asking why Shiro wasn't scared since she had just told him about the werewolf. The boy smiled stupidly, trying to find the words to answer. He said that a vampire had told him about the werewolf, asking if she herself was also a rare monster. Sierra was screaming about how he had a rather strange reaction to her story. She hinted at another story and asked what he would say about it. The girl began her story by saying that it was in a small county consisting of islands in the south. There were 2 empty sake bottles lying on the floor. Sierra tried to pour more, but only a tiny drop came out of the bottle. She said that she understood that now she understood why Janice attacked the protagonist and treated him badly. Her speech was barely understandable. Shiro noted with annoyance that he wished she had helped him right away instead of just watching. Sierra admitted that she hadn't realized what was really going on the boat at first. She added that she had decided to spy on what they were doing there. While the girl was talking, she hiccuped and stumbled over her words. Shiro asked with a shout if she had really been spying. He asked where she was watching from. The girl explained that she had turned the same color as the sky using color magic, adding that she had come up with the spell herself. Shiro thought that obscene desires were the engine of magical progress. Sierra laughed. The boy said he needed help when he was tied to the mast. The girl said she thought he liked it, that she wanted to watch it carefully. He screamed and asked her not to continue. The girl laughed, replying that she had heard their exchange of opinions and decided to help him, and asked him not to be angry with her. She drained her glass and said that Shiro was quite calm for someone who had been through such hardships. The hero replied that it was because he was from another world. He asked if Sierra understood that his way of thinking might be different from here. Sierra replied that he should be ashamed to say the same thing. The girl turned to a golem named Goku and asked him to bring another bottle of sake. Goku continued to stand there and Sierra addressed him again. Shiro said that he would not listen to her orders and asked the golem to bring another bottle of sake. She looked at Goku walking away and said that she really wished she had her own lackey. Sierra lay on the floor, shaking her 4 limbs and lamenting that he wasn't there, and if he were, they could play brother and sister and have him read her bedtime stories. Shiro reminded her that she was a grown woman. The girl screamed that she wanted to be pampered, that she now had an older brother who always took care of her. The young man calmly said that she was older than him. The girl did not calm down and answered with a scream that she still wanted to be a younger sister. She calmed down and looked at him, saying that the lifespan of vampires is 300 years. The girl asked the hero if this meant that she was 18 if you translate their calculation into human terms. The boy considered. Thoughts flashed through his mind that she would have been 15 to 18 if she had been human, that she had smooth skin, just like a teenager. Sierra laid her head on the bench. The girl lay down on his feet again and with a shining face said that her older brother would spoil her, meaning Shiro by brother. He could not find the words to respond to her statement. Sierra, calling the young man her big brother, asked him if there were any tourist attractions on the island. Shiro found her question quite interesting. He replied that he didn't know if it could be called a tourist attraction, but there was a dungeon on the island. The girl snorted in displeasure and, repeating the word dungeon, rolled her eyes. Shiro asked if she was interested. She said that running off to fight monsters was stupid and she had a lot of money, so she didn't need it. The young man noted that it was great to have free money. The girl said that she had no problems with money and men. She added that unlike humans, vampires did not marry each other, so they were free to love whoever they wanted. Shiro said that she would get bored with the same man for 300 years. Sierra said that vampires also rarely had children, that many lived their entire lives without having one. The boy grinned in surprise. The girl said that this was why she wanted to try to win his sympathy. Shiro responded that they had just met. For him, the course of her thoughts seemed strange. She scratched her face, looking away. The girl eventually told him that he shouldn't be afraid, as vampire laws forbade intercourse with anyone other than humans turned into vampires, which she wouldn't force. Sierra added that other than that, she had no experience with human men. Shiro said that he, in turn, had no experience with vampires. He asked if humans and vampires communicated normally. The girl answered that they worked in their world and coexisted well. Shiro asked what they did when they needed blood. She answered that they mostly bought it from humans. Sierra added that they also get blood from their lovers and lackeys, but she has no experience with that either, and that lackeys have the same lifespan as normal humans. Shiro said that was very educational. The young man said he was glad to learn that vampires and humans were not at odds, and admitted that he was afraid that she would come into conflict with the adventurers from the Empire who were soon to arrive on the island. She replied that he shouldn't worry, that they would be easy to crush, but that she had no intention of getting into an argument with them. Shiro replied that it was good that she said so. The girl bared her teeth, saying that it depended on their manners. The young man asked her if it was true that she was a good girl, if she could get along with everyone, and stroked her head. He tried to calm her down in advance to avoid possible conflicts. The girl closed her eyes and blissfully replied that she could, that she would get along with everyone. She easily succumbed to Shiro's influence. There were already 4 bottles of sake drained dry on the table. Sierra, half asleep, called the protagonist Big Brother and said she wanted another drink. The boy looked at her, thinking out loud that she had drunk 4 bottles and still called him Big Brother despite the fact that she was supposed to be 17 years older than him. He sighed. The hero lifted the girl into his arms and noticed that she was very light. Sierra was completely asleep and snoring. Shiro voiced his thoughts that she was just an innocent girl if you looked at her like that. He carried the girl in his arms and the golem followed him, lifting her suitcase above its artificial head. The hero carried her to the hotel's guest room and laid her on the bed. He looked at the peacefully sleeping girl and thought out loud that it had probably been a long time since she had last talked to anyone, that she had been overexcited and had drunk too much because of it. The hero opened a system window with words about the need to put 1 liter of blood for her to make, that he would divide it into 3 portions and freeze it. He looked at the sleeping girl one last time and thought that he was also pleased, because he finally got his share of conversations that he had dreamed of so much. He thought about how Sierra was somehow easy to talk to, assuming it was because she was older. But he was also sure that another reason was their striking resemblance. He lay in bed and admitted to himself that he, too, had a secret desire. Shiro thought about wanting to play the younger brother, imagining how his older sister would babysit him. He reflected that having a younger sister was also good, but he was still from the camp of those who supported the older sisters. While Sierra was dreaming about her older brother, the hero thought that they were kindred spirits but on different wavelengths. Before he fell asleep, the thought flashed through his mind that this strange relationship between them was funny after all. Sierra sat on the bench with a smile on her face, waiting for Shiro. The young man entered the room and was surprised to see her. The girl wished him good morning and said that the morning had been invigorating. She was very happy. Shiro was a little tense, thinking about the vampire wishing him a good morning and telling him that it was invigorating. Sierra looked at him questioningly, waiting for an answer. The hero asked her if she minded the morning sun, explaining that in his world vampires don't particularly like the sun. The girl said that he was talking about his world again, that in their world vampires are on first-name terms with the sun. She said that a genius vampire had developed a light protection magic about 300 years ago. A thin veil of dark magic enveloped the surface of the body like a barrier, protecting it from the sun, so there was nothing to fear. However, she added that many older vampires still preferred the nighttime, saying that living during the day was a disgrace. Sierra did not share their point of view and mocked them. Shiro thought that there was a generation gap among vampires too, which was quite interesting. He asked the girl if she was using light magic now. She answered in the negative, saying that she could use this magic, but she had another way to resist the sunlight, which she used. The girl stretched out her hand and showed the bracelet on her hand. She explained that light magic was cast automatically when she wore the item, saying that magical artifacts were in high demand lately. Shiro understood her and noted that it was quite convenient. Sierra added that this special artifact allowed even vampires to tan, but she wasn't very interested. Shiro was stunned and disappointed by the last sentence. He thought that it was unfair since he would have happily looked at a tanned vampire, imagining how a tan would look on a girl. Shiro thought that a Yarou vampire was a rare thing, although he liked completely different types of vampires. He thought that dark-skinned elves would also look quite interesting, and he began to daydream. The girl called out to him, knocking him out of his reverie. The young man cried out, asking what she wanted to know. The girl said she wanted to take a bath. He asked if she wanted hot water. Sierra said she could easily heat it with magic, so she just needed him to bring her a basin for it. Shiro approached the building that was used for the bath. He informed the girl that he had brought her a basin so that she could heat the water. The girl came out of the forest without clothes and thanked him. The young man turned away, thinking that he had imagined that he had just seen something he should not have. He was embarrassed. The girl tilted her head to the side in surprise. She asked what it meant, why he turned away. Sierra circled around him, asking what had happened. The boy replied that nothing had happened and that since he had brought her the basin, the rest was up to her. She chuckled and asked if the protagonist was embarrassed. Sierra chuckled, thinking. He glanced at her, asking what she meant. She called him brother and said she wanted him to help her wash her hair. He frowned, paused, and asked if she had started these family games again. The girl, smirking, replied that she was enjoying the situation and asked him not to be rude. The water in the basin boiled and thick steam came out of it. Shiro said he would simply pour water on the girl. She nodded in agreement and replied that she had not asked for more from him. The young man said that they would first wash her hair well with water and asked if this was the right thing to do. She said yes and closed her eyes. Shiro poured hot water on her. She started to wash her hair. He asked if her hair was washed now. The girl answered affirmatively. He brought the product to her, saying that she had beautiful hair so he would use it on it. Detergent was poured on her hands and Sierra asked what it was. Shiro said it was called shampoo and told her to lather it up and apply it to her hair. Sierra sniffed the shampoo and said it smelled nice. Shiro explained that the shampoo was made with a rose scent just for her, adding that there were also berry and tropical scents. The boy thought that Graham loved the scent of berries, while Lane preferred the scent of lavender. Shiro warned the girl that she needed to be careful because the shampoo could get into her eyes and then they would start to sting. Sierra replied that she understood everything. He had told her beforehand that he was pouring water, and he did so. The young man thought that the slimes must have liked the scent of roses too because they looked happy, basking in the foam of the shampoo. Sierra finished washing her hair and Shiro said that everything was fine, calling her a sparkling young lady. The girl smiled and thanked him for his help. Shiro took out a towel and called her over, saying that he would help her dry her head. She asked if he was sure about that. The young man asked her not to be shy. The girl threw herself into his arms, calling him brother. Shiro turned her around and smiled. He wiped his head and said that he would be careful not to damage her hair. The girl said she was ticklish, but then she felt something and her eyes narrowed in suspicion. The girl threw the towel off her head and looked towards the forest. Shiro was shocked, not understanding why she was acting like that. He turned to her with a question. The girl called his name with seriousness. Sierra said she felt someone's presence. The young man was confused and asked where she felt him. She answered that he was almost where they were. Shiro began to worry, wondering if they were guests or pirates like Janice. He tried to calm himself by thinking that he had Sierra and the Six Wonders on his side. They looked out from the tree, looking at the path. An unknown shadow was approaching them. Shiro exhaled, recognizing the man, and told Sierra to look who had arrived. He happily called out Louise's name. The girl beamed and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Sierra asked him who the girl was. Shiro replied that her name was Louise and that she was a dragon rider from the Institute of Land Management and Geodesy. Louise looked at the building behind them and couldn't hide her admiration. She said she had heard about it, but now it looked just wonderful. The dragon rider asked if this place was a bathroom. Shiro thought about how he had dreamed of building a stone bath for Captain Milano, Liona, and Louise, how it was those dreams that had started his inn, and how it sounded rather stupid now. Louise turned to Shiro and asked what happened to him. He replied that he hadn't seen her for a long time and he was overcome with nostalgia, so he remembered those days. Louise said that she understood him. Shiro asked if the girl was alone. She happily replied that she was. Louise said that it had been decided that she would now be the liaison, and Liona was very envious and annoyed. The girl said she had a hitch because she got lost and had to spend the night on a small reef. She shared that she had located herself at dawn when the clouds parted and had finally arrived at the island. Shiro said that he understood the reason why she had arrived so early in the morning. The young man asked if Louise had eaten. She replied that she had not eaten and admitted that she had been looking forward to him cooking for her while she was flying to the island. He took her hand and said that he would cook breakfast for her right away. The girl was embarrassed by the surprise. Sierra watched them silently with strange feelings. They looked at her and Shiro thought about something. Sierra asked irritably what about her breakfast. She didn't really like sharing Shiro's attention with someone else. The young man replied that of course he would cook for her too and said that he had a request for her. He whispered in her ear that the blood would be ready in 7 minutes and he wanted her to divide it into small portions and freeze it. Sierra exhaled and proudly declared that she would do as he said. The plates on the table were emptied and the cutlery was placed on them. The breakfast was a great success. Louise said with satisfaction that the breakfast was delicious. Shiro replied that he was always happy to help. While the golem was taking away the dirty dishes, the girl said that she would get straight to the point. Shiro prepared to listen and sat down at the table. She put the papers on the table and said that they had been requested by Mrs. Locke Graham, that these papers were documents confirming the identity of the protagonist. The young man thought of Graham with gratitude. In his head, he wondered if the girl had done everything in her power to ensure that he could receive protection from the Empire. Louise moved her hand and pointed to the next document, explaining that it was a letter of thanks for his cooperation in exploring the dungeon. The girl asked him if he could read it. He asked her to let him see it, saying that everything was fine. He thought that the flounder seemed to have given him such knowledge. Shiro asked what the phrase middle-class subject meant. Louise wondered how to explain it to her. The girl said that citizens were divided into lower, middle, upper, and noble classes, and that opportunities depended on status, and that being middle class, one could pass through checkpoints and choose a profession. Shiro asked if he was right in his guess that it only concerned women. Louise was confused and did not know what to say in response to the question. She looked down, replying that it wasn't really entirely true, but Shiro's assumption was essentially correct. The young man thought that he wanted to fight this. He was from Japan, where freedom and equality are official, but the world would not change from his desire for heroism that Graham tried for him and he was ready to endure. He asked Louise if she had heard anything about Graham. The girl gasped and replied in the affirmative, saying that she had been rewarded for finding the lost sword during the last exploration of the dungeon. Shiro asked if that was true, adding that he knew she would need the sword. Louise said that Graham was in good standing with her superiors and that there were rumors that she was about to be promoted. The young man smiled, saying that he was pleased to hear this, that he owed her a lot, so he was glad. He thought that he was sure that the girl would have risen even higher, that he did not know whether they would meet again or not. Louise said that the Empire had entrusted the management of the dungeon to the Adventurers Guild. Shiro chuckled, saying that it really did happen. The girl shared that the ships with the guild's employees and workers had already sailed and were expected to arrive this week. Shiro was shocked and shouted out a question about whether they would really arrive so soon. Louise replied that the foundation for the barracks was ready, that there would be a guild building there, and they had to finish it before the adventurers arrived. Shiro said that was the place where he used Iwao to help. The girl took out her notebook and read that about 15 employees and 30 carpenters would be arriving. Shiro said that it looked like the island would soon become very busy. Louise added that it looked like more traders would arrive. She continued listing, saying that there would be ships with food, arms dealers, buyers of magic stones. Shiro was surprised and noticed that the number of guests sounded scary. The girl said that the designated guild master was a legendary adventurer of the highest rank, that everything should have been fine as long as she was around. Shiro asked about the legendary nature of this adventurer. Louise replied that her name was Elsa Birkin and that the woman had retired from adventure due to old age, but that she was said to still be the strongest in the world in short fights lasting less than a minute. The young man asked Louise if she had met the woman before. The girl answered in the affirmative and said that she was a very energetic and imposing person. She added that her aspirations, despite her age, were simply incredible. Shiro tried to imagine what the woman looked like. Louise said that Elsa was not only appointed as a guild master, but also given the duties of a governor with police and executive powers. Shiro asked if that was good. She replied that she was good and there would be no problems. Shiro thought about how he would have to judge for now, that if anything happened, he would escape from this island and he would have to restore the sim he had lost. He was preparing for the worst outcome. Louise seemed strange, and the young man asked what was wrong with her. The girl changed her clothes and went outside, apologizing for the fact that the young man had to give her clothes. She yawned and said she could hardly sleep on the reef. Shiro told her he would wash her clothes while she slept and advised her to get some rest. The girl said she would do so and thanked him. Shiro entered the room where Sierra was already waiting for him. She said that he was quite polite and courteous to Louise. The young man replied that he had known the girl for a long time and asked if Sierra thought she was cute. She chuckled and admitted that she hadn't expected that such children were his type. Shiro sighed and asked the girl not to be angry and demanded that she hand over the dirty laundry so that he could send it to the wash. She playfully asked him if he was sure he wanted to do that. The golem carried a basket of dirty clothes over his head. Shiro thought about how it would actually be Goku's team doing the washing, not him, and he mentally wished his subordinates good luck as he watched them go. The snake spat water into the grass. Shiro voiced his thoughts that Wiggles was now watering the beds for him, and that it was helping. He told himself that he had collected a lot of island onions and leeks, but there would soon be more people, so he needed to expand the field a little. The young man asked himself what he could make from the leeks. He wanted to say pickled cucumbers, but he dismissed the idea, saying that he could use them for tartar sauce. Having said sauce, he thought about it. He was thinking about how Louise wasn't a picky eater, but Sierra seemed to have a physical intolerance to meat. He didn't understand how cooking meat made him normal. Looking at the girls' clothes, he was thinking about the difference in their tastes. Finally, he shouted out the words that he had decided what he would cook, that it would be fried shrimp with tartar sauce, and called the golems to catch the shrimp. Louise, fully equipped, sat on the dragon. The girl thanked Shiro for the lunchbox and told him to take care of himself before parting. The young man shouted after the flying girl, asking her not to get lost this time. She replied that she would try. Shiro sighed and said that there were many things to do before the guild arrived, from making golems to remodeling the guest house. Sierra watched him in silence as he became serious. The girl said she could help him. The young man asked if it was true and said it would be amazing. He asked if she could come up with an interior design, explaining that he had no sense of style at all. The girl agreed. Several days have passed since they began reorganizing and renovating the hotel. Shiro gasped as he looked around the room. The decoration was neat, modest, and impressive at the same time. He would never have been able to achieve such a result. Sierra was pleased with herself. The boy said it was simple, but there was character and calm in the design. He was truly impressed. Shiro asked that since she could achieve such a result, she was obviously from a good family. The girl tensed up. She pursed her lips and replied that it wasn't quite like that. Seeing her reaction, the hero thought that he was sure that she was from a respectable family, but it seemed that she was not eager to talk about it. Shiro checked the progress results displayed in the system window. He said that he had done so many things and had leveled up again. Shiro thought that there was a new bonus called MP Recovery Increase, that before the speed had increased, and he also constantly made blood for Sierra, so the level of medicine production had also increased. He remembered that another new product had appeared. Shiro was able to create a new level 1 hedgehog-type golem. It was a weaponized wood golem that had no strength or defense, but was very agile and could attack with its long iron needles. Shiro thought that he needed to replace the golems that Janus destroyed, namely numbers 1 and 2, since he couldn't fix them with the repair skill. The golem production also increased. The boy told Sierra that the new golem's name was Harry, that it looked like a cross between a hedgehog and a porcupine, that it looked like a weapon that specialized in medium-range attacks. They even tested Harry's attack range, finding it to be 50 meters. That was impressive. Shiro asked the girl what she thought of the new golem, hoping to hear a sober assessment of his creation. Sierra chuckled and replied that she could just dodge his needles and crush him with her foot. Shiro said he knew she was strong, but he needed to know objectively if it was practical against women or monsters. Sierra asked him to think about it and said he could handle normal opponents due to his size. She added that the young man would have more opportunities if he paired Harry with a golem dog. He asked if she would give Miracle and Harry military training in that case. She asked if he really asked her to do that and sighed in displeasure. Shiro said that he would be in her debt, that he would cook any dish the girl wanted and serve her any drink. The girl thought about it and asked if he thought she was so obsessed with alcohol. The young man did not know how to convince her and became lost in thought. He admitted that it was also difficult to call the girl a materialist. Shiro, determined to get his way at any cost, asked her what she thought about playing brother or sister again. She looked at him and asked him to be more specific. Shiro was pleased, thinking that she had taken the bait. The boy replied that she could ride on his shoulders all the way to the cave. She asked if he really wanted her to ride on his shoulders. He added that he would spoil her while she was hungry, that he would feed her by hand. Sierra asked what else he could offer her. The young man replied that he would lie next to her and tell her stories when she went to sleep, namely stories from his homeland and something like that. She thought about it and tried to answer. The girl suddenly shouted that they had to try. She declared that she would defeat the golems, but she would do it gently to prepare them for her brother. She jumped on his shoulders and exclaimed with happiness. Shiro thanked her and said that he would cook omuresu for lunch, which she loved so much. The young man thought that the girl had told him that she would be 43 in 2 months, and he considered her an old woman, that perhaps she lacked such affection, and he would be as nice to her as possible. Shiro gathered all the golems on the island and ordered them to listen to him. He pointed at Sierra and said that she would be their instructor from today on, that they were to obey her now. The girl hovered in the air with a menacing look. She commanded Miracle Number 1 to step forward. The mechanical dog obediently stepped forward. Shiro was glad that the golems were listening to her and asked if that was enough. The girl said yes and said that the rest depended on their ability to learn. Sierra started by testing the reaction speed. Shiro thought that the golems would learn a lot through trial and error, that he would have to use repair to avoid losing the golems he had learned. He mused that new golems could learn from old ones through synchronization if they were put into direct contact, and that until they were all destroyed, usability should improve. Shiro also thought that the number of Sims had reached 5 and now he was forcing them to control Janus's small ship, which, in his opinion, would soon allow them to sail between the islands. His mind was filled with thoughts that he could ask Cuckoo, who had somehow been repaired, to go in search of another island to make it into a future emergency evacuation shelter. Shiro was seriously thinking about a rainy day plan. In this world, danger was waiting for him at every turn, so he shouldn't relax and prepare properly. 2 days had passed since the training began. Sierra and the protagonist looked towards the ships arriving on the island. The girl asked if these ships belonged to the guild. Shiro said that they had finally arrived on the island. The girl asked if the large woman giving directions on the ship was Elsa. Suddenly, this woman jumped into the water from the ship, and having fallen, she was approaching the land at great speed. Shiro could only scream with questions about whether she really jumped and what was happening. Seeing what she was doing, the young man shouted, asking if she was running on water and noting that it was frightening. Sierra calmly said that the way she moved was crazy, that she put her left foot up until her right foot came down. Shiro grabbed her hand and said in a trembling voice that you had to be a basilisk to be able to do that. The woman pushed off from the water, leaving behind a powerful splash and soared into the air where she did a somersault. At that very moment, she landed on the shore and smiled, looking at the people who were greeting her. She loomed over Sierra and Shiro and asked the boy if he was the Shiro Sanada she had been told about. The woman introduced herself, saying that her name was Elsa Birkin and that she was the one who had been appointed head of the local branch of the guild. Shiro was horrified by her appearance. Sierra was as calm as always. He thought about what he had heard, that the woman was in her 70s, but she looked 50 at most and was quite an energetic grandmother. Shiro pulled himself together and extended his hand, saying that it was true, that his name was Shiro Sanada and that it was nice to meet him. The woman extended her hand in response and said it was nice to meet him too, adding that she wished he would show her around the island right away. The young man thought that instead of relaxing over a cup of tea, she was the type who preferred to take care of work first. He said he would show her the camp the research team used and the way to the dungeon. She looked at him, thoughtful. Suddenly she laughed, crossing her arms over her chest, and said that it was amazing that Shiro was a man like that. They were riding in a carriage when the boy asked if they should wait for the others to arrive. Elsa replied that it would take them another hour to reach the pier, and she wanted to learn about the island as soon as possible. The woman, looking around, said that she had already studied and memorized the map, but she needed to see the area in person. The Iwaos walked in formation along the path, one after another, waving their arms. Elsa asked if it was true that they were golems that help with construction work and what they were doing, noting that it seemed like they were just walking around. Shiro replied that they were Iwao and he had them make a path. Elsa nodded in understanding, gasped and said that this is how it really was. The young man thought that the road would be uneven if there was no traffic, that he made them tread it out from time to time, and Elsa understood everything at once, that it seemed that the woman figured out what was what quite quickly. Shiro said that it had been a while since the research team left and the road to the camp had become a bit rough. Elsa said that the merchants would be coming too, so things would soon return to normal. She noted that her guild could become his competitors in business and smiled. Shiro smiled and said that he only had 6 guest rooms and wasn't particularly keen on doing business. She exhaled and asked if it was true that he charged 5,000 a night and said with pity that his price was fair, but no aspiring adventurer could afford even that. Shiro asked how much they, like his competitors, charged their customers. The woman laughed and said that they charged 500 lemons for a large room to sleep in, that food was not included. Shiro thought about how they could make the guild inn for the masses and his inn for the high-class guests, and chuckled, noting that his inn wasn't exactly high-class. They reached their destination, and the young man said that this was his hotel. Elsa looked into the room and gasped in admiration, then she appreciated the bath, and then she drank drinks in Shiro's restaurant with joy and delight. The woman laughed loudly and said that the rooms were impressive, as was the bathhouse and drinks, noting that it was amazing since the island was so far from civilization. Shiro thanked her for her assessment. She frowned and decided to ask if he provided feeding. Shiro didn't understand what she was talking about and asked what kind of feeding this was. After assessing his reaction, she nodded and said that everything was clear to her. Shiro looked away, coming to the conclusion that she was asking him if he provided indecent services at his inn. The boy said he didn't like the idea of being with someone he didn't like. Elsa put her hand to her face and said that if anyone hungry showed up, she'd make sure they got in line. Sierra, who was standing against the wall, frowned. Elsa said that everything was fine, that she saw that he had a reliable bodyguard, so it seemed that she had nothing to worry about. Sierra abruptly stated that she would not allow anyone to touch Shiro. The girl was determined to protect him at any moment. She added that she would burn to ashes those who dared if the situation required it. Elsa pressed her face to her hands and said that fights based on hostility are prohibited in principle. Sierra grinned and showed the fire in her hand, saying that just give her a reason to act. She showed that she was not to be trifled with, so it was better not to take risks. Elsa scratched her head and sighed in defeat at her statement. The situation was threatening to get out of control, and it was depressing her. The woman said it would be bad if everyone was so hot-tempered and asked if it was true that things could be resolved more elegantly. Shiro glanced at her, thinking that she wanted him to agree with her, but he didn't really want to. Finally, he answered that everything was right, that he would like them all to follow Master Elsa's example. The woman exhaled, relaxed, and said that everything was as it should be. Sierra stamped her feet in displeasure when she was not supported, and cried out asking if Shiro really agreed with the guild master, and told Miracle that they needed to go to have an elegant training session with the other golems. Ivo helped the people who had arrived unload the cargo from the ships in unison. Shiro also decided to help them and unloaded the boxes from the boat that had recently arrived to the shore and walked along the bridge back to the shore. The women said that the golems were very convenient devices and thanked Shiro for bringing them. He ordered Iwao where to put the cargo, thinking about how the work began after Elsa's inspection of the island. The young man opened the bag containing his wages and thought that he had asked to be paid only in magic stones, that he had more golems, so he needed as many magic stones as possible. A short, plump woman with a tired, sweat-stained face appeared in front of Shiro. She asked if his name was Shiro Sanada. He answered in the affirmative, tightening the bag with the payment. The woman apologized for the late greeting and said with a smile that her name was Mrs. Damas and that she had business to conduct on the island. She explained that she was a merchant, that they traded weapons, tools, and food. In addition to that, they had taverns and other services that were needed. Shiro listened to her attentively. He thought about the fact that he remembered that one of the ships was a merchant ship, and he answered the woman with a businessman's businesslike smile that he greatly appreciated her politeness. The young man added that if she had any questions, she could feel free to ask him about everything. The woman thought for a moment and was silent in response. She then expressed her deep gratitude, said that they were people from her establishment, and turned her head, shouting orders for them to quickly greet the owner of the island. Shiro, seeing these people, was completely dumbfounded and asked himself what this meant. He did not expect to see something like this at all. In front of him stood a group of 5 men dressed in modest, worn clothes. Some of them were smiling, some of them were unable to express any emotion, but they all looked very tired. Shiro thought about the first time he came face to face with the men of this world, still not believing his eyes. He noticed that there were people of different ages among them, from 20 to 40 years old. Shiro thought of the old man with the barcode haircut and wondered what his profession was on this ship. The man stared at him with his sunken eyes. Ms. Damas apologized, saying that their appearance left much to be desired, but they were the only ones the merchants could hire, as only those in their prime came to the remote regions. The man with the barcode haircut nodded and said it was nice to meet him. Shiro replied that it was nice to meet him too. He thought about how similar he looked to General Affairs Chief Yoshida. The young man asked how the men were feeling because they looked very ill. The old man replied that the reason was that they were ready to leave for another world at any moment. Shiro cried out when he explained, asking if it was true that they had been transported here in the hold reserved for livestock. The young man whispered to them that he had heard that men were not taken on board ships at all, because there was a superstition that they brought bad luck. They answered that for this reason they were carried that way, to avoid disasters if they were considered animals. Shiro was horrified and took out a bottle of life potion. It wasn't very effective, but it would help ease their discomfort. He told them to drink it to make it easier, adding that it was enough for all 5 men. Shiro said that men should help each other. All 5 looked at him with tears in their eyes and gratitude. The older man extended his hands and took the drink, calling Shiro the owner in a weak voice. The young man thought that he remembered that the head of the General Affairs Department, Yashido, also liked to drink. Lady Damas told the men to return to their seats after they had finished speaking with Shiro. They hung their heads guiltily.